Formation breaking spirit snake needle, get. White light flashed as Zhao Hai, Tang Ji, and Tang Wen appeared on a transmission formation. They're currently at the Octopus Islands. They were the last batch of people who came to the island. Kong Miao, Zhu Wuzun, and the other severed soul experts already led the troops to the island. This made Tang Ji, Tang Wen, Zhao Hai, Mo Sheng, Li Zongdao, and the other cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm the final batch to be sent here. Since they're the last, they were the ones to destroy the stronghold's transmission formations. This time, it was a complete destruction. Nothing was left. This was something that Kong Miao and the others had firmly decided on. In any case, they have truly angered the giant spirit realm. Later on, they would be the giant spirit realm's enemies. There's no longer any amity between the two of them. Therefore, they had to give up on their stronghold. And since they decided to give the stronghold up, they couldn't leave a clue behind for the giant spirit realm. Therefore, the world of cultivation's stronghold was completely destroyed. Naturally, this was also under the approval of the world of cultivation's immortal stage experts. Nobody liked giving up their home, but in order to maintain their livelihood, the world of cultivation could only give up on their base. The world of cultivation knew clearly that if they didn't leave, they would only be pushed into a dead end. The world of cultivation just couldn't give up the 10,000 realm battlefield. Once they gave it up, their future development would be heavily affected. Therefore, the world of cultivation's immortal stage experts could only clench their teeth and agreed to Zhao Hai's plan to destroy the entire stronghold. Another thing that urged the immortal stage experts to make this decision was their hatred towards the giant spirit realm. The people from the world of cultivation hated the giant spirit realm more than the 100 Treasures realm. At first, they were enemies with the 100 Treasures realm, so they weren't too surprised by the methods that the 100 Treasures realm used. After all, in order to deal with an enemy, one shouldn't stop at anything. But the giant spirit realm was different. They had always treated the giant spirit realm as their guardians, giving them tributes every year. However, the giant spirit realm abandoned the world of cultivation when they needed them the most. This caused the people from the world of cultivation to feel that the giant spirit realm had betrayed them. Just as people hate traitors more than enemies, the same was true for the world of cultivation. Compared to the 100 Treasures realm who had always been their enemy, the world of cultivation hated the giant spirit realm more. Because of the destruction of their stronghold, the world of cultivation hated the giant spirit realm even more. Zhao Hai was also the same. He no longer looked at the giant spirit realm as an enemy. They were now a target for destruction. He wanted the giant spirit realm to fall. As the group stepped out of the transmission formation, Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun walked forward and gave Tang Ji a salute. Tang Ji also returned the greeting. Then the group proceeded towards the Zhu Race's Great Hall. Once everyone was settled inside the Great Hall, Tang Ji looked at Zhu Wuzun and Kong Miao and said, "Grandmasters, how are the preparations on the Octopus Islands doing?" Kong Miao nodded and said, "The preparations are almost complete. The defensive formations on the island have been restored. Right now, we're currently arranging formations on the island. There's also spirit formations being prepared." Tang Ji nodded and said, "That's good. I think the giant spirit realm would arrive soon. We need to make the best use of our time." Little Hai, do you still have some undead for surveillance? Once the giant spirit realm begins to move, they would certainly go to the stronghold first. Zhao Hai gave a nod. It's been arranged. If the giant spirit realm goes to the stronghold, we will immediately know. Tang Ji said, "The people from the giant spirit realm aren't fools. They should quickly discover that they made the wrong move. They will certainly make up for their mistake. their means would be as fast as a thunderbolt, erasing the world of cultivation from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Therefore, as soon as they arrive, their attack would be fierce. Although the defenses of the Octopus Islands are good, it would still be difficult to prevent the attacks from the Giant Spirit Realm. The Giant Spirit Realm should also have their own formation-breaking Spirit Snake Needle. If they use it, we would be in danger. Zhao Hai's eyes shone. He turned to Tang Ji and said, "Brother Hai, can you let me borrow your formation-breaking Spirit Snake Needle for research? I like crafting things. I want to take a look if I can make a counterfeit version of the Spirit Snake Needle. If I succeed, it would be an additional ace in our hands." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tang Ji stared for a moment before nodding. Then he waved his hand and took out his formation-breaking Spirit Snake Needle and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Tang Ji wasn't afraid of Zhao Hai copying the Spirit Snake Needle. In fact, the process of making the Spirit Snake Needle was widely known to the entire 10,000 realm battlefield. Even the world of cultivation has the method of creating the formation-breaking Spirit Snake Needle. However, the world of cultivation didn't have the means to make one. Tang Ji didn't think that Zhao Hai had the ability to make a formation-breaking Spirit Snake Needle. In Tang Ji's mind, the world of cultivation couldn't make it, much less Zhao Hai. It's for this reason that he handed the Spirit Snake over to Zhao Hai. In his opinion, it's nothing more than Zhao Hai borrowing it, so it's no big deal. He was fond of Zhao Hai and didn't want him to be dissatisfied over a small thing. Zhao Hai was excited. After receiving the formation-breaking Spirit Snake Needle, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "Brother Tang, Grandmaster, Mr. Zhu Wuzun, I'll be heading back to research this Spirit Snake Needle. I won't be accompanying you." The three waved their hands. When Zhao Hai left, Tang Ji looked at the door before turning to Kong Miao and saying, "Little Hai looks excited. Is his crafting skill very good?" Kong Miao smiled faintly and said, "It's very good. Back when we're fighting the zoo race, Little Hai developed a device that's capable of seeing the stealth zoo race. This allowed us to have the upper hand against them. Unfortunately, it's made from a special metal. Even in the 10,000 realm battlefield, we haven't heard of its existence. However, this metal has a weak point, limiting its capabilities. It dissipates very quickly. No matter which environment, it would vanish as soon as it touches air. It can be said that it's a disposable product. But we could see from this point how good Zhao Hai's refining skill is." Upon hearing Kong Miao, Zhu Wuzun couldn't help but stare. Then his expression went through a huge change. It must be known that the zoo race's biggest advantage was their stealth robes. However, from what Kong Miao said, they have a way of detecting the robes. How could this not startle him? The reason why Kong Miao revealed this was because they were already allies with the zoo race. Also, they were inseparable allies. Moreover, Zhao Hai's device could only be used for a year. After a year, the device would be a piece of scrap, so Kong Miao didn't mind revealing it. Seeing Zhu Wuzun's appearance, Kong Miao smiled faintly. Then he handed the searching device over to Zhu Wuzun and said, "This is the device that Little Hai made. As long as there's someone from the zoo race within 10,000 meters, they would be shown, even if they are stealthed. This was what we used to deal with your people, but it's not needed now. Also, this device can only be used for 1 year before becoming scrap, and without the special metal, Little Hai can no longer make it. So you don't have to worry." Zhu Wuzun took the device and looked at it carefully. Using this device was very easy. Before long, he could see his location on the device. Then he immediately tried to use stealth, but it was useless. The red dot that represented him was still on. After Zhu Wuzun reappeared, his expression was ugly to look at. He now understood how the world of cultivation gained the advantage during their fight. They actually had this kind of weapon in their hand. The world of cultivation would always be one step ahead of the Zhou race. This was the most important reason for the Zhou race's failure. But what worried Zhou Wuzhan the most was this method being studied by others. That would be a disaster for the Zhou race. Kong Miao could also see Zhou Wuzhan's worries. He didn't say anything and just took out a glass jar. Inside the jar was a small amount of liquid metal. Then he introduced the metal to Zhou Wuzhan and Tang Ji, just like what Kong Miao said. Even Zhou Wuzhan and Tang Ji haven't heard of this metal. In fact, it would be fishy if they heard of it. It's because this material didn't exist. This liquid metal was just liquid silver. In the end, Kong Miao opened the glass jar. In almost no time, the liquid metal inside the jar vanished. Seeing this, Zhou Wuzhan let out a relieved sigh. Zhao Hai didn't care much about what Kong Miao and the others were doing, although he knew what they were talking about. It wasn't worthy of his attention. Naturally, he didn't care. At this moment, he was placing the formation-breaking spirit snake needle through the universal scanner. What Zhao Hai needed to do right now was to decompose the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, have all of its materials, then reconstruct it. Then later on, he could make the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. Moreover, with liquid silver, he can make multiple needles that can break formations. The offensive strength of the formation-breaking spirit snake needle was very good. It was specially used to break guardian formations, so how could it be weak? Moreover, not only can it break through guardian formations, it also had great power against defensive formations. It can be said that as long as Zhao Hai obtains it, his offensive strength would improve a lot. Imagine having countless numbers of formation-breaking spirit snake needles. What would it be like? At that time, nobody would be able to stop Zhao Hai. As for the universal scanner, decomposing an artifact was a very easy matter. After the artifact was decomposed, the space would create mineral loads from its components. Formation would also be added to the database, then the properties would be fused with liquid silver, making it even more powerful. Chapter 1460, Counterfeit. Zhao Hai had a happy expression as he looked at the cyan-colored formation-breaking spirit snake needle in front of him. This spirit snake needle looked like the one that Tang Ji had, but thinner and more smooth. It looked more like a needle. Naturally, this formation-breaking spirit snake needle was the one that liquid silver has turned into. This spirit snake needle was very different to the original spirit snake needle. It had more magic formations in it as well as more materials. It also had liquid silver's characteristics. It can be said that this needle was much better compared to the original formation-breaking spirit snake needle. Also, this formation-breaking spirit rate needle can use faith power. Tang Ji's spirit snake needle just couldn't compare to this one. Zhao Hai held the formation-breaking spirit snake needle and gently caressed it. He thought that it should no longer be named formation-breaking spirit snake needle. Instead, it should just be called spirit snake needle. This needle can either be big or small, long or short. It could also divide itself and recombine. It's extremely powerful. Its existence alone elevated Zhao Hai's offensive strength. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hai put away his spirit snake needle and then another thing appeared in his hand. This thing looked like a broken spirit snake needle, but if you look carefully you would notice that it's not. Although it also hovered in place, it looked very stiff. It's much bigger than the formation-breaking spirit snake needle that Tang Ji took out, but it's not as strong, only about a tenth of the original. However, its offensive strength couldn't be looked down on. Compared to most artifacts, it's still much more powerful. This was the counterfeit that Zhao Hai made. This imitation was designed by the space. Its materials could be acquired by someone like Zhao Hai, and with the help of the scanner, it was finally made. He made it known that he was going to refine artifacts and he already spent 3 days inside the space. If he doesn't take anything out, then his absence would be unreasonable. So he made this counterfeit version. This thing needs at most 10 experts at the severed soul stage. If the 10 experts were adept at using their strength together, then it wouldn't be impossible for them to break a guardian formation. It can be said that the counterfeit was a success. However, Zhao Hai didn't care much about it. To him, this thing was very weak. This would be the artifact he would hand over to Kong Miao and the others. After looking through the imperfections of the counterfeit, Zhao Hai flashed out of the space and returned to the residence that Zhu Wuzun arranged for him. Then he walked out. Although Zhao Hai stayed inside the space for several days, he kept paying attention to the situation outside. The giant spirit realm arrived at the World of Cultivation's stronghold in less than 2 hours. They numbered 5,000. After going to the World of Cultivation's stronghold, they immediately went to the Octopus Islands. Originally, it would be impossible for them to be this fast. In Zhao Hai's calculations, even with using shuttles like the high cloud flying shuttles, it would take the giant spirit realm 5 days before they would arrive from their base. The reason why the giant spirit realm was so fast was because they used the transmission formations of the realms close to the World of Cultivation. After 3 days of traveling, they were able to reach the World of Cultivation's base. Naturally, Zhao Hai heard the conversation that these people were having. Regarding the giant spirit realm's approach, Zhao Hai couldn't help but hold back a barf. He discovered that the people from the giant spirit realm were stupid. What happened to the World of Cultivation hasn't been spread out in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Although the 100 Treasures realm wanted to use this method to deal with the giant spirit realm, they didn't expect things to go this fast. They weren't ready to capitalize on the situation yet. Because of this, they still haven't spread rumors attacking the giant spirit realm's reputation. However, after using so many transmission formations, the giant spirit realm informed other people that something happened. After all, the 100 Treasures realm's attack on the World of Cultivation wasn't a secret. This was akin to the giant spirit realm publicizing what happened on their own, which was convenient for the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai was really speechless at people from the giant spirit realm. If it was Zhao Hai, he would first destroy the World of Cultivation and then spread the information to everyone, so they can demonstrate their strength. But the giant spirit realm let people know first. Zhao Hai didn't know what they were thinking. However, the giant spirit realm was now his enemy, so he no longer needed to worry about them. After heading out of his cave residence, Zhao Hai flew towards Tangji and the others. In these 3 days, the Octopus Islands have been at full power in preparation. They were working hard on turning the Octopus Islands into an impregnable fortress. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the Great Hall. Although people were protecting the Great Hall, all of these people knew Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai come, they didn't block him. On the contrary, all of them gave Zhao Hai a salute. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the hall, he saw Kong Miao and the others standing before a huge stone table. This table was a sand table shaped like the Octopus Islands. It was divided into all kinds of colors. Tangji and the others were also able to feel Zhao Hai's presence. Tangji looked up and smiled faintly as he said, "You're out? How did it go?" Zhao Hai smiled and then took out Tangji's formation-breaking spirit snake needle and handed it back. Then he took out the imitation he made and said, "I was able to make a counterfeit, but it's very far from the original one." Tangji and the others looked at Zhao Hai's spirit snake needle with curiosity. Although it was an inferior product, they couldn't help but recognize that it was really good. After Zhao Hai explained the abilities of the counterfeit, he discovered that Kong Miao and the others were looking at him in shock. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "What's wrong?" "Although it isn't a success, it can still be used. I tried my best making it." When he heard Zhao Hai saying this, Tangji was speechless. Tangji smiled bitterly at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, who said that it's not a success? Let me tell you, this is the best counterfeit that I've seen. It can even destroy guardian formations." Zhao Hai looked at Tangji in confusion as he asked, "Don't other realms make fake versions of the spirit snake needles?" "Although it's not easy, it's not completely impossible. Although this imitation only has a tenth of the original one's power, if 10 severed soul experts use it, it could still break formations. Even the guardian formation of the octopus islands wouldn't be able to stop it after a few attacks." Tangji sighed and said, "You're right. But people have been trapped in making a perfect imitation of the real product. After numerous failures, people stopped trying one by one. So in the end, nobody succeeded." Hearing Tangji, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he handed the counterfeit formation-breaking spirit snake needle to Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, you take this." Kong Miao wasn't polite as he nodded and received it. Then Zhao Hai turned to Zhu Wuzun and forced a smile as he said, "Grandmaster Zhu Wuzun, I wanted to make 2 at first, but the materials I have in hand are lacking. Once you give me some materials, I'll make 1 for you as soon as possible." "Do you need 1?" Hearing this, Zhu Wuzun's eyes shone as he repeatedly nodded and said, We need 1. Give me a list of the materials you need and we'll get it for you." Zhao Hai didn't hesitate and took out a jade slip and then handed it over to Zhu Wuzun before saying, "All the things I need are in here. You can have someone prepare it, but it's better to hurry up. The giant spirit realm is arriving soon." Kong Miao and Tangji were just looking at the counterfeit spirit snake needle, but after hearing Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but look up. Then Tangji quickly said, "How far are they from here?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. It's been an hour since they departed from the world of cultivation stronghold. They brought 5,000 people, 200 of which are severed soul experts. Moreover, they brought flying shuttles. It shouldn't be long until they arrive." Tangji coldly snorted and said, 5,000 people? It seems like they're really intent on eradicating you. But 5,000 people aren't enough. We just don't know if they brought a formation-breaking spirit snake needle with them." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's something we don't know. But they don't know that you've brought a formation-breaking spirit snake needle. I don't think they would bring one. If there's no spirit snake needle, what do people usually use to break guardian formations?" Without waiting for Tangji to reply, Kong Miao said, "Large artifacts." If there's no formation-breaking spirit snake needle, people would use large artifacts to break guardian formations. However, the process is slower than using a formation-breaking spirit snake needle. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "If they use a formation-breaking spirit snake needle, can we do something?" Tangji shook his head and sighed as he said, "So far, there's no counter to formation-breaking spirit snake needles. The best we have is using another spirit snake needle in order to deal with the other party's spirit snake needle. However, doing so is actually very dangerous. It must be known that the defensive capability of the spirit snake needles aren't very good. It might end with both needles being destroyed. Because of this, nobody would use this method." Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes shone as he said, "Interesting. If the spirit snake needles are defensively weak, then I don't mind trying to break it." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tangji couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, "Little Hai, don't be complacent. Although the spirit snake needles are defensively weak, they're still more resilient than most artifacts. Also, Spirit snake artifacts are as agile as serpents. It's hard to hit them with artifacts. Chapter 1461, A Difficult Task. Zhao Hai understood what Tang Ji was saying. Although the formation-breaking spirit snake needle can flow like a snake and its shaft can be deformed, it's still different from the 10,000 transformations staff and liquid silver. Zhao Hai's liquid silver can turn into any shape. The same was true for the 10,000 transformation staff. On the other hand, the formation-breaking spirit snake needle couldn't transform. In other words, it only had one shape. It can hover, but it couldn't change its form. However, this was good in itself. The snake body can move like a noodle, which was a partial transformation. It's incomparably flexible. Having a hard point was enough for it. Zhao Hai knew that Tang Ji had good intentions, so he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Tang, rest assured, I won't act unreasonably. Let's go make our preparations. Those guys will be here soon." If they didn't bring a formation-breaking spirit snake needle, then our defensive formations would be put in great use. The artifact they used to hurry along is very special. It was a very huge ship. 5,000 people have no problem going inside it. However, its speed isn't very fast. Tang Ji coldly snorted and said, "The giant spirit treasure ship. The giant spirit realm actually took it out." It seems like they're anxious about this situation. It takes 100 transcending tribulation experts to drive one, and each ship can hold 10,000 people. Not only can it be used as a transport artifact, it can also attack, but because it's too big, it's not very flexible. However, its attacking power is huge. It could break a 8 cyan imperial chariot on a head-on collision. Since they took out the giant spirit treasure ship, it seems like they wouldn't use a formation-breaking spirit snake needle. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ji, confused. Zhu Wuzun cleared his puzzlement. The giant spirit treasure ship is quite famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. In terms of offense, it's quite formidable. Most of the time, the giant spirit realm uses the giant spirit treasures ship in order to destroy guardian formations. They use this method in order to deal with uncooperative smaller realms. Zhao Hai's complexion turned serious. He nodded and said, "So it's like that. Can we deal with the giant spirit treasures realm using the formation-breaking spirit snake needle?" Tang Ji thought for a moment and said, "It's not a bad idea, but the spirit snake needle is mainly used to destroy guardian formations. Its main function is to find a weak point in the energy flow of a formation and then attack it." The giant spirit treasure ship is a large artifact. In addition to its offensive strength, the ship is also famous for its defensive strength. Although it can defeat the giant spirit treasure ship, the spirit snake needle would also sacrifice its service life. In that case, the gains wouldn't equal the loss. Hearing this, Zhao Hai frowned and said, "The formation-breaking spirit snake needle is too precious. Its materials are very difficult to collect. Damaging it in order to deal with the giant spirit treasures ship isn't worth it." "Right, we can use the counterfeit I made. Although it's not that strong, it can still attack the treasure ship. It'll take them a few days before they can arrive. I can use the time to make more imitations of the spirit snake needle. Maybe we can deal with the giant spirit race without using the formation-breaking spirit snake needle." When they heard Zhao Hai, the eyes of the three lit up. Tang Ji nodded and said, "That's a good plan. If the counterfeit needles can really block the giant spirit treasures ship, then everything else would be easier." "By the way, what materials did you use to make the imitations?" "We have resources in hand. Let me see if it's enough. If it's not, I can have more sent over." Zhu Wuzun immediately took out the jade slip that Zhao Hai gave him and then handed it over to Tang Ji. The materials are not uncommon. We have some materials present here, so we can make more. Will there be enough time to make them?" After he said that, he turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There should be enough. I've used a lot of my time in order to research the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, so I no longer need to look into the materials and its design. The only thing left to do was to refine them." Tangji scanned the jade slip with his spiritual force, then his eyes shone as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, little Hai. I'll leave this matter to you. Refine as many as possible, the more the better. You don't need to use your own materials, I'll provide them for you. You only need to focus on refining them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, as long as I have materials, refining is not a problem." Tangji nodded, then he turned around and left. Before long, he came back with a spatial bag in his hand. Then he handed the spatial bag over to Zhao Hai and said, "Here." Zhao Hai didn't delay as he nodded and then went back to his cave residence. When Zhao Hai left, Tangji immediately took out a jade sword message and then placed a message in it. He turned to Zhu Wuzun and said, "Mr. Zhu Wuzun, have this jade sword message pass through the transmission formation to the 100 Treasures Realms base. Please be quick." Zhu Wuzun replied as he flew away towards the transmission formation with the jade sword message. At this point, the Octopus Islands has established a transmission formation that linked directly to the 100 Treasures Realms base, so when necessary, the 100 Treasures Realm would be able to dispatch support troops when necessary. Naturally, it was quicker for the Jade Sword message to pass through this transmission formation. After Zhu Wuzun left, Tangji turned his head to Kong Miao and said, "After this event, I want Little Hai to go to the 100 Treasures Realm. What do you think?" Kong Miao looked at Tangji in surprise. To be honest, this was the first time he heard of such a request. He never heard people from a high-grade realm inviting people from lower-grade realms. It must be known that high-grade realms were very proud. They simply don't see people from lower-grade realms as their equal. It's no wonder that Kong Miao was shocked by Tangji's request. Tangji immediately knew that Kong Miao was thinking. He sighed and said, "Kong Miao, you should have seen Little Hai's strength as well as his talent for refining. To be honest, it would be a shame for him to be in the world of cultivation. If he were to go to the 100 Treasures Realm, his future would be limitless. Of course, we won't let you suffer a loss. When Little Hai goes to the 100 Treasures Realm, we would teach the world of cultivation some of our cultivation methods and refining techniques. What do you think?" When Kong Mia heard what Tangji said, his eyes couldn't help but brighten up. To be honest, this was an offer he couldn't refuse. The world of cultivation was unwilling to leave the 10,000 realm battlefield. They wanted to get cultivation methods and refining techniques, but these things aren't very easy to acquire. At this time, Kong Miao has a large set of methods and techniques from the 100 Treasures Realm. But if they were discovered by the 100 Treasures Realm, then the world of cultivation would certainly be dealt with. It must be known that only subordinates of the 100 Treasures Realm know about their methods. Practicing a stolen technique was a taboo. Kong Miao was worried about this matter, but if Zhao Hai becomes someone from the 100 Treasures Realm, then these cultivation methods would be open to the world of cultivation. Practicing them would no longer incur the suspicion of the 100 Treasures Realm. When he thought of this, Kong Miao nodded and said, "He can go to the 100 Treasures Realm. It would be an honor for Little Hai." I believe he would agree. As long as he doesn't oppose the idea, I don't have a problem with it. Tangji nodded and said, "All right. I believe Little Hai wouldn't decline." Our 100 Treasures Realm have been preparing for a long time to deal with the giant spirit realm. I believe we would be able to clean them up this time. I know that the world of cultivation has paid a lot, You don't have to worry whether we can deal with the giant spirit realm this time or now. I will find a good place for you in the 100 Treasures Realms territory to rebuild your base. It would definitely be better than your original base." Kong Miao bowed and said, "Then I have to thank Captain Tang Ji." Although Tang Ji was only a captain and he seems like he was talking big, Kong Miao doesn't think so. Tang Ji was a genius of his generation in the 100 Treasures realm. He's a candidate that the realm has decided to cultivate. His status in the 100 Treasures realm isn't any lower than Kong Miao's status in the world of cultivation. If such a person speaks out, then his words would definitely bear weight. Tang Ji waved his hand and said, "You're too polite. If we can push the giant spirit realm back this time, then the world of cultivation would have gained huge merit. The 100 Treasures realm wouldn't unjustly treat people with high merit." Kong Miao expressed his gratitude once more. At this time, Zhu Wuzun walked in. He looked at Tang Ji and said, "It's been passed on." Tang Ji nodded. Then he let out a long breath as looked at the sand table and said, "The preparations on the Octopus Islands have basically been set. If Little Hai can make a few more imitations of the spirit snake needle, we can fight the giant spirit realm outside. This way, the islands wouldn't be heavily damaged by the battle. The Octopus Islands are still quite close to the giant spirit realm. As long as we keep this place, the 100 Treasures realm would have a springboard to attack the giant spirit realm. It would be best if we could preserve the island's guardian formation." Kong Miao nodded and said, "If we can really fight the giant spirit realm outside the islands, there would be no problem with preserving the island's guardian formation." Zhu Wuzun also nodded and said, "Everything depends on Little Hai. As long as he can make a lot of imitations, we can realize this plan." Tang Ji forced a smile and said, "It wouldn't be that easy. Even if we managed to repel the giant spirit realm, they could still send more people to counterattack. When the time comes, they might even get their subordinate realms to join the battle, so we must not repel them too fast nor should we allow them to touch the guardian formation. This would be difficult to do. I just send word to the realm for them to begin with the plan to take care of the giant spirit realm's subordinate realms. But this would take time. We need to stall the giant spirit realm as much as possible." Hearing Tang Ji, Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun couldn't help but knit their brows. To be honest, it would be very hard to fight the giant spirit realm head-on. It was nothing more than assembling people and then fighting each other. On the other hand, stalling the giant spirit realm would be a bit difficult. Both Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun were confident in Zhao Hai. They believed that Zhao Hai would succeed in making counterfeit formation-breaking spirit snake needles, as long as they have these imitations. In addition to the 100 Treasures realm, they were confident in dealing with the giant spirit realm. But making the giant spirit realm neither win nor lose, it would be a bit difficult. Tang Ji looked at the two and then said, "I know that it would be hard. However, we need to stall them if we want to win the war. We need to make them feel that they were close to winning, but they would never win. Only through this can we succeed." Actually, Tang Ji's request was quite hard, but Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun couldn't decline it. In fact, they also hoped that the giant spirit realm would be defeated or eliminated by Tang Ji. They hated the giant spirit realm. If they don't defeat them, then the world of cultivation and the Zhu race wouldn't have a great future. Yan Dong was currently looking at the person standing on the bow of the giant spirit treasure ship. Looking at the person, he couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Yan Dong didn't have any good feelings towards the person. Although he was a genius of the younger generation, Yan Dong still didn't approve of him. Yan Dong knew that this situation was caused by this person. The man was called Ba Li. a son of an elder of the giant spirit realm. The elder was already old, so he pampered Bali a lot. Since childhood, Bali was fed with medicinal pills as though they were jelly beans. If such a person's cultivation speed was slow, then they would be utter trash. However, Yandong has to recognize that Bali was a genius. He was fast in cultivating and was extremely skilled in both spells and techniques. However, he was arrogant and selfish. Besides himself, he doesn't care for anyone. There were very few people like him, even in the giant spirit realm. After knowing about what happened to the world of cultivation, Yandong immediately went back in order to ask for reinforcements. This was because he knew clearly that the world of cultivation's crisis wasn't an accident. Yandong knew that it was clearly a plot of the 100 Treasures realm. Originally, the Elders' Assembly was prepared to dispatch troops in order to save the world of cultivation. However, Bali stopped it, thinking that the world of cultivation was not worth saving. To Bali, it wasn't worth it fighting the 100 Treasures realm over a small realm. Moreover, the world of cultivation was entangled with bandits like the Zoo race. Bali thought that it would be a stain to the giant spirit realm's face if they were to accept bandits as their subordinates. Although Bali's thoughts bore a hint of truth, Yandong believed that it would be a bigger stain on the giant spirit realm's face if they didn't save the world of cultivation. Unfortunately, Yandong was just a captain, so how could he contend with the words of an elder's son? In the end, the Elders' Assembly agreed to Bali's words and abandoned the world of cultivation. They were also the ones who sent the letter for Baumur and the others to come back. Chapter 1462, Face Slapping. Hearing the decision, Yandong didn't know what to say. Once the realm gives up on the world of cultivation, what would the subordinate realms think about the giant spirit realm? This was equal to ruining the reputation that the giant spirit realm has built up over the years. Yandong wanted to urge the higher-ups to change their minds. However, he was just a captain. His words simply couldn't be heard. Bali was the only person in the eyes of the elders. Bali knew how to handle those old fogies. When he thought of this, Yandong couldn't help but feel frustrated once more. In his mind, if they had sent troops to the world of cultivation earlier on, then all of this wouldn't have happened. Yandong still remembered how the elders seemed to not care at all when they sent a letter for Baumur and the others to come back. But almost a day after the letter was sent, Baumur and the others still haven't returned. This made those elders feel that something was off. They wanted to send another message, but it couldn't be sent through the world of cultivation's transmission formation. The elders finally felt that something was wrong. The answer they got from their people that went to the world of cultivation's stronghold was that the base has been completely destroyed. These elders couldn't sit still and sent Bali along with 5,000 people to see what was going on. Yandong was also among these 5,000 people. As soon as he saw the assignment, Yandong understood what was going on. Those old guys must have thought that something happened to the world of cultivation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Bali and 5,000 other people to check. This group was enough to wipe out the world of cultivation. When Yandong followed the group back to the world of cultivation's stronghold, what was left for them was a stretch of ruins. However, Yandong could see that the destruction was done deliberately. If it was only a battle, then the destruction wouldn't have been to this state. When they examined the area with a technique, they discovered that there were no corpses present. Yandong and the others knew that something was wrong. This place must have been abandoned, and the matter has turned to the worst outcome. Although Bali wouldn't care about these things, he immediately gave the order to go to the Octopus Islands to see. Upon hearing the result, if the people from the world of cultivation were in the Octopus Islands, then they were to destroy them directly. At this moment, They were still in transit towards the Octopus Islands, but Yandong still blamed this situation on Bali. If it weren't for Bali's interference, then things would have been different. Unlike Yandong, Bali has never seen Zhao Hai and the others. Because of this, he didn't put the people from the world of cultivation in his eyes at all. On the other hand, Yandong has met Kong Miao, Zhu Wuzun, and Zhao Hai. These three were true experts, especially Zhao Hai. Yandong has developed a profound impression of Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was just at the nascent soul stage, he was neither arrogant nor servile in front of Yandong. His speech was well prepared and the impression he gave out was very good. Yandong knew clearly that there's no such thing as no geniuses in lower grade realms. On the contrary, the geniuses that came from lower grade realms were the real deal. This was because lower grade realms have very little resources to cultivate powerful experts. Yandong doesn't look down on people from lower grade realms, but this doesn't mean that the others were like him. In fact, most of his people look down on lower grade realms. They couldn't be blamed. They grew up with rich resources. There simply wasn't any comparison. It's like a person holding a knife being compared to someone with a powerful gun. Sometimes, weapons can determine victory and loss. This was especially true for battles between cultivators. For cultivators, weapons are very important. A good weapon can determine between survival and death. Weapons are the main reason why people from high-grade realms defeat people from lower-grade realms even though they have the same level of strength. There's also their more advanced techniques and spells. Therefore, a lower-grade realm's genius couldn't defeat experts from high-grade realms. It was precisely for these reasons that Yandong believed that people from high-grade have no reason to look down on people from lower-grade realms. It was also because of this that he was polite towards Kong Miao and the others. Due to this mindset, Yandong felt very uncomfortable when looking at Bali. Yandong knows that he wouldn't see eye to eye with Bali. In Bali's view, Yandong didn't have the pride of someone from the giant spirit realm. He was an embarrassment of the realm. Since he was aware of this, Yandong hid as far back from Bali as possible. Even now, as they rode on the giant spirit treasures ship, Yandong hid in the corner so that he wouldn't be seen by Bali. The giant spirit treasure ship wasn't very fast. It would take several days before they reached the Octopus Islands from the world of cultivation's stronghold. These several days were very calm. Everyone who spotted the giant spirit treasure ship would get out of the way. For practitioners, a few days were nothing. Before long, the giant spirit treasure ship arrived outside the Octopus Islands. But when the ship arrived, Yandong and the others couldn't help but be stunned. This was because people were waiting for them just outside the islands. Outside were three groups of people. The middle group is composed of people from the Hundred Treasures realm. They all wore black robes and were very easy to recognize. On the left were people from the world of cultivation. Some of these people wore cultivator clothes while the others wore Buddhist robes. They were also easy to recognize. On the right were the people from the Zhu race. Altogether, these three groups of people numbered 10,000. As soon as he saw this, Bali understood what was going on. He stopped the giant spirit treasure ship. As he stood on the bow, he looked at the people from the Hundred Treasures realm with a cold gaze. In fact, in Bali's eyes, there were only the people from the Hundred Treasures realm. He didn't care about the others at all. Bali looked at Tangji. Naturally, he knew who Tangji was. This was because Tangji was also a famous genius of the Hundred Treasures realm. It can be said that the two were natural enemies. It was impossible for the two to not know each other. Bali coldly snorted and said, "Tangji, what are you planning to do? Are you sheltering a traitor of the giant spirit realm?" Tangji looked at Bali. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Bali, You look too highly on yourself, traitor. Aren't you the ones who abandoned the world of cultivators? When did they become traitors? Bali coldly snorted and said, the day someone becomes a subordinate to the giant spirit realm, they will belong to the giant spirit realm forever. Anyone who thinks of separating from the giant spirit realm are traitors. Tangji just smiled when he heard this. Then he said, Bali, you abandon the world of cultivation and the zoo race. Now, they voluntarily joined the 100 Treasures realm. What does it have to do with you? You came here with an aggressive stance. Are you here to find faults? The two of them were talking nonsense to each other, but this was a matter of face, so they had to do it. Undeclared wars were rarely seen in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Bali looked at Tangji and said, Tangji, stop talking nonsense. Your 100 Treasures realm have been provoking the giant spirit realm for some time now. It's time to settle accounts. Unfortunately for you, you only have more than 1,000 people, and a few trash experts on your side. Do you think you can stop the giant spirit treasure ship with only that? Tangji chuckled and said, if we can't stop it, then we can't stop it. We aren't the type of people who would give up on their subordinates when they are in danger. Upon hearing Tangji, Bali's expression turned pale. Bali knew that he really made a mistake. He didn't expect the world of cultivation to be so bold as to change sides to the 100 Treasures realm. They were essentially slapping his face. Now that Tangji blamed him, Bali's expression changed. Bali looked at the group from the world of cultivation, then he coldly snorted and said, World of cultivation, you actually dared to betray the giant spirit realm. Where are the people from my giant spirit realm? Kong Miao stood in front of the world of cultivation with Zhao Hai beside him. Looking straight at Bali's eyes, Kong Miao calmly replied, they're dead. Although the two words were simple and Kong Miao's tone was superficial, the impact of his words was powerful. Bali felt his blood rushing upward as he looked at Kong Miao and said, World of cultivation, you're really dared. Today, I'll eliminate every single one of you. With a calm expression, Kong Miao looked at Bali and replied, then please. Bali's complexion reddened. He could feel himself about to spit blood. Kong Miao's simple replies seemed like he didn't care about him. This was another slap to his face. Moreover, it was a resounding slap. No only was Bali's expression ugly, the others from the giant spirit realm also had ugly expressions on their faces. After all, Bali was the representative of the giant spirit realm. Hitting Bali's face was equal to hitting the face of the giant spirit realm. A laugh was heard from the 100 Treasures realm's side. Tangji didn't expect Kong Miao to have such a side to him. Those 4 words were enough to cause the blood of the people from the giant spirit realm to boil. When Bali heard this laugh, he could no longer stop himself as he angrily roared and took out his huge sword. Then he sent an attack towards Kong Miao. The sword was more than 30 meters long. It was considerably large. It was silver white and the body was very thick. One could see at a glance how heavy it was. As it was waved around, wailing could be heard from the air tearing. Its aura was astonishing. Kong Miao just stood there as the attack headed his way. He didn't move, looking as though he was frozen with fear. His eyes were stuck on the attack as it headed to his head. Seeing this, Bali couldn't help but feel a touch of glee, but also a hint of confusion. At this moment, a shadow appeared in front of Kong Miao. Then a flash of white light appeared before the sword's attack was pushed away. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but be stunned. Bali's strength was very well known in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Only a few people could meet his attack head-on. An attack from an outstanding expert of the giant spirit realm was actually destroyed like that. It was astonishing. Chapter 1463, attracting hate. Zhao Hai stood there with his own sword in his hand. His sword blade was a meter long and was held with two hands. It looked like a glaive with a shorter shaft and longer blade. Naturally, it was Zhao Hai who dispelled Ba Li's attack just now. But Zhao Hai's face was pale, as if he had suffered serious injuries. Everyone's eyes were on Zhao Hai. It must be known that Ba Li was an expert at the severed soul stage while Zhao Hai was just at nascent soul. With such a difference between them, Zhao Hai was still able to block Ba Li's blow. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Before this, Tang Ji and the others already had a very high estimate of Zhao Hai's strength. But Tang Ji discovered that he was still underestimating Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength was actually this formidable. Zhao Hai looked at Ba Li, then he coldly snorted and said, "Are all the people from the giant spirit realm as shameless as you, to actually dare make a sneak attack?" Actually, Ba Li didn't make a sneak attack. However, Zhao Hai insisted on saying that because it was convenient to do so since Kong Miao didn't make a move. Kong Miao and Zhao Hai planned this. They would have Kong Miao irritate Ba Li only for Zhao Hai to block the attack. Ba Li's attack was blocked by a nascent soul expert. If this goes out, then Ba Li wouldn't have any face left to go out with, and then Ba Li would definitely want to get rid of Zhao Hai. What can make people make careless mistakes? The answer is anger. Zhao Hai and the others wanted Ba Li to hate them and be careless. If everything goes according to plan, then Ba Li wouldn't retreat and would continue attacking the Octopus Islands. This would give the 100 Treasures realm enough time to go through with their plan. Sure enough, when he heard Zhao Hai, Ba Li's complexion turned blue. He looked at Zhao Hai and said through clenched teeth, "You are Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai snorted and said, "Correct, it's this young master," Ba Li exclaimed, looking for death. Then he waved his hand, sending an attack using his sword. Although his sword looked very unwieldy, it looked very light in Ba Li's hand. It sealed all of the opponent's retreat, so the opponent can only take it head-on. Of course, this was relatively speaking. If it was Tang Ji, then he would have many ways to avoid Ba Li's attack. Naturally, Zhao Hai can also avoid it. However, he didn't dodge. This was because he wanted Ba Li to hate him even more. So he chose to take the attack once more. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Hell King's ship appeared on his side. He didn't embark but just used the ship to deal with Ba Li's attack. With Zhao Hai's present strength, he doesn't need to use the Hell King's ship in order to deal with Ba Li's attack. However, since he didn't want the giant spirit realm to know his true strength, he can only use this method. The Hell King's ship rushed out and clashed with Ba Li's sword. Although the sword was very big, it was still smaller when compared to the Hell King's ship. A bang was heard before the sword slashed the hull of the Hell King's ship. The hull of the ship was slammed back but it was able to repel the sword. Zhao Hai stood behind the Hell King's ship. As the ship repelled Ba Li's sword, his face was flushed. Then he looked like he was about to spit out something. His face was as pale as paper. Bystanders might see that Zhao Hai was about to spit blood after receiving Ba Li's attack. However, he swallowed the blood down. Actually, Zhao Hai wasn't really injured. He just swallowed his saliva and deliberately changed his complexion. With his current level, changing the color of his skin was very easy. It was just that nobody would be so bored as to change their complexion all of a sudden. Seeing two of his attacks being blocked by Zhao Hai, Ba Li couldn't help but feel ashamed. Just as he was prepared to attack Zhao Hai once more, a wailing sound was heard. Then Ba Li felt something puncture his left arm. Ba Li knew that this wasn't because he was hit, but because someone locked his left arm, and it was obviously a warning. With his current strength, Ba Li was very keen about this thing. If a part of his body was being targeted, he would certainly feel it coming. This also depends on the person. If he was attacked by someone lower level than him, then Bali would detect it coming. But if they had the same strength, he would fail to see it. Being able to hit Bali's arm, this meant that they were matched in strength. Bali turned his head to look and discovered that it was Tangji. Tangji was an expert in sneak attacks. If he really wanted to attack, then things wouldn't have been this simple. This kind of stinging attack meant that Tangji wanted to give a warning, not an attack. Bali received his great sword, and as he looked at Tangji and said, "Tangji, what are you planning to do? You want to fight with me now?" Tangji looked at Bali's eyes, then he coldly snorted and said, "Bali, you're audacious enough to repeatedly attack a nascent soul expert. If you have the ability, then fight me." Bali squinted his eyes as he stared at Tangji, then he sneered and said, "I heard people say that your reputation in the 100 Treasures realm is at the same level as mine. I wanted to fight you for a long time. However, you people from the 100 Treasure realm are like rats, afraid of going out of your base. Since you came out of your rat hole, it's just the right time to fight." Tangji laughed at Bali and said, "Bali, are you talking about your people? In the past few years, the only ones who rarely come out are the people from the giant spirit realm. I hear that the giant spirit realm is short of people right now. Is it because of this that you would rather abandon the world of cultivation than fight against us? So pitiful. A high-grade realm actually succumbed to this level." Bali coldly snorted and said, "Stop wasting breath." "Tangji, are you just good at flapping your mouth? Don't you want to fight or not? Or would you rather us keep talking like this?" Tangji sneered and said, "If I don't fight you, you might think that I'm afraid. Let go." Then Tangji waved his hand. Then the people from the 100 Treasures realm behind him took several steps back. The people from the world of cultivation and the zoo race also took a few steps back. Bali also waved his hand and the giant spirit treasure ship went back some distance. This left the two with enough space. The two stared at each other, looking for an opening they can use. Both of them knew that the other had extraordinary strength given by their reputations. Neither of them wanted to take the other lightly. Originally, Tangji wasn't planning on fighting Bali, but in order to keep him here, he would need to fight him. But this time, he wasn't fighting to defeat Bali. Instead, he wanted to lose to Bali without being seriously injured. This way, Bali's ego would increase, urging him to stay here to fight Tangji and the others. Because of this, Tangji agreed to fight Bali one-on-one. However, despite his underlying plans for the battle, Tangji didn't dare treat it lightly. The 100 Treasures realm fought against the giant spirit realm for many years without gaining any advantage. This was a huge evidence for the ability of the giant spirit realm, so Tangji had no other choice but to be extremely cautious. Bali didn't think too much as he paid attention to Tangji's movements. Although Tangji was just standing there and looking at him, Bali knew that Tangji was primed for battle. No matter which angle he looked at, it was impossible to kill Tangji with a single strike. In other words, Tangji has no openings at this time. The absence of any openings doesn't mean that they cannot be attacked. Most cultivators would have no openings at the beginning of a battle, much less a severed soul expert like Tangji. But as long as blows begin to be exchanged, an opening would naturally reveal itself. Thinking of this, Bali couldn't help but snort coldly. Then he began to wave his sword towards Tangji's location. The attack that he sent out was similar to the one he used on Zhao Hai. It was overbearing and it blocked all of Tangji's escape routes. Tangji huffed as he moved to the left. Under the guidance of spiritual force, the sword attack also swayed leftwards. Then at this moment, Tangji changed direction rightwards, separating himself from the sword attack. At the same time, He raised his hand and sent 5 throwing knives towards Bali. Tangji's throwing knives were in 5 colors: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. These 5 throwing knives were known in the 10,000 realm battlefield as the 5 elements throwing knives. The color of the throwing knives weren't only made for appearance. When these flying knives were forged, each one of them were made of materials that corresponded to the 5 elements, and all 5 knives were also infused with elemental poison. The 5 elements were provided by materials that contained them. For example, metals were used for the gold element, while wood was used for the wood element. As for the elemental poison, weapons with it were very rare. Elemental poison was a very special poison that corresponded to each element. For example, a weapon infused with wood element poison would produce poison of the wood attribute whenever it stabbed the enemy. This type of poison would latch on the wood element of the body and use it to produce poison. It can be said that it was an invasive poison that uses your own body to destroy itself. It was an overbearing poison. Ordinary people have the 5 elements in their body. The 5 elements would balance each other out. But if one of these elements were unbalanced, then the person would become sick. Things were different for practitioners. A practitioner cultivated their spiritual roots. This so-called spiritual root was in fact a type of 5-element chi. Most practitioners have an imbalance in the 5 elements in their body. If a person has a gold spiritual root, then this meant that the gold metal element in their body was in a larger proportion. The same applied for people who had other types of spiritual roots. If such a person doesn't cultivate, then they would possess this flaw when they grow up and would repeatedly be sick. Moreover, their lifespan would be considerably shortened. Chapter 1464, Fierce. Cultivation methods used by practitioners use part of the excess elemental energy and transform it. This would balance the 5 elements inside the cultivator's body. Then the practitioner would cultivate the energy transformed from the 5 elements. Elemental poison breaks the balance of the 5 elements inside the body. Moreover, it does it in an overbearing way. The poison would rampage around the victim's body. The damage ranges from damage to the meridians to awakening the heart's devil. Because of how terrifying elemental poison was, Tangji's throwing knives were famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It's not strange for people to die under these knives. The throwing knives shot towards Bali. Bali coldly snorted and turned around, then a shield appeared and blocked his back. As this happened, the sword had already sent an attack towards Tangji. With a wave of his hand, a dish-shaped artifact appeared underneath Tangji. Then the dish-shaped artifact began to spin. When the sword attack slashed towards Tangji, the disc-shaped artifact spun him out of the way. At the same time, the 5-element flying knives swam like fishes around Bali, looking for an opportunity to attack. Zhao Hai could see that the two were just probing each other right now. From what he saw, Bali's style was vigorous. He uses a huge shield along with his huge sword. They were all heavily skewed towards power. As long as attack hit the enemy even once, it would deal an enormous amount of damage. As for Tangji, he was agile. His techniques focus on flexibility. Even his artifacts were agile. They were like mercury seeping through the ground, looking for any opportunity to penetrate. At this time, the attacks between the two increased. The two were done probing each other and were now starting to act seriously. Once the two became serious, Zhao Hai finally saw how terrifying they were. There wasn't anything strange about their fighting style. It was quite similar to the world of cultivation. Bali released several heavy weapons while Tangji took out small artifacts like he was throwing coins on the ground. Bali used his shield to protect himself while Tangji used his disc-shaped artifact. But instead of blocking attacks, Tangji's disc-shaped artifact dodged attacks. Bali's attacks simply couldn't reach Tangji. Although the battle between the two looked very lively, their artifacts didn't have any effect at all. Bali's heavy weapons couldn't hit Tangji while Tangji's small weapons couldn't penetrate through Bali's shield. Tangji's weapons could only circle around Bali to look for any opportunities to attack. After watching for a while, Zhao Hai understood how Tangji could make his weapons so flexible. This was because every time he attacked, he didn't go all in. Tangji probably only used 70% of his strength. Bali's situation wasn't any different. Although his heavy weapons seemed to require his full strength to control, if he did so, then his attacks wouldn't have been as effective. The two were playing mental chess with each other. The battle was quick. Each move was heart-stopping. The two focused on each other and ignored everyone else. This was because they couldn't afford to be distracted. One moment of carelessness would spell their defeat. It wasn't only the two who were focused on the fight. Those watching it were also focused. This was because the two were very important people. They couldn't afford anything happening to them. Everyone was focused on the fight. If necessary, they would step in and intervene as soon as possible. Therefore, both sides were staring at the battle anxiously. They didn't dare miss anything. Zhao Hai was also closely observing the fight. He wasn't only preparing to intervene, he was also looking at the fighting styles of the two. There is a lot to learn from the battle between geniuses from the Giant Spirit Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm. An hour passed by unknowingly, but the two were still fighting hard. Sweat began to appear on their faces. Although both were strong, it was still difficult to be unaffected after a long high-intensity fight. They still had a lot of energy, but the mental pressure was exhausting. Zhao Hai focused more on the two. He believed that the battle was drawing its end. He just has that feeling. Just as Zhao Hai thought of this, a change suddenly happened on the battlefield. Tangji was a little slower in dodging, and a mace artifact that Bali used managed to hit his left arm. The mace took out a chunk of flesh from Tangji's arm. Tangji was immediately bleeding hard. Seeing this, Tangwen could no longer continue watching. He immediately led the people from the 100 Treasures Realm to take their weapons out. The people from the Giant Spirit Realm noticed this and made their move as well. People from both realms rushed into the battlefield, ready to rescue the people from their side. Zhao Hai didn't move. He felt that something was strange. He can see that Tangji has the strength to avoid it. It seems like all of this was intentional. This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. He didn't understand if Tangji really did this intentionally, and why he did it. However, seeing the expression on the faces of the people from the Giant Spirit Realm, Zhao Hai understood that Tangji did it to keep them here. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, have everyone attack the Giant Spirit Realm." When the people from the 100 Treasures Realm retreat to the Octopus Islands, we'll retreat as well. Kong Miao was taken aback as he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just nodded. Naturally, Kong Miao didn't need to ask as he complied and commanded everyone to take out their weapons and attack the people from the Giant Spirit Realm. After talking to Kong Miao, Zhao Hai also sent a voice transmission to Zhu Wuzun. Although Zhu Wuzun was also stunned, he didn't ask anything and also commanded the 100 Treasures Realm to attack. He just thought that it was Tangji who gave the order to Zhao Hai. This was because Tangji was evidently fond of Zhao Hai, even preparing for him to go to the 100 Treasures Realm. Because of this, Zhu Wuzun was polite towards Zhao Hai. The two sides joining the attack didn't cause the Giant Spirit Realm to turn anxious. The people from the Giant Spirit Realm were currently inside the Giant Spirit Treasure Ship. The defensive strength of the ship was formidable. The Zhu race and the World of Cultivation's artifacts wouldn't be able to break through it at all. Bali returned to the giant spirit treasure ship and immediately commanded it to charge. Seeing this, the people of the 100 Treasures realm couldn't help but be flustered as they retreated. At this time, the Hell King's ship appeared and rushed towards the giant spirit treasure ship. A bang was heard as the Hell King's ship was thrown out. However, the giant spirit treasure ship didn't seem to be affected and it kept charging forward. What appeared next was a pagoda and it also clashed with the treasure ship. However, it was also knocked back. After that, 12 metal beasts appeared. Although the metal beasts were already big, they looked like puppies next to the giant spirit treasure ship. The metal beasts also collided with a treasure ship. However, they also didn't achieve anything. The giant spirit treasure ship still kept charging forward. Naturally, all of these things were released by Zhao Hai. When the Hell King's ship was thrown out, he spit out blood. And when the 12 metal beasts were hit, not only did he spit out blood, all of his orifices were oozing with blood. Moreover, his expression was pale. At this moment, a large needle 100 meters long shot out from the 100 Treasures realm's side. It slammed into the giant spirit treasure realm and caused an explosion. The needle was also thrown back, but the treasure ship was also halted. Actually, the preceding hits already reduced the speed of the giant spirit treasure ship. The needle was the final thing needed for the ship to stop. As soon as the giant spirit treasure ship was stopped, it would no longer be easy for it to chase the people from the 100 Treasures realm. It was like a car. It was impossible for a small car to stop a huge one. However, it would be hard for a large car to catch up to a smaller car when both started at the same time. Because of its mass, the larger car would need more time in order to gain momentum. Only once its momentum was enough could it be an unstoppable machine. When the giant spirit treasure ship stopped, the people from the 100 Treasures realm, world of cultivation, and the zoo race immediately surrounded it. After surrounding the giant spirit treasure ship, the three groups immediately commenced their attack. But even if the treasure ship was halted, its formidable defense still remained. Moreover, the treasure ship began to retreat slowly. No matter what the three groups did, they weren't able to prevent the treasure ship from retreating. It must be known that the giant spirit treasure ship was just gathering its strength. Once it fell back a certain distance, it would initiate its second charge. Once the giant spirit treasure ship drew back some distance, the people from the 100 Treasures realm retreated towards the Octopus Islands. Seeing Tangji and the others retreat, the world of cultivation and the zoo race also retreated. Before long, the three groups were heading towards the Octopus Islands. Once they arrived at the Octopus Islands, the three teams immediately calmed down. Their flurry outside couldn't even be seen. At this time, Tangji's voice was heard. "Little Hai, where is Little Hai? Has anyone seen Little Hai?" Tangji stood in front of everyone as he loudly shouted. The blood flow on his arm has already been stopped, but he still looked bloody and somewhat distressed. Zhao Hai flew from the world of cultivation's side. He looked at the bloody Tangji and asked, "Brother Tang, I'm here." "What's the problem?" Tangji looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you alright? I just saw you being heavily injured." Zhao Hai knew that he would be asked this question. A ball of water washed his face with a wave of his hand and his face was clean in a blink of an eye. His face still looked ruddy, but he didn't look wounded at all. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm fine, don't worry, I just did it to fool those fellows." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tangji couldn't help but laugh. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good kid. You actually discovered that I intentionally injured myself." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Tang, I'll have to trouble you. But the next time you get hurt, You should choose a sharp weapon. The mace is a heavy weapon among heavy weapons. You might have died there if something went wrong. Tang Ji couldn't blame Zhao Hai for this, but he just laughed and said, "You're really observant." But now, that Bali guy wants to kill me and you. As the matter stands, they wouldn't leave this place easily. Our mission has already been accomplished. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "But from what I can see, the giant spirit treasure ship is about to charge once more." Brother Tang, have people take the counterfeit spirit snake needles. Don't worry, I won't go out. Instead, I'll send the 8 cyan imperial chariots. With this, the giant spirit treasure ship shouldn't be able to hit the island's guardian formation. But let's also leave some hope for the giant spirit realm so that they wouldn't run away. Tang Ji nodded. Then he said, "I'm afraid we would be having a difficult few days ahead of us. Bali isn't a fool. Seeing us hold up in here, they will definitely call troops from the giant spirit realm's territory. Once the small realms arrive, we would no longer be able to hold back our strength." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "When the time comes, we would no longer need to hide our strength. If the giant spirit realm asks the smaller realms for help, then they would have to level the octopus islands to the ground, or else they would lose a lot of face in front of their subordinates." Tang Ji laughed and said, "Right, it's just like you said. Little Wen, immediately arrange people to go out and use the counterfeit spirit snake needles. You lead them. Our priority is holding back the giant spirit realm. Do whatever you can to prevent them from hitting the island's guardian formation." Tang Wen nodded and immediately led a group of people out. In addition to the people tasked with controlling the fake spirit snake needles, there were also 500 people from the 100 Treasures realm. Meanwhile, Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzhen sent out 2,000 people from their side. Zhao Hai also released his 3 8 cyan imperial chariots. Bali had a calm expression on his face, but there was a feeling of pride in his eyes. The giant spirit realm and the 100 Treasures realm had been hostile towards each other for many years. However, their geniuses rarely met each other. Today, he was finally able to face Tang Ji and won. How could Bali not be happy with this outcome? It's just a pity that he wasn't able to kill Tang Ji. Chapter 1465, Block. Bali felt a bit complacent right now. Nothing makes him happier than stepping on an enemy who had always been on the same level as himself. At this point, the people from the 100 Treasures realm have retreated to the Octopus Islands. But to Bali, this didn't matter. The Octopus Islands was now a tortoise shell. However, a hard shell can always be broken. The giant spirit treasure ship had fallen back an appropriate distance and was now ready for a second charge. Bali was very unsatisfied about how slow the treasure ship was. In his opinion, the ship should be swift, charging repeatedly in rapid successions. He wanted to break the shield of the Octopus Islands in order to teach those who dared to fight the giant spirit realm a lesson, and also destroy those who betray the realm. With this thought in mind, Bali couldn't help but get excited. Seeing that the treasure ship was ready, he immediately ordered, "Charge! Destroy that guardian formation." The giant spirit treasure ship began to slowly accelerate. Everyone from the giant spirit realm took out their weapons. As soon as the treasure ship breaks through the guardian formation, they would immediately begin their slaughter. Naturally, this doesn't mean that they would break through the enemy's formation in one attack. Apart from the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, there were a few things that could break through the enemy's formation in one strike. Even the giant spirit treasure realm couldn't do it. However, the people from the giant spirit realm were feeling very lucky. In their opinion, Tang Ji's defeat would affect the morale of the 3 groups inside the Octopus Islands. Once their morale was affected, it would be easier to break through the island. Just as the giant spirit treasure ship accelerated, a group of people suddenly went out of the octopus island. There were more than 2,000 people and 3 cyan imperial chariots. Among the 2,000 people, 10 of them showed huge needle-shaped artifacts. This kind of artifact couldn't be classified as a weapon. It looked huge and unwieldy. In order to keep the imitation spirit snake needles a mystery, the needles were kept straight and unmoving. This way, all of them would look like needle-shaped weapons. The group didn't divide themselves into 3, instead, they arranged themselves in a battle formation led by Tang Wen. The 3 cyan imperial chariots were in front of them. Tang Wen looked on as the giant spirit treasure ship got faster and faster. Just as he was wondering how to command the 8 cyan imperial chariots, the 3 chariots moved and lined up in front of the treasure ship. Then they all charged forward without any hesitation. Bali stood on the bow of the ship and looked at the charging 8 cyan imperial chariots with disdain. He recognized the 8 cyan imperial chariots very well. The giant spirit realm has a couple of them. To be honest, although it was a large artifact, it was among the weakest of them. If it was attacked by enough normal artifacts, it would be destroyed, let alone other large artifacts. If the 8 cyan imperial chariots go head-to-head against other large artifacts, it would no doubt be destroyed. In Bali's mind, Tangji's move to attack the giant spirit treasure ship with the 8 cyan imperial chariots was done so in an act of desperation. The giant treasure ship would eradicate the chariots in a blink of an eye. Seeing the 3 cyan imperial chariots beginning to charge, Tang Wen immediately commanded the 10 cultivators that had the imitation spirit snake needles to divide into groups and follow the charge of the chariots. Behind the chariots, the fake spirit snake needles followed one by one. After so many impacts, the giant spirit treasure ship's momentum should have decreased by a lot. Bang! And 8 cyan imperial chariots collided with the giant spirit treasure realm. However, contrary to what Bali thought, the chariot didn't break and was instead just thrown away. Just as Bali looked at the chariot that was flung away, the second chariot crashed into the treasure ship. And just like the first one, it was just thrown away. Then soon it was followed by the third chariot. After hitting 3 cyan imperial chariots, the speed of the giant spirit treasure ship was somewhat reduced. Bali was able to notice this. He frowned slightly as he turned to the person beside him and said, "What's happening?" "It's just 3 cyan imperial chariots." "Why did the ship slow down?" The person beside Bali was his aide. This person was only at the transcending tribulation stage and wasn't the strongest among his peers. However, he was very good at pleasing Bali, so he became his assistant. Among the giant spirit realm, there were a lot of foxes wearing a tiger's skin around Bali. However, this person was indeed smart. Upon hearing Bali, he immediately said, "I'll immediately ask." "My lord, please wait for a moment." Then he turned around and went towards the ship's control room. The giant spirit treasure ship has a control room. Inside it were plenty of formations being controlled by about 100 transcending tribulation experts. These people mainly operate the ship, making sure that it runs smoothly. They also provide energy to the ship occasionally. Also, there's a huge formation that burns spirit stones for the ship. It can be said that this magic circle was the true power source of the ship. Bali's trusted aide arrived at the control room and immediately shouted, "What's the matter?" "My lord asks why the ship slowed down just after 3 attacks from 8 cyan imperial chariots." Although the people in the control room looked down on this person, they didn't express their discontent lest they offend Bali. One of them replied, "Please tell Sir Bali that the ship has yet to arrive at its full speed before it got hit by the other party, so it could only slow down. If the other party keeps attacking, The treasure ship would stop soon. When the aide heard this, he quickly got out of the room and returned to Bali's side to give his report. "My lord, the people in the control room said that the treasure ship had yet to reach its maximum speed before it hit the chariots. Also, if the other party keeps things this way, then the ship would stop before long." As soon as Bali heard this, his complexion couldn't help but sink. He looked at the mana and said, "Tell them that if the treasure ship gets stopped, retreat once more. But they need to make sure that the ship doesn't get stopped the third time." The reason why Bali didn't blame the people from the control room was because he discovered that the needle-shaped artifacts from the 100 Treasures realm were now heading towards the ship. With a barrage of rumbling noise, the treasure ship did indeed stop, then it promptly retreated. But at this moment, Bali's aide delivered his order to the control room. This time, the treasure ship retreated much farther. Tang Wen also noticed this and his expression couldn't help but change. He knew what the other part was doing, so he immediately commanded his men to run forward. Seeing the people from the 100 Treasures realm chasing them, Bali's expression turned ugly. He immediately commanded, "Send out 2,000 people to block them." Bali's order was immediately passed and 2,000 people disembarked from the treasure ship to intercept Tang Wen and the others. Seeing this, Tang Wen knit his brows. If they were restrained by the other party, then they wouldn't have any means to tail the giant spirit treasure ship. This will allow the ship to have enough room to speed up. The greater momentum the ship has, the harder it would be to block. Just as Tang Wen was wondering what to do, Tang Ji's voice was heard, "Little Wen, stop chasing and head back. Don't go too far from the octopus islands." Although Tang Wen didn't understand why, he still directed the group back to the octopus islands. They stopped where they were before. There's still some distance from the octopus islands, but it's not very far. It's still possible for the octopus islands to help them. When the people from the giant spirit realm saw that Tang Wen and the others had retreated, they thought that they were afraid. So they got excited and charged immediately. Seeing this, Tang Wen frowned, but he arranged his people to defend. It must be known that there were only 500 people from the 100 Treasures realm and 2,000 people from the world of cultivation and the zoo race. In this case, it would be impossible for them to face the 2,000 people from the giant spirit realm head-on. Because of this, they can only take the defensive position right now. At this time, Tang Wen saw the giant spirit treasure ship stopping. This meant that the ship was about to begin its third charge. However, they were tied down right now, so it was already impossible for them to block the ship. Tang Wen couldn't help but be secretly anxious. However, it was useless for him to worry. Now that they had been entangled by the people from the giant spirit realm, they could no longer block the giant spirit treasure ship. If the treasure ship hits the guardian formation of the octopus islands, then it would definitely cause heavy damage to the formation. At this moment, the giant spirit treasure ship fully stopped. Then it slowly began to accelerate. Its third charge has begun. Just as the giant spirit treasure ship began its third charge, a large crowd of people suddenly came out of the octopus islands. Commanded by Tang Ji, they formed a huge human net as they killed their way towards the people of the giant spirit realm. Tang Ji brought no less than 2,000 people with him, 1,000 of them from the 100 Treasures realm. This caused the people from the giant spirit realm to be held back. Moreover, the people from the giant spirit realm found that they had been surrounded by all sides. They only have one way to move into, and that was behind them. The people from the giant spirit realm didn't think much about their situation as they began to organize themselves and slowly retreat. It could be seen from this that the giant spirit realm had high combat literacy. They retreated in an orderly manner without suffering any losses. Because of the assault from Tang Ji and the others, The people from the giant spirit realm were too focused that they failed to notice what was behind them. The giant spirit treasure ship was slowly decelerating. On its bow was a pale-faced Bali. Chapter 1466, Deviation? Bali's complexion was pale as he looked in front of him. He didn't think that he would be bound by Tangji. He sent out 2,000 people in order to deal with Tangwen and the others, but they were instead driven to the giant spirit treasure ship by Tangji. They were sent to the path of the treasure ship, blocking the ship's path. Needless to say, the giant spirit treasure ship was very big, so shifting its direction would be difficult. It needs a large curve in order to change its direction. Tangji and the others noticed this, so when the giant spirit treasure ship began to move, Tangji led his people out in order to force the people from the giant spirit realm towards the ship's route. Since it happened quickly, it became impossible for the treasure ship to shift its course. The people from the giant spirit realm were so busy keeping Tangji and the others out that they failed to notice that they had been forced towards the giant spirit treasure ship's path. Bali's position in the giant spirit realm was high, so it's impossible for him to ignore the death of 2,000 of his people, especially when it's the realm's ship that would smash into them. So when he saw this, the giant spirit treasure ship had to slow down. Bali felt aggrieved. He was actually forced to stop the ship using this method. However, there's nothing more to say about this, so he gave a command: send 2,000 people to save the others. His people complied and immediately sent out 2,000 people to rescue the others. Then they returned to the ship as it slowly retreated once more. Seeing the giant spirit treasure ship retreating, Tangwen immediately led his people forward. He also maintained a great distance between them and the ship. When he saw Tangwen's action, Bali couldn't help but clench his jaws. Tangwen was like a gum stuck in their hair. It was very hard to get rid of them. If they back off, they would follow, but they always kept their distance. Even if Bali wanted to attack them, they would still have time to retreat. And behind Tangwen, there was Tangji's group. Bali was aware that if he sent everyone out, they would have a hard time defeating Tangwen's 20,000-man army. It's possible for the giant spirit treasure ship to hit the Octopus Islands formation on its own, but it was clear that Tangji and the others would have a way to deal with it. Tangji can battle it out with Bali's group and still send people to use large artifacts in order to block the giant spirit treasure ship. As the matter stands, Bali has a hard time getting the advantage. When he thought of this, Bali couldn't help but develop a headache. He has no counter to Tangji's tactics. It would have been great if Tangji and the others didn't have a way to block the giant spirit treasure ship, but the problem was that Tangji had the means to stop the ship. The giant spirit treasure ship was Bali's greatest weapon in dealing with the Octopus Islands Guardian formation. Without the ship, it would be very hard for the giant spirit realm to break through. The giant spirit treasure ship kept retreating back. In fact, the giant spirit treasure ship already had enough distance in order to ram the Octopus Islands with full speed. However, Tangwen and the others were following them. If the giant spirit treasure ship initiated its charge right now, then they would no doubt be blocked by Tangwen. Bali clenched his teeth and said, "Retreat to a safe distance. Let's wait until they no longer follow us." I don't believe they will follow us far back. Actually, the other people on the ship knew about this. They were also aware that it was impossible for the people of the 100 Treasures realm to follow them. However, they still felt aggrieved by the situation. Sure enough, just like Bali thought, when they retreated 1,500 kilometers away, Tangwen and the others no longer followed them. Bali saw this but didn't stop the ship. They still kept retreating. Then they stopped and then began their fourth charge. At this time, Tangwen and the others were slowly retreating. In their retreat, they left people behind in certain intervals. These people weren't from the 100 Treasures realm but instead were people from the Zoo race. Once they separated from the group, they immediately entered stealth. Tang Wen stopped at about 500 li away from the Octopus Islands. This distance was enough for the people from the Octopus Islands to save them if a situation occurs. They would also have enough time to return to the Octopus Islands. Ba Li was relieved when Tang Wen and the others retreated. He stood on the bow and then grit his teeth as he waved his hand and roared, "Charge!" He used his roar to remove the suffocating feeling in his heart. The giant spirit treasure ship slowly moved forward. Its speed from the very beginning was slow and would pick up as time went by. When it traveled 300 li, the ship was already at its peak speed. To be honest, the time it took for the ship to wind up made Ba Li feel helpless. However, he knew that if the ship wasn't as big as it was, it wouldn't have as much power as it would have. Before long, the giant spirit treasure ship entered the vicinity of the Octopus Islands. Seeing Tang Wen and the others, a smile appeared on Ba Li's face. When the treasure ship was 800 li away from the islands, a group of people suddenly appeared on its left side. This group of people belonged to the Zoo race. There were very few of them, about 10. When this group of people appeared, they immediately took out a huge needle that was 100 meters long. Then the flying needle flew straight towards the ship. There was a bang as the needle hit the left side of the ship. The hull of the ship shook slightly but its speed didn't decrease at all. The ship kept flying forward but the group from the Zoo race disappeared after taking the flying needle back. Ba Li looked at the direction where the Zoo race people vanished. He frowned but didn't say anything. The ship was still advancing forward. With how fast the giant spirit treasure ship was, it was able to traverse more than 10 li in a blink of an eye. At this time, another Zoo race team appeared and did the same as the group before them. Upon hitting the ship with their needle, they immediately disappeared. Ba Li's brows wrinkled tighter. He wasn't afraid that the ship would be destroyed. In fact, he had absolute confidence in the ship. He knit his brows not because he was worried but instead he was feeling impatient. The people from the Zoo race looked like flies as they continually bothered the giant spirit treasure ship. However, it was also impossible for him to send people to deal with the Zoo race. This was because the treasure ship had reached its maximum speed. People couldn't just leave the ship at this point. With the amount of air pressure present, leaving the ship had become dangerous. If he wanted to send someone to deal with the Zoo race, then Ba Li would have to slow the treasure ship down. This was impossible for Ba Li to do. Even if someone had a knife on his neck, he still wouldn't slow the treasure ship down. Zhao Hai knew that Ba Li was talking about now. Then he would be surprised. Ba Li seems to have turned into a terrorist who would crash his plane in a building no matter what. Ba Li not making the ship slow down didn't surprise the other people on the ship. However, the Zoo race didn't stop because of this. Small groups of Zoo race people appeared one after another, sending needles whenever they appeared. After 10 groups of Zoo race people sent needles towards the ship, they could no longer be seen. Just when Ba Li let out a sigh of relief, 3 cyan imperial chariots appeared and crashed themselves into the ship one by one. Ba Li was so angry that smoke could almost be seen on the top of his head. Fortunately, the ship didn't slow down. They were still crashing towards Tang Wen and the others in front of them. Tang Wen calmly stood in place as he looked at the treasure ship getting closer and closer. Then he turned his head and said, "Are you ready?" The people beside him nodded and said, "We're ready." Tang Wen nodded. Then he waved his hand and said, "Disperse." Just as Tang Wen said that, the people beside him ran off in all directions. It doesn't seem like they were retreating. Instead, they looked defeated as they scattered. Seeing the actions of Tang Wen and the others, Ba Li couldn't help but laugh. Then he turned to his aide and said, see that? Those fellows are really cowards." They were immediately frightened and dispersed. "Ha ha ha ha." "Too laughable," Bali's aide hastily replied. "They're truly cowards." Seeing my lord, they would naturally disperse. Although he clearly knew that this wasn't the case, Bali still patted his aide's shoulder in praise. However, Bali quickly discovered that something wasn't right. Their route had deviated. According to their flight path, they would fly past the Octopus Islands. Seeing this, Bali's proud expression immediately turned dark. Then he angrily roared, "Do those idiots in the control room not know how to steer the ship? Why did our path change?" Nobody replied, turned his head to his aide and said, "Ask those idiots in the control room what happened." The aide nodded and then immediately left. Actually, the aide already knew what happened, but he didn't have any guts to express his thoughts, or else he would bear Bali's anger alone. Therefore, he ran towards the control room. But he didn't ask why the path deviated. Instead he asked, "Can we change directions?" The person in the control room bitterly smiled and said, "We don't have enough time." The other party has obviously included this in their calculations. "After the last attack on the ship, we can no longer change back." The aide smiled bitterly as he turned around and returned to the bow. Bali's eyes were spitting fire at the Octopus Islands as they passed right by it. However, there was no way to salvage the situation. He knew that the reason why the ship changed its path was because of the attacks made by the zoo race along the way. Chapter 1467, Thousand Flower Rain. In fact, the situation wasn't difficult to understand at all. The giant spirit treasure ship at full speed was like a truck that was stocked full. It's difficult to stop the truck from the front, but it's easy to divert its direction from the side. The people from the zoo race were carrying the fake spirit snake needles. Without much support, these needles couldn't damage the treasure ship. However, every 5 blows to the ship was done by Severed Soul Expert, which caused its impact to be heavier than usual. So before Bali knew it, the treasure ship was shifted off course. Besides the zoo race using the fake spirit snake needles, there's also Zhao Hai's 8 cyan imperial chariots. Each of their crashes caused the ship to change its direction by a bit. These changes didn't happen at once. Only through multiple collisions did the ship's direction change. This caused the people in the control room to be late in discovering the deviation. In fact, when the first strike arrived, the control room no longer had any way to control the direction of the ship. So even if they want to change its direction, they would no longer be able to do so. Seeing the giant spirit treasure ship brush past the Octopus Islands, Tangji couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder as he said, "Little Hai, good job." "That was a good idea." "Ha ha ha." Bali's expression was wonderful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "After this, I think Bali would understand his faults. We should request reinforcements. The true battle is about to come." Tangji's expression calmed. Then he nodded and said, "Right, the real battle is coming. However, it would take a few days before their side sends more people." "We have enough time." "Right, Little Hai. I have good news. The realm will send us 5,000 people as reinforcements. Moreover, they will bring enough materials with them in order to make more fake spirit snake needles." Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Tang, you don't want me to give each of you a fake spirit snake needle, right?" "To be honest, there's no need to make so many imitations. Also, I can't refine all the time, and the imitations aren't as flexible and strong as the real one. Even if it's used by Severed Soul Experts, it can only be as strong as the 8 cyan imperial chariots. It's big, but transcending tribulation experts can't use it to break guardian formations, and it also couldn't be used several times. It's not worth it making a lot of them. Tangji sighed and said, I'm aware of that, but Little Hai, you should know something about the giant spirit realm. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, the giant spirit realm has one of the best large artifacts. In the past, the 100 treasures realm suffered against them because of these artifacts. Large artifacts are much better compared to ordinary artifacts. If we want to deal with the giant spirit realm, then your fake spirit snake needles will be important. We'll have to trouble you in making them. Hearing Tangji, Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, rest assured, I'll do whatever I can. Tangji nodded. Then he said, there's also refining masters coming alongside the reinforcements. When the time comes, I'll have to shamelessly ask you to tell them the method of making the fake spirit snake needles. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the method isn't that extraordinary. Don't worry, once they're here, I'll give them the quantities of materials as well as the formations needed to make the spirit snake needles. Tangji nodded. Then he turned his head towards the giant spirit treasure ship and said, if we can defeat the giant spirit realm this time, then the 100 treasures realm would gain a huge advantage, and Little Hai will be the hero of the 100 treasures realm. The realm wouldn't treat you unfairly. The reason why Tangji told Zhao Hai about this was because he already told Zhao Hai that he would bring him to the 100 treasures realm when all of this was over. Zhao Hai would officially join the 100 treasures realm. When he heard what Tangji said, Zhao Hai only smiled faintly and didn't say anything. To be honest, he didn't have any interest in joining the 100 treasures realm. He already knew the 100 treasures realm's cultivation methods as well as the giant spirit realms. What he needed was the methods of the other realms. So what he wanted to do was to look at the other realms to find something new. What Zhao Hai cared the most was the origin of the 6 realms battlefield and the 10,000 realm battlefield. He wanted to know the people behind these subspaces. Tangji looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile. By this point, his appreciation towards Zhao Hai knows no honor nor disgrace. Zhao Hai was a person who did great things. Tangji could now understand Kong Miao. In the past, he found it strange that Kong Miao would confide with Zhao Hai whenever he makes a decision. But after seeing Zhao Hai's abilities, Tangji understood why Kong Miao did so. In fact, he was now similar to Kong Miao. No matter what happens, he would discuss it with Zhao Hai. Under everyone's gaze, the giant spirit treasure ship took a large turn and went into the distance once more. Its speed had also slowed down. It seems like Bali has discovered their weakness. The weakness of Bali's group was just a scant few. If they had enough manpower, then they would be able to stop the attacks of the Zhu race and also restrain Tangji's group. They would no longer think about many things, but because they lacked people, they could only be suppressed time and time again. This irritated Bali. However, although he was annoyed, Bali knew that they couldn't go on like this. So after the ship slowed down, he turned to his side and said, let's leave the Octopus Islands area and immediately send a message back to the realm. Let them send reinforcements as soon as possible. Someone beside him took the order and left the giant spirit treasure ship. In a short while, they left the Octopus Islands region and disappeared. Seeing the giant spirit treasure ship heading back, the people on the Octopus Islands cheered. They knew that this wasn't the end to the giant spirit realm, but this also meant that they won the first confrontation. It must be known that this win wasn't easy to obtain. They had to save part of their strength so that the giant treasure ship wouldn't retreat immediately. They had to make Bali and the others think that the Octopus Islands were vulnerable. From what happened, it's clear that they were doing very well. Moreover, the people that the giant spirit realm sent this time weren't weak. Not only did they send the giant spirit treasure ship, There's also 5,000 people from the giant spirit realm. 5,000 wasn't a small number. Actually, the people most excited were the people from the world of cultivation and the zoo race. For a long time, people from high-grade realms had always been beyond their reach. When they looked at them, they always felt that those people were kings. As long as the giant spirit realm sends 3,000–4,000 people, then they would be able to drive out lower-grade realms from the 10,000 realm battlefield. But now, they were actually able to defeat the people from the giant spirit realm. Although this was greatly due to Tangji, no matter what, didn't they contribute? Moreover, they also exerted a lot of effort, so this was enough to make them feel proud. Tangji glanced at the people cheering around him and faintly smiled. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, let's head back." Little Wen, arrange people to stand guard against the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Tang Wen nodded. Then he went over to Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun in order to arrange the sentries. Zhao Hai returned to the Octopus Islands with Tangji and the others. Tangji had everyone take a rest while he took Kong Miao, Zhu Wuzun, Tangji, and Zhao Hai back to his residence. After settling themselves inside the residence, Tangji smiled and said, "I really didn't expect Ba Li to head back too soon. I reckon he's burning with anger right now and preparing troops in order to begin his second attack." The people present chuckled. They were in a very good mood after repelling a powerful enemy. Although they haven't killed anybody, they were still glad with the result. Tangji looked at everyone and said, "The reinforcements from the realm should arrive soon. The first batch will arrive in 2 hours. When the time comes, I'll have to ask Mr. Zhu Wuzun to help me arrange their accommodation." Zhu Wuzun immediately nodded and said, "Captain Tang can rest assured, I'll take care of it." "Right. Who will be commanding the reinforcements?" Kong Miao also paid attention when he heard this. To be honest, they were a bit worried. Tangji has been polite towards them because the world of cultivation and the zoo race were stronger when combined. But as soon as the 100 Treasures realm's reinforcements arrive, the strength of the 100 Treasures realm here would increase. When that time comes, it would be very hard to tell if the 100 Treasures realm would maintain their attitude. The one most worried about this was Zhu Wuzun. The world of cultivation didn't have to worry a lot since Zhao Hai would be joining the 100 Treasures realm. The people from the 100 Treasures realm look at the monk's face and see the Buddha, so they wouldn't treat the world of cultivation unfairly. Moreover, the world of cultivation betrayed the giant spirit realm, so they were very useful for the 100 Treasures realm. But the zoo race was different. In the past, the zoo race didn't have the qualifications to become subordinated to the 100 Treasures realm. And with the zoo race's bad reputation, if the 100 Treasures realm didn't treat them well, then they couldn't do anything. If the 100 Treasures realm always listened to Tangji's words, then Zhu Wuzun wouldn't be too worried. After all, Tangji was very polite to them, and being comrades in battle, Tangji shouldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. But if another person from the 100 Treasures realm assumes command, then things would be hard to predict. Who knows how the reinforcements would see them? After all, the zoo race had always been unwelcomed in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Tangji was also a smart person, so he immediately understood Zhu Wuzun's concerns. He smiled and said, "The commander of the group is my senior brother Mu Yu. He is my senior brother from the same master. Our relationship with each other is very good and he takes very good care of me. He is also a powerhouse in the 100 Treasures realm. There's almost no one of his generation that is as famous as him. Since he's leading the reinforcements, we have nothing to worry about." Hearing Mu Yu's name, Zhu Wuzun couldn't help but stare. Then his face lit up as he said, "Do you mean Mu Yu, the 1,000 Flower Rain?" Tangji smiled faintly and said, Senior brother is the most powerful expert of the young generation. His 1000-flower reign is very well known in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Hearing this, Zhao Hai and Kong Miao knew who Miu Yu was. It must be known that Miu Yu was the most powerful expert among the 100 Treasures realm's younger generation. However, he handles things very low-key. Therefore, not everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew about him. Nevertheless, he was written on the records of the world of cultivation. The reason why Miu Yu was recorded was his artifact. Miu Yu's artifact was known as the 1000-flower rain. The same name was given to his technique. It was said that this artifact was researched and made by Miu Yu himself. When using it, one would feel as though they were plunged into a sea of flowers. Mist came along with the flowers as well as the drizzle of rain. It had a beautiful and charming look to it. However, almost everyone who saw this scenery has died. Nobody knows how he uses his artifact, nor did anybody see what it looked like. Because of this, Miu Yu was placed in the Do Not Offend lists of many realms. 1000-flower rain was not Miu Yu's only nickname, he was also called the 1000-flower emperor. And in the jade slip of the world of cultivation, Miu Yu's nickname was exactly that. For a while, Zhao Hai and Kong Miao didn't know who Miu Yu was, but upon hearing his nickname, they immediately remembered. Tangji wasn't lying. Miu Yu's 1000-flower reign was indeed very famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. He was especially famous among high-grade realms, but because of his covert activities, the name Miu Yu wasn't very known. Moreover, Miu Yu only goes against high-grade realms and never lower-grade realms. Hearing that it was Miu Yu who would lead the reinforcements, Zhao Hai and Kong Miao were also happy. Miu Yu had a great reputation. With him and his 5,000 men, the protection of the Octopus Islands would no longer be a problem. Tangji looked at everyone and said, "Mr. Zhu Wuzhan, please arrange the residences of the reinforcing army." Mr. Kong Miao, please rest first, I still have something to say to Little Hai and Little Wen. Chapter 1468, Tangji's Discovery. After Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzhan left, Tangji turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, tell me the truth, what divergent ability do you have?" Hearing Tangji, Zhao Hai replied, "About my ability, I think it's already well known. It's nothing serious." Tangji looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I'm not talking about your spatial ability. We all know about it. What I mean is, don't you have another divergent ability?" Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. Did Tangji discover the existence of the space? However, this shouldn't be the case. Zhao Hai quickly recalled what he did to expose the space. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Tangji smiled and said, "I think I guessed right. You really do have another ability. Tell me, does it have something to do with reconstruction?" Hearing Tangji, Zhao Hai stared. But he was now prepared, so he revealed a startled expression. When he saw this, Tangji knew that he had hit the mark. Then in a light tone he said, "Did I guess correctly? I heard that someone from the demon puppet realm has a strange ability. Because of him, the demon puppet realm managed to obtain so many refining techniques as well as methods to make artifacts. You have the same ability, right?" Zhao Hai relaxed as soon as he heard this. If this was what Tangji discovered, then everything's fine. As long as the space was kept secret, then he could reveal other things. Zhao Hai looked at Tangji and then sighed as he said, "Actually, my ability doesn't only reconstruct, it can also synthesize materials like refining. I can combine whatever materials I want, making my refining much easier." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tangji laughed and said, "Fantastic. Then as long as we deal with the giant spirit treasure ship, can you get its refining method, the artifacts and materials used to make it, as well as the proportion of materials?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, as long as we can get the giant spirit treasure ship, I can reconstruct it. And if we have enough materials, we can make as many giant spirit treasure ships as we want. Tang Ji's eyes shone, then he laughed and said, good. That's good. How about the formation-breaking spirit snake needle? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's the same, as long as you give me enough materials, I can make formation-breaking spirit snake needles. Tang Ji laughed as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. Then he said, that's good. With this, your status in the 100 Treasures realm would surpass me in no time. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ji in confusion as he said, why, even if I can refine items, I can't be the only refining master in the 100 Treasures realm, right? Tang Ji looked at Zhao Hai and then shook his head as he said, kid, you don't even know how lucky you are. Are you even aware that refining can fail? Even the refining of ordinary artifacts can fail. If you can reach a success rate of 20%, then you are already considered as a top refining master. As for powerful artifacts like the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, the success rate of making it is less than 1%, so many materials are wasted in making it. Even if there's a 1% success rate, not everyone has so many materials to waste. Therefore, top refining masters are respected in many realms, and not everyone is like you, being able to refine artifacts with a 100% success rate. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, it's not that I have a 100% success rate, it's just that I can decompose my failures and use them to refine once more. It can be seen that I have a 100% success rate, but I'm just not wasting any materials. Tang Ji laughed and said, that's still very great. Little Hai, with you, the 100 Treasures realm will increase in strength. To tell you the truth, the 100 Treasures realm has already amassed a lot of treasures. However, we have too few refining masters. Once you join, those treasures will be turned into powerful weapons. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ji and said, Brother Tang, you didn't think about the greatest use of my ability. What do you do to damaged artifacts or artifacts you gained after looting dead enemies? Hearing Zhao Hai, Tang Ji's eyes lit up as he said, those things, you can reuse them and make them into new artifacts? Damn, I didn't think of that. If that is the case, then this is much bigger than I thought it would be. Tang Ji stood up and walked around the room. Once his excitement has sizzled down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, are you confident that we can deal with the giant spirit treasure ship? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm very confident. That unwieldy thing isn't a threat to me. It'll be easy to defeat it. Tang Ji knit his brows and said, Little Hai, don't be too overconfident. The giant spirit treasure ship isn't that weak. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Brother Tang, rest assured, I wouldn't be complacent. Look at this. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a formation-breaking spirit snake needle appeared in front of him. This spirit snake needle didn't have the stiffness that the fake spirit snake needles had. It looked incredibly flexible. Most importantly, it looked more flexible than the real formation-breaking spirit snake needle. Tang Ji stared and couldn't help but touch the spirit snake needle. Naturally, he couldn't see anything special. He scanned it with his spiritual force but was still unable to find something out. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, What is this? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, It's my artifact, liquid silver. You should have information about it. This is the masterpiece of a genius refiner of the world of cultivation. He modeled it after the Void Temple's 10,000 transformation staff. It's made very well, but he wasn't able to finish the last step. Afterward, I finished it and completed the last step. In my hand, this artifact can transform at will and even fuse with artifacts that I refine. As you can see, this formation-breaking spirit snake needle is an imitation, but it's much better than the imitations I made. Its actual power isn't bad. As long as we stop the giant spirit treasure ship, I can use this to break its defensive formation. In addition to our other artifacts, even if the giant spirit treasure ship's defense is strong, I'm afraid it still wouldn't be able to withstand it. Tang Ji's expression turned brighter and brighter as he listened to Zhao Hai. Then he laughed and said, "All right, then I'll trust your confidence. Ha ha ha. Good. Let's see if the giant spirit realm continues to be arrogant after this." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. Tang Ji thought about the situation more, and after some time he looked at Zhao Hai and Tang Wen. "Little Hai, little Wen, let's go wait for Big Brother Mu at the transmission formations. I reckon they will be arriving soon." Zhao Hai and Tang Wen complied as they stood up and followed Tang Ji out. When he got outside, Tang Ji asked two people from the 100 Treasures realm to inform Zhu Wuzun and Kong Miao and ask them to head to the transmission formations. Mu Yu had a high status in the 100 Treasures realm. Like Tang Ji, he was seen as a key genius that needs to be cultivated. Mu Yu was also being trained to be a future head of the 100 Treasures realm. There's no need for Tang Ji to express Mu Yu's status. Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun would still meet him. If Mu Yu and the others think that they had been neglected, then Zhu Wuzun and the others would regret it very much. Before long, the group arrived at the transmission formation. The allocated area was huge. After looking at the transmission formations, Tang Ji turned to Zhu Wuzun and said, "Mr. Zhu Wuzun, have the accommodations been prepared?" Zhu Wuzun nodded and said, "Captain Tang, rest assured, everything has been prepared. Once the reinforcements arrive, they can move in immediately. There's no need to worry." Tang Ji nodded and said, "Is there any information coming from the sentries outside?" The sentries that Tang Ji meant were the Zhu race that were tasked as lookouts. After all, at this point, only Zhao Hai had the means to detect them here in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Even the giant spirit realm would find it difficult to detect the Zhu race. The main purpose of these sentries was monitoring the giant spirit realm, preventing Bali and the others from making any surprise attack. The farthest sentry location was 10,000 li away from the Octopus Islands. If the giant spirit realm wanted to attack, the Octopus Islands would have enough time to react. Zhu Wuzun replied, "The last report I got was an hour ago. Nothing has happened yet. It seems like the giant spirit realm has retreated. I think they're waiting for reinforcements." Tang Ji nodded and said, "It's just as we expected." Bali went back to get more manpower before attacking once more. This time they will have a lot more people. Even if we have reinforcements, we still need to be careful. Based on our previous fights against the giant spirit realm, the giant spirit realm would bring about 50,000 people this time. Maybe they'll bring even more. Hearing this, Zhu Wuzun and Kong Miao's expression turned ugly. Zhu Wuzun muttered, 50,000 people? If we add Bali's group, then wouldn't they number 55,000? Tang Ji nodded and said, "And it could be much more, not less." Even if senior brother Mu Yu arrives with his reinforcements, they will only number 30,000 people, almost half of the giant spirit realm. Because of this, we need to take advantage of every situation as possible. Zhu Wuzun and Kong Miao nodded. Their expressions were somewhat heavy. They knew that losing this war meant that the world of cultivation and the Zhu race would lose thousands of people. The giant spirit realm might not be able to do anything to the 100 Treasures realm, but they will certainly retaliate against the world of cultivation and the Zhu race. Chapter 1469, Mu Yu. A white light flashed from the transmission formation before 100 figures appeared. Once the light dimmed down, Tang Ji and the others were finally able to see the people who arrived. Leading the 100 people was a man who looked 30 years old. He had elegant long hair that was tied casually in a ponytail. His eyes were bright and his face had a warm smile. Along with his fair skin, the man looked mild-mannered and cultured. He's not very handsome, but his temperament made him attractive. He doesn't look like a person who experienced many battles. He was more like a scholar who was gentle and polite. He gives a warm and peaceful feeling. Although he was wearing black clothing, the impression he gave people wasn't threatening at all. However, upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Actually, this man has the same temperament as him. Zhao Hai believed that this person was incredibly dangerous. After all, this person was an expert at hidden weapons. What do hidden weapons do? They were used for assassination. These weapons strike when you least expect them. People who use hidden weapons don't show their presence too much. The more you don't pay attention, the more advantageous it would be for them. Tang Ji's aura was extremely revealing, so he wasn't good in this aspect of being a hidden weapons master. This made Mu Yu a terrifying person. Although Tang Ji has yet to make an introduction, Zhao Hai already knew that this person was Mu Yu. However, Zhao Hai didn't look at Mu Yu for long as he shifted his attention to the people who arrived with him. At this time, Tang Ji stepped forward and welcomed Mu Yu with a salute. "Senior brother." Zhao Hai followed along and gave a salute. He guessed right. This person was indeed Mu Yu. Mu Yu chuckled and said, "Little Ji, you're too polite. When did you ever call me senior brother? Do you want me to beat you?" Hearing Mu Yu, Tang Ji couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Big brother Mu, aren't there other people here? No matter what, you still have to acknowledge your seniority, right? Let me introduce you. This is Zhao Hai. The realm already agreed for me to bring him back after this matter is over. From now on, Little Hai is one of us." Zhao Hai took a step forward as he bowed and said, "I have seen senior brother Mu Yu." Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Don't be so polite. Just like Little Ji, you can call me Big Brother Mu from now on." "Little Hai, your name has become very loud in the 100 Treasures realm, ha ha ha." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Big Brother Mu, don't terrify me. You're making me embarrassed." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh as he said, "I don't intend to embarrass you. But now that you say this, I really want to embarrass you." Tang Ji smiled and then said, "Big brother Mu, this is Grandmaster Kong Miao and Grandmaster Zhu Wuzun." Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun stepped forward and said, "I have seen Mr. Mu Yu." Mu Yu nodded as he smiled and said, "The 100 Treasures realm is blessed with the two of your realms joining us." "On behalf of the 100 Treasures realm, Mu Yu thanks you both." Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun hastily replied, "We don't dare accept Mr.'s gratitude." Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, "All right, there's no need to be too polite." "Little Ji, do we have a place to stay in? These folks need to rest while we talk about the details of what happened." Tang Ji immediately took care of things. Mu Yu's people were settled in while Mu Yu was given his own residence. This residence was very big, much bigger than the one Tang Ji had. The interior decoration was done very well. It seems like this was the best residence that the Zhu race could give. After settling inside the residence, Tang Ji explained the situation of the war to Mu Yu. The performance of Zhao Hai and the others have also been reported. Mu Yu listened to the report carefully. When Tang Ji was finished, Mu Yu let out a long breath and said, "All right. You did really great." "The giant spirit realm just retreated but hasn't left. They will prepare for a large-scale attack. We need to be careful moving forward." Tang Ji nodded and said, "We also think the same." Right now, The greatest threat we have is the giant spirit treasure ship, so as long as we restrain it, the giant spirit realm would find it very hard to attack the octopus islands." Yu nodded and said, "That's true, but both of our hands need to be prepared. The giant spirit realm also has its own formation-breaking spirit snake needle. It's not impossible for them to send it over as well. Besides, are you confident in dealing with the giant spirit treasure ship?" Tangji smiled and said, "Senior brother can rest assured. There will be no problem. Did you see the fake spirit needle that I sent back? As long as we have several of it, then the giant spirit treasure ship is not a problem." Yu nodded. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and smiled. "Little Hai is truly gifted by the heavens. The fake spirit snake needles still retain their powerful might. We tried it out by breaking formation and it's really powerful. I believe it will have no problems dealing with the giant spirit treasure ship." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Mu is overpraising me. The fake spirit snake needles have a lot of weak points. Compared to the real thing, it's still too far." Yu laughed and said, "You don't need to be too polite. Quality items like the formation-breaking spirit snake needle aren't easy to make. Being able to refine imitations of it is already a formidable ability. I'm afraid we'll be using the fake spirit snake needles a lot during our battle against the giant spirit realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If the artifact is good, then it naturally needs to be used. Big brother Mu praises me too much." Yu waved his hand and stopped discussing the topic. Instead, he turned to Tangji and said, "Is there any news about the giant spirit realm's side?" Tangji shook his head and said, "There's nothing coming from their side. But I'm certain that the giant spirit realm has no presence in a 10,000 li radius around the octopus islands. I currently don't know where they are." "Little Hai, do you have any idea?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know. They're currently staying at the base of the Imperial Spirit Sect. They're recuperating as well as waiting for their reinforcements." Yu nodded. "I'm aware of the Imperial Spirit Sect. That should be the people from the Imperial Spirit Realm. They're an upper mid-grade realm." Then while he was talking, he took out a mirror artifact and used it. The mirror flashed for a while before a map appeared, then the map became three-dimensional. After that, the map moved fast and then stopped on a certain place. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the map and saw that it depicted the territory of the giant spirit realm. In the area covered on the map, there's a red point. Yu pointed towards it and then the map enlarged, showing a place close to the octopus islands. Then Yu gestured towards the place and said, "This is the base of the Imperial Spirit Sect. It'll take 3 days of travel from here to there. If they use transmission formations to send their reinforcements, they should be here in a few days." What Yu said was correct. Although Bali's group was able to reach the Imperial Spirit Sect's base quickly, that was because they were using the giant spirit treasure ship. If a person flew normally, then they would take at least 3 days. Yu looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, are you sure that they're in the Imperial Spirits Sect?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm sure. Several of my small undead latched onto the giant spirit treasure ship. I should not be wrong." Yu nodded and said, "Can you spot the reinforcements arriving?" Zhao Hai replied, "I can." But the giant spirit treasure ship had just arrived. Their reinforcements had yet to arrive, but I reckon they'll be there soon. Yu nodded. "Continue monitoring them. If someone from the giant spirit realm arrives, immediately inform me. Also, count how many reinforcements arrived." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, Big Brother Mu can rest assured." Zhao Hai knew that Yu was worried that the giant spirit realm would bring a formation-breaking spirit snake needle with them. If they really did, then things would be troublesome. Yu looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I have good news. When you migrated out of the world of cultivation's base, the realm's second plan has begun. Right now, what we have to do is to resist the attack of the giant spirit realm. The longer we hold them off, the more advantageous it would be for the 100 Treasures realm. It's best if there are more giant spirit realm natives in the reinforcements. This way, their reputation would get a greater hit when we succeed. As long as we restrain the giant spirit realm here, then the realm would give them a huge surprise. This Mu will have to rely on everyone. Everyone replied, "We're willing to follow Mr.'s orders." Mu nodded. "I know that the world of cultivation and the zoo race have some worries. After all, you fought against the 100 Treasures realm before. Let me tell you, our 100 Treasures realm wouldn't collect debts after things have settled. I can vow on my heart's devil that the 100 Treasures realm would keep its word and protect you." Hearing Mu, Kan Miao and Zhu Wuzun were completely assured. It must be known that a vow on one's heart's devil was especially important to a cultivator. Therefore, Kan Miao and Zhu Wuzun stood up simultaneously and said, "We're willing to give our lives to the 100 Treasures realm." Chapter 1470, Furnace Formation. Mu looked at Zhao Hai as he chuckled and said, "Little Hai, there are a few refining masters among the reinforcements this time. I'll have to ask you to teach them how to make the fake spirit snake needles." At this time, Kan Miao and Zhu Wuzun already left the room to take care of things. The only people left were Mu, Tang Ji, Tang Wen, and Zhao Hai. Therefore, Mu didn't hesitate to tell this to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Big brother Mu, rest assured, I won't omit any details." Mu gave a satisfied nod. Then he replied, "We will not make you suffer a loss." Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Tang Ji smiled faintly and told Mu about Zhao Hai's ability. Hearing Tang Ji, Mu stared for a moment before a flash of glee appeared on his face. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such an ability. He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, is little Ji telling the truth?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's true." Mu laughed and said, "Good. The heavens are really helping my 100 Treasures realm. Those giant spirit realm fools actually gave you to us. Ha ha ha. They got what they deserved." Zhao Hai chuckled and didn't say anything. Mu turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, let's go meet those refining masters right now so that you can teach them how to make the fake spirit snake needles. I hope that we can make 100 spirit snake needles before the giant spirit realm attacks." Zhao Hai reacted, 100 in just a few days? Mu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Try the best you can. I won't let you do it alone. Those refining masters will help. Moreover, all the materials will be provided by us. You don't have to worry about it." Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at Mu and asked, "Big brother Mu, why do we need to prepare so many spirit snake needles? Although they are large, they're smaller compared to most large artifacts. When faced with large artifacts, the needles wouldn't be able to do much." Mu forced a smile and said, "You might now know, but the main reason why the giant spirit realm can draw out the war against the 100 Treasures realm was because they have a lot of large artifacts. At any critical moment, they can use large artifacts in order to charge at us, causing us to have a hard time." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood Mu's plan. He looked at Mu and said, "You mean you want to use the fake spirit snake needles in order to deal with the giant spirit realm's large artifacts?" Mu nodded and said, "Correct. The giant spirit realm wins over us using their large artifacts. If we destroy their large artifacts, I reckon we can win against them. Although the fake spirit snake needles aren't stronger than large artifacts, we can still use them against the large artifacts. right? What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, he has to agree that Mu Yu was correct. The offensive strength of the fake spirit snake needles is very strong, but because of its shape, it couldn't face large numbers of people on their own. Its impact area was just too small. It might be weaker against armies of people, but it could be said to be a nemesis of large artifacts. Moreover, the fake spirit snake needle's greatest advantage was how cheap it was to make. Although the fake spirit snake needles were still made with good materials, it was a fraction of the materials needed to make the real one. For a high-grade realm like the 100 Treasures realm, finding materials for the fake spirit snake needles was really easy. The spirit snake needles were rocket launchers, while large artifacts were like tanks. A tank can trample on the enemy's position with its powerful impact, but a rocket launcher can still render it useless. On the other hand, it would be hard for a rocket launcher to deal with an enemy group. Moreover, like rocket launchers, the fake spirit snake needles weren't as expensive as tanks. Because of this, it's best to use the fake spirit snake needles against tanks like large artifacts. Mu Yu's eyes gazed at the distance as he said, the hatred between the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm has gone on for too long. It's time to end it. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu's expression and didn't interrupt. Although he was now partly someone from the 100 Treasures realm, he couldn't just ask things randomly. If he asked into things, then the people from the 100 Treasures realm might think that he was going too far. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't talk too much right now. Mu Yu blinked out for a moment before he recovered. Then he took Zhao Hai towards the door of a cave residence. He specially requested Zhu Wuzhen for a cave like this. This cave residence wasn't used to house people but instead prepared for refiners. All of these master refiners would stay here for work. It must be said that refiners need peace in order to work. If they were to make a mistake, it's possible that they would ruin an artifact. But sometimes, the situation called for a change in how things were done. For example, refining artifacts like the fake spirit snake needles. If only one refiner refines a fake spirit snake needle, then not to say 3 days, they wouldn't be able to finish in 3 months. Therefore, refiners had to cooperate with each other. Generally, refining had 3 methods. The first method was when the refiner only used their own spiritual fire in order to refine. However, it's impossible to achieve much with such a method. Its energy consumption was too big, so refiners only used this method when refining basic items. The second method was refining using furnaces. The furnace was a special tool for refining. It uses the energy of the refiner for control but not for refining. Instead, a furnace makes use of crystal stones for energy. The crystal stones pass through the furnace to generate spiritual fire and then refine the material inside it. During the whole process, the refiner only needed to control the fire, shape the artifact, and inscribe formations. However, this method only worked on small and normal-sized artifacts. This method couldn't be used to make large artifacts. Firstly, the furnaces weren't very big. Secondly, refiners couldn't make large artifacts with just furnaces. In this case, refiners needed more refiners to complete the task. When refiners cooperate, they don't use furnaces. Instead, what they use was called a furnace formation. This furnace formation was different from normal furnaces. It's shaped like a furnace but it was much bigger. Normal furnaces could be as small as a person's hand, while the smaller furnace formation could be as tall as one person and as wide as 3 meters. Normally, furnace formations would take up an area of 10 meters across. Nevertheless, how could a furnace formation refine a 100-meter-long fake spirit snake needle when it was just 10 meters across? This was where another characteristic of a furnace formation takes place. Furnace formations have their own internal space. What was an internal space? It was similar to what Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship had. Once the Hell King's ship increases its size, it would turn into a huge warship. However, how could 100,000 people fit inside such a ship? In order to do so, the Hell King's ship had its own internal space that was bigger than its actual volume. After multiple experiments, some high-grade realms were able to accomplish the same thing. One shouldn't look down on a furnace formation that was 10 meters across. Inside it was a space that was very large. Not to mention refining a spirit snake needle, it can even refine a high-cloud flying shuttle. However, furnace formations also have their limits. The biggest artifacts it could refine could only be as large as a high-cloud flying shuttle. If one wanted to refine something like the giant spirit treasure ship, then it would definitely be impossible. In fact, the giant spirit treasure ship wasn't a single entity. It was a large assembly from multiple parts that had been refined separately. This time, the 100 Treasures realm could only refine a fake formation breaking spirit snake needle using a furnace formation. Their furnace formation was circular. A circular furnace formation isn't anything special. Plenty of furnace formations were circular. However, the 100 Treasures realm's furnace formation was a bit special. There are 8 points on the formation that a person could stand on. Each person operating the formation would be assigned different tasks. One person would be responsible for the crystal stones and controlling the heat, another would add the materials, another would shape the artifact, 2 would be in charge for inscribing formations, 2 would temper the artifact, and then the last person would lead the team. As long as these people could cooperate well with each other, they would be able to make a large artifact. Mu Yu brought 160 refiners with him along with 10 furnace formations. This meant that Mu Yu wanted the furnace formations to work all the time in order to make a sufficient amount of fake spirit snake needles. 10 furnace formations would need a very big place, and with the substitutes present, the area needed would be bigger. After vacating several residences, Zhu Wuzun and the others were finally able to secure a place that fits the description. When Zhao Hai was brought to the place by Mu Yu, he couldn't help but be stunned. There were 10 large metallic artifacts on the ground. The build of the artifact was very complex. Outside the artifacts were unclear and complicated patterns. Trying to understand it would make one's head hurt. Outside this formation were 8 platforms which would be used by one person. 16 refiners were responsible for one furnace formation. All of the people present immediately bowed to Mu Yu and said, "We have seen Mr." Mu Yu waved his hand and turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, from now on, these people will listen to you. Tell them how to make the fake spirit snake needles. You can direct them from the side and observe the entire refining process." The furnace formations were transparent. Just by standing outside, one could see the progress of refinement. Its design was very good. When Zhao Hai ran the formation breaking spirit snake needle through the universal scanner, he also gained the method on how to use the furnace formation in order to make it. Moreover, the explanation was very detailed. Therefore, when Zhao Hai heard Mu Yu he smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother Mu, they are refining experts. They have more understanding than I have. Moreover, my refining technique is somewhat special. Therefore, I don't need to do anything. I have the refining method in this jade slip. I reckon these seniors can understand the steps at one glance." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu nodded. To be honest, Mu Yu was wondering how could Zhao Hai make something as large as the fake spirit snake needle on his own? Now that he heard Zhao Hai, he understood that it was made with a different ability, not a refining technique. When he heard that Zhao Hai used a divergent ability in order to make the spirit snake needles, Miu Yu was a little bit worried. He was afraid that Zhao Hai doesn't know how to refine the fake spirit snake needle normally. So he was relieved when Zhao Hai said that he had a jade slip with the refining method. Zhao Hai waved his hand, took out a jade slip and handed it over to Miu Yu. "Big brother, the refining method is here. Take a look." Miu Yu nodded and received the jade slip. He scanned the jade slip with his spiritual force. He was also worried that the instructions that Zhao Hai gave were incomplete. Then all of the artifacts would be failures, hampering the progress of the war. However, as soon as he scanned the contents of the jade slip, Miu Yu's worries went away. The process of making the artifact was written clearly. What kind of head, when to add the materials, when to shape it, when to add crystal stones, all were written. Not to say these expert refiners, even novices would be able to follow the instructions given. Miu Yu nodded as he gave the jade slip over to a refiner and said, "Copy the method on your own jade slip, then pass it to the others." The refiner nodded before he took his own jade slip and copied the contents. Then he gave Zhao Hai's jade slip to the others before studying the method he just copied. Before long, more than 100 copies were made. Miu Yu took back the jade slip and gave it to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Big brother Miu, you take it." "I have no need for it." Miu Yu was not polite as he nodded and stored the jade slip. Then he turned his head towards the refiners and said, "Study the jade slip and divide the responsibilities among yourselves. I can give you an opportunity to study the method later, but for now, I want you to make as many fake spirit snake needles as you can." The refiners complied as they continued reading their jade slips. Miu Yu looked at them and didn't say anything, he just looked from the side. Seeing this, Zhao Hai turned his head to Miu Yu and said, "Big brother Miu, I'll also return to my residence and refine. It's always good to have more." Miu Yu nodded. Then Zhao Hai returned to his residence and went to the space. Chapter 1471, getting more and more interesting. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai immediately tasked the universal processing machine to make fake formation-breaking spirit snake needles. And since it's impossible for him to produce an endless amount, he only had the processing machine make 20. For the processing machine, this was very simple. It must be known that the processing machine could make multiple items at one time. As long as it was set, the processing machine could make 10,000 spirit snake needles. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about not being able to get enough spirit snake needles. Telling Miu Yu that he didn't have the time was a blatant lie. He couldn't let Miu Yu know that he can solve the problem of the spirit snake needles in a minute. After setting the processing machine up, Zhao Hai relaxed inside the space. In these 3 days, he would accompany Laura and the others. To be honest, Laura and the others had been working very hard. They helped Zhao Hai during battles as well as the other things that he couldn't handle while outside. This caused Zhao Hai to feel guilty. Most importantly, Laura and the others were still stuck in the space. Although the space was very huge, because of the characteristics of the space, people close to Zhao Hai were being treated as gods. Even Zhao Hai's friends from before would feel panicked and uncomfortable when Laura and the others talked to them. Because of this, Zhao Hai's wives rarely go to the other spaces. Although the situation in the 100 Spirit Planet was good, and Marin, Green, and the others didn't treat Zhao Hai and the others as gods, everyone on the planet were workaholics. They were focused on their research. Sometimes, Zhao Hai doesn't even know what they were studying. Normal people like Laura and the others found it difficult to be interested in those research. As the matter stands, Laura and the others were isolated. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai felt even more guilty. Because of this, Zhao Hai would accompany Laura and the others whenever he was free. Moreover, He was working hard to find an opportunity to bring Laura and the others out and make their identities public. He wanted everyone to know that he could only have his current achievement because of these women supporting him. Laura and the others also understood this, so even if they had been stuck inside the space, they were still willing to help Zhao Hai. The more guilty Zhao Hai felt about them, the more gratitude they felt. This was because Zhao Hai didn't treat their efforts as something natural. This was what moved them the most. This time, upon returning to the space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. Usually, when he returned, Laura and the others would go out of the villa and met him, but today, they weren't there. Zhao Hai punched the door of the villa and saw that Laura and the others were looking at a recording. It wasn't a scene from the outside, but instead a voice of Tang Ji. Zhao Hai looked over the kitchen and saw Mo Sheng eating food. Besides Mo Sheng, everyone was looking at the recording. Zhao Hai turned to the recording in confusion. It was Tang Ji talking about defeating the giant spirit realm and getting some unexpected benefits. Zhao Hai didn't know why Laura and the others were focused on this. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others after he sat down and then asked, "What happened? Why are you looking at this? Did Tang Ji say anything about me?" Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, don't you feel that something is weird about this?" Zhao Hai scrunched his eyebrows and said, "Weird? Is there a problem? How come I didn't notice it?" Laura replied, "It's already well known that the 100 Treasures realm would benefit greatly upon defeating the giant spirit realm. But if you pay attention, Tang Ji said that there would be unexpected benefits. Once the 100 Treasures realm destroys the giant spirit realm, the benefits could all be thought of. They would gain unparalleled prestige, the territory of the giant spirit realm, smaller realms surrendering to them, resources, and even talents. Those benefits can be determined very well. But what was the unexpected benefit that Tang Ji talked about? Also, just now, Yu mumbled something about ending the long grudge against the giant spirit realm. He was a little lost during that time, which was strange for a severed soul expert. In other words, there were other things beyond the hatred between the two realms. Zhao Hai stared for a moment when he heard this. He knit his brows as he thought it through. Now that Laura said it, he felt that something was not right. He looked at Laura and said, "So you're saying?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you remember the 6 realms battlefield?" Zhao Hai quickly understood what Laura meant. He said, "You mean to say that the 10,000 realm battlefield is in the same situation as the 6 realms battlefield? There's another place like the 10,000 realms battlefield?" Laura shook her head and said, "Number. When we ascended to the machine field, did we immediately hear about the 6 realms battlefield? When we were in the 6 realms battlefield, did we hear about the 10,000 realm battlefield? Number. In fact, it was only when we defeated Huang Dan that we were made aware of the battlefield. Even at that time, Huang Dan and Feng Beiming were being mysterious about it. We really didn't know about the existence of the 10,000 realm battlefield until Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen met you. I think there may be a stronger existence above the 10,000 realm battlefield. And maybe they were the ones who didn't want to fight the giant spirit realm but were forced to. Perhaps the battlefield was just a toy in their eyes. Just like how the Buddhists rarely go to the 6 realms battlefield. In the eyes of the Buddhists, the 6 realms battlefield was a toy and their focus was on the 10,000 realm battlefield. Hearing this, Zhao Hai understood what Laura meant. His eyes shone as he said, "You think that I may be in contact with this existence once I enter the 100 Treasures realm?" Laura nodded and said, "Perhaps you can meet them. This is all just speculation. It will be seen once you enter the 100 Treasures realm." Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath as he said, "Just as I thought that things have gotten boring, It seems that it's not. Maybe things will get more interesting from now on." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Correct, Brother Hai, you should prepare yourself. Back when we ascended, we thought the world of cultivation was the highest realm. It was until we entered the six realms battlefield that we learned that there's an existence much higher. At that time, we were still at the machine field. What about now? We entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. Now we discover someone higher." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's possible. It'll get more and more interesting from now on. I reckon I'll be meeting people who use faith power soon." Laura smiled faintly and said, "You will definitely meet one. If faith power existed in a realm like the world of cultivation, then it would certainly exist on higher grade realms. Brother Hai, you should find an opportunity to ask Tangji about this. With how he's currently treating you right now, he should tell you a thing or two." Zhao Hai nodded. "If I ask Tangji about faith power, he will certainly help me. This will give me more understanding about faith power." "Alright, we'll do all of that later on. How about we go to the hot springs right now to relax?" When they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others turned red. Then they unconsciously looked towards the kitchen because Mo Xing was still eating there. They were afraid that Mo Xing might have heard. However, upon turning their heads, they couldn't help but laugh. This was because Mo Xing had fallen asleep. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent Mo Xing to his room. Zhao Hai knew that Mo Xing liked to live inside the space. As long as he's inside the space, even if Zhao Hai wasn't present, Mo Xing would practice on his own or get his own food. In any case, he found himself feeling more comfortable inside the space. Unlike Zhao Hai, Muyu and the others have become extremely busy. The refining masters were working very hard to make the spirit snake needles. Because of how detailed Zhao Hai's instructions were, these refining masters didn't find it hard getting used to the process of manufacturing. This also increased the success rate, which was something that Muyu never expected. Since Zhao Hai returned to his room to refine artifacts, the materials that were brought to be given were being used by the refining masters. In fact, this was something that Muyu wanted to see. It was these fake spirit snake needles that would go against the enemies, not the pile of materials. Muyu stayed inside the refining room all the time. He knew too clearly how important these spirit snake needles were for the 100 Treasures realm. It can be said that these needles would be the 100 Treasures realm's ultimate weapon against the giant spirit realm. Muyu had no choice but to spend time supervising the process. Muyu could see hope in these spirit snake needles, a hope of defeating the giant spirit realm. Like what he said before, it was time to end years of grievances. Chapter 1472, Strength of the Enemy. Although Zhao Hai was having a vacation, he didn't sit and do nothing at all. Zhao Hai suddenly remembered a special refining technique he learned in the lower realms: water refining. Water refining was a technique that Zhao Hai acquired from the sea folk, but because of the universal processing machine, he seldom used it. Now, he only uses the technique to strengthen the azure dragon snail. The azure dragon snails inside the space were thriving. They can practically live forever if they were left alone. Moreover, their shells had been undergoing water refining, which made the shells extremely hard. Besides the azure dragon snail, there were also other sea beasts that used water refining. Compared to fire refining, water refining had its own advantages and as well as difficulties. One of the difficulties of water refining was that its requirements for water were very high. If there wasn't enough water, then the result of the refining wouldn't turn out well. Another difficulty was that it required a very long time to finish. It was much slower than fire refining. In comparison, it was a dozen times slower. This was a very huge disadvantage when compared to fire refining. However, There were also advantages to water refining. First, as long as there's enough water, then one would be able to succeed in refining. If one had an ocean of water, then they can even refine multiple giant spirit treasure ships at the same time. Also, the probability of failure during water refining was very low. This was because water refining was a gentle technique. It was a slow process. Smaller artifacts even had close to 100% success rate. Large artifacts didn't have as good a success rate, but it was still very good. The reason why Zhao Hai began to ponder about water refining was because he thought that it was very suitable for a high-grade realm like the 100 Treasures realm. High-grade water wasn't difficult to acquire for these large realms. They also have geniuses that could control water. Moreover, water refining didn't require perfect water control. One only needs to pay attention to the artifacts during critical methods of refining. The most important thing was the technique's success ratio. After all, Zhao Hai doesn't want to be a human restructuring machine upon arriving at the 100 Treasures realm. Therefore, he was going to research this technique and hand it over to Mu Yu. Zhao Hai became afraid because he had seen the failure rate of the refiners. It was utterly terrible. The success rate has reached 1 in 10. Tang Ji told Zhao Hai before that the success rate of refining a large artifact was less than 1%. At that time, he didn't think much of it. Now that he saw how much the refiners failed in refining the fake spirit snake needles, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be shocked. When he saw Mu Yu being satisfied with the results and even offering praise, Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. Such a success rate was still enough to be praised. He was speechless. After staying inside the space for 3 days, Zhao Hai finally went out. At the same time, he recorded the water refining technique into a jade slip. It must be said that water refining wasn't very difficult. However, people need to fix their mindset that only fire can be used in refining. In these 3 days, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to Bali's group. Just as Mu Yu and the others worried about, Bali was prepared to deal with the Octopus Islands in one go. The reinforcements didn't number 50,000, but 80,000 people. In addition to the 5,000 people from the giant spirit realm that came with Bali, there were 3,000 more people who came to reinforce. Along with the 3,000 people were 2 more giant spirit treasure ships and 28 cyan imperial chariots. The only good news was that the reinforcements didn't bring a formation-breaking spirit snake needle with them. Zhao Hai reckoned that the people from the giant spirit realm disliked using formation-breaking spirit snake needles. They were the type of people who liked to use brute strength. Formation-breaking spirit snake needles required skill. Although it also has great attacking power, its flexible body was something the giant spirit realm wasn't fond of. Instead, they sent 2 giant spirit treasure ships as well as a bunch of 8 cyan imperial chariots. In their opinion, these things were enough to bulldoze through the Octopus Islands. However, the reinforcements had just met with Bali. They still haven't departed for the Octopus Islands. In Bali's mind, Tang Ji and the others would never leave the island, so he has no worries. He might as well prepare in order to succeed in the attack. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about Bali's decision. He can attack whenever he wants to attack. Zhao Hai doesn't care. In any case, he doesn't have anything to worry about. At the same time, over these 3 days, although the refiners had wasted a lot of materials, they were still people's collision. Seeing that the situation wasn't doing well, Bali coldly snorted and said, "So what if we don't save you? You don't even see who you're with." The Zhu race are well known as bandits in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Even if you're willing to associate yourselves with bandits, the giant spirit realm isn't. The moment you joined hands with the Zhu race, you're no longer someone from the giant spirit realm. When he heard this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Good, Bali, good. Giant spirit realm, do you really think yourselves to be saints?" Hearing what you said just now, even the Zhou race would appear to be better. At least the Zhou race recognizes themselves as bandits. The giant spirit realm is truly causing shame to high-grade realms. Zhao Hai waved his hand and collected the undead from the 100 Treasures realm. At the same time, upon hearing Zhao Hai, the other people from the giant spirit realm couldn't help but be ashamed. They were also angered. Their shame was caused by Bali's amateur response. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, who could dare claim that they didn't rob others and were living honestly? Bali actually said such a novice excuse. Didn't he just admit that the giant spirit realm has abandoned the world of cultivation? They were angry because of what Zhao Hai said, saying that the Zhou race was better than the giant spirit realm caused the people from the giant spirit realm to be annoyed. Although Bali chose the wrong words, what Zhao Hai said was excessive. Bali also knew that he spoke wrongly. His complexion couldn't help but turn dark. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't bother talking. Everyone can see the truth. The world of cultivation betrayed the giant spirit realm and even killed our people. If I don't kill you today, then my hatred wouldn't be quenched." Yu, does the 100 Treasures realm really want to get mixed in with this group? Yu looked at Bali, then he smiled faintly and said, "Since we're already here, then we might as well involve ourselves. No matter what, the world of cultivation and the Zhou race are now the 100 Treasures realm's subordinates. We aren't the kinds of people who abandon their people." As soon as he heard Yu, Bali's expression turned even darker. He coldly snorted and said, "Enough chit-chat, take this." Then he waved his hand, causing his army to slowly retreat. But what Bali failed to see was the despise on the expressions of the people from the smaller realms. These people were disappointed by Bali not only because the giant spirit realm abandoned the world of cultivation, but also because of Bali's recent performance. Bali was incompetent in their eyes. Faced with Zhao Hai's confrontation, he was in a dilemma and in the end finally said those careless words. If this was a genius of the giant spirit realm, then they might as well think of a way of getting out. In fact, when Yu pointed out that it was Bali's idea to abandon the world of cultivation and the Zhou race, the people from the smaller realms were already disappointed. Smaller realms depend on high-grade realms for protection. Because of this, smaller realms pay attention to any changes to high-grade realms. These realms were very sensitive to whether high-grade realm could protect them or not. In the past, the giant spirit realm appeared to be strong, but after seeing Bali, these people couldn't help but shake their heads. If the giant spirit realm were to be in the hands of people like Bali, then it would be hard to say if the giant spirit realm could maintain their current domineering position. If Bali knew what these people were thinking, he would have exploded. He didn't expect that instead of hiding his mistake, he made it even bigger. Although these people had such thoughts, they didn't dare display it. They were still together with Bali and they knew that no matter how the giant spirit realm turns out in the future, they could still deal with them right now. Seeing Bali retreat, Yu knew that they were planning for their first attack. He also waved his hand as everyone slowly returned to the Octopus Islands. Upon entering the island, Yu patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good, Little Hai. Your performance was fantastic." Bali was in a real dilemma. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I hope Big Brother Mu doesn't blame me for killing so many of your people." Yu shook his head and said, "What's to blame? Do you know how many people from the 100 Treasures realm die in the 10,000 realm battlefield every year? Even then, they contributed to the 100 Treasures realm. so their death is worth it. Let's talk about how to deal with the enemy. Little Hai, we made more than 200 fake spirit snake needles this time. Do we use them all? Zhao Hai replied, Big Brother Mew wants to defeat the giant spirit realm, right? Then we'll use them all. I can also send my own large artifact to help. Once the giant spirit realm's artifacts get defeated, everyone should prepare to charge immediately. With the help of our own large artifacts, it would be easier to deal with them. Mew nodded. He looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled as he said, we need to defeat them as soon as possible. As long as we defeat them in a short period of time, those people from the smaller realms would be distracted. When the time comes, Stage 2 of our plan would proceed. Then it wouldn't be long before the giant spirit realm gets defeated. Zhao Hai nodded, then released his own large artifacts beside the 1 million undead. The Hell King's ship and the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots appeared. The pagoda was still stationed on top of the Hell King's ship. However, the formation-breaking spirit snake needle that Zhao Hai showed Mew and the others earlier couldn't be seen. Mew was satisfied with this arrangement. He nodded as he stood in place looking at the black spots that were Bali's group. Then he said, everyone pay attention. As soon as Zhao Hai defeats the large artifacts of the other party, immediately attack at full power. Make sure to keep in formation and don't disperse. He shouted using his spiritual chi, so his voice was loud and clear to everyone. The atmosphere before the battle was tense as everyone took out their own artifacts. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai had closed eyes as he was paying attention to Bali and his group. Bali's current setup was to smash against the enemy. But since last time, he learned his lesson. He had the 3 giant spirit treasure ship in the middle while the 28 Cyan Imperial chariots were divided into 2 columns, protecting the left and right side of the ships. Meanwhile, the army was at the back. At this time, Bali and the others were almost 1,000 li away from the Octopus Islands. Such distance was enough for the giant spirit treasure ships to gain their full speed. Bali then waved his hand and shouted, charge! Along with Bali's order, the 3 giant spirit treasure ships began to slowly accelerate. As for the 28 Cyan Imperial chariots, they sped away, surpassing the treasure ships. Bali wasn't angered by this. This was also approved by him. The reason for this was the difference of acceleration between the treasure ship and the chariots. The treasure ship was large, so its initial startup was very slow, but this doesn't mean that its peak speed was low. On the contrary, the treasure ship's peak speed was very fast. Compared to the giant spirit treasure ship, the 8 Cyan Imperial chariot was smaller and would naturally be faster at the start. However, the peak speed of the chariots couldn't compare to the giant spirit treasure ship. The giant spirit treasures ship doesn't need protection when it just first started. After all, things went slowly during this time. Even if Zhao Hai and the others wanted to make the treasure ship veer from its course, the ship could still adjust it in time. Once the treasure ships get faster, it would be able to catch up to the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots. As long as they bridge the gap, it would be too late for Zhao Hai and the others to deal a blow to the treasure ships. It was because of this that the 20 chariots were allowed to go ahead of the giant spirit treasure ships. After a while, the treasure ships also picked up some speed. The distance between the ship and the chariots decreased and before long they were side by side. At this time, they were now less than 500 li away from the Octopus Islands. The giant spirit treasure ships began to inch away from the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots. They were now 300 li away from the Octopus Islands. In such a distance, the treasure ships would arrive in no time. Bali clenched his jaws as the giant spirit treasure ships drew closer and closer to the octopus islands. He really wants to see how Yu and the others would react once the ships smash through the Guardian formation. However, Bali was also feeling a bit strange. He couldn't understand why the 100 Treasures realm didn't do anything as the treasure ship approached. Just as Bali was feeling that something was strange, several large artifacts appeared out of the islands. Seeing these artifacts, Bali couldn't help but sneer. The artifacts that came out were the ship and the chariots that he fought before. The last time that Zhao Hai used them, they were easily knocked away by the giant spirit treasure ship, so Bali didn't take them seriously. Bali quickly noticed that something wasn't right. He discovered that there were a lot of needle-shaped artifacts behind the ship and the chariots. These needle-shaped artifacts left a deep mark in Bali's mind. In the last fight, it was these needles that knocked the giant spirit treasure ship off its course, causing Bali to retreat. Back then, the 100 Treasures realm only revealed 10 of these needle-shaped artifacts. Bali knew that these needle-shaped artifacts weren't weak. This time, he counted more than 100 needle-shaped artifacts. This caused Bali to feel bad. However, even if he had a plan, it was already too late. The giant spirit treasure ship was now less than 100 li from the Octopus Islands. He no longer has any time to make a turn. At this time, Zhao Hai controlled the Hell King's ship and the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots to charge along with the fake spirit snake needles. Yu and the others were all standing inside the island, looking outside with nervous expressions. The Hell King's ship, 8 Cyan Imperial chariots, and the needles didn't look as big as the giant spirit treasure ship. This lineup looks like Zhao Hai was staging a suicidal attack against the treasure ship. Both sides got closer and closer before they finally hit each other. Bang 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 bang. A continuous sound of collision was heard as the Hell King's ship and the other artifacts hit the middle giant spirit treasure ship, the one Bali was on. Yu and the others didn't see the impact, but Bali did. He didn't pay much attention to the Hell King's ship, and this was where he was wrong. Just as the Hell King's ship was 1 li away, the battering ram on its helm flew out and became a snake-like thing. This caused Bali to be stunned. Just as Bali was stunned, the battering ram hit the treasure ship that he was on. Bali felt the ship lightly shake. Then there was nothing. He thought that the giant spirit treasure ship was just shaken. However, he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. The treasure ship was beginning to act strange. Then when Bali lowered his head, his jaw couldn't help but drop. This was because a large hole appeared on the ship. Something was actually able to breach a large hole on the giant spirit treasure ship. Bali's mind turned blank. He couldn't understand how this could happen. A seemingly ordinary battering ram was actually able to blow a hole on the ship. Before Bali could recover, the Hell King's ship already crashed into the giant spirit treasure ship. This time, Zhao Hai used all of his strength. By integrating the energy collection formation on the spirit snake needle, not only did the Hell King's ship take Zhao Hai's spiritual qi, it also included the spiritual qi of the undead and everyone inside Zhao Hai's strength. It can be said that the current Hell King's ship was a ship-breaking artifact. The formation inside the Hell King's ship was much more powerful than the formation inside Tangji's formation-breaking spirit snake needle. Although Zhao Hai doesn't have a lot of transcending tribulation experts, the number of people that could provide energy for Zhao Hai exceeded 1 billion. Faced with such overwhelming strength, the giant spirit treasure ship had no chance. Bang! A large sound was heard as Bali could feel himself flying. Moreover, He could feel his internal organs shaking before he vomited blood. His face revealed the shock he felt about the current situation. The giant spirit treasure ship that Ba Li was on was finished. It was completely crushed by the Hell King's ship. Ba Li was fortunate enough to be thrown away. There were a lot of people that were directly killed by the collision. Chapter 1477. Victory. Seeing the miserable state of the people from the giant spirit realm, Ba Li vomited another mouthful of blood. This time, he was truly agitated. It's not strange for him to be agitated. There could have been 30,000 people on these 3 giant spirit treasure ships. However, Ba Li didn't let so many people on his ships. Only 8,000 of his people as well as a few servants from the lower realms. In total, the 3 ships had 10,000 people, most of them from the giant spirit realm. The giant spirit treasure ship was originally a defensive artifact instead of an offensive one. Although the treasure ship's ramming was very strong, it's because of its good defense. With its large size, defense, and heavy weight, its momentum was great, so its ramming strength would naturally be great. But when it comes to the strongest aspect of the giant spirit realm, it's its defensive strength. The defensive strength of the giant spirit treasure ship not only involved its body, the ship also has a lot of defensive formations installed within it. So no matter how large the attack on the ship was, the people inside wouldn't feel it too much. Naturally, this was on the premise that the ship wasn't destroyed. Now that the giant spirit treasure ship has been shattered by the Hell King's ship, its defensive system was destroyed. If it were a normal situation, 1 or 2 formations would be destroyed, so the people inside wouldn't be too affected. But now, the giant spirit treasure ship was destroyed by Zhao Hai's liquid silver. The moment liquid silver broke through the ship, it immediately rendered the ship's defenses invalid. With the current strength of the Hell King's ship, even if the giant spirit treasure ship was in a good condition, it still wouldn't be able to resist liquid silver's attack, let alone now that the giant spirit treasure ship has been smashed into by the Hell King's ship. A lot of people on the giant spirit treasure ship didn't even realize what was going on before they were killed. The reason why Ba Li wasn't dead was because he saw the hold in front of the ship. Ba Li was the first person who saw the giant spirit treasure ship being destroyed. Although he was shocked, his warrior's instinct made his body move before his mind recovered. This caused him to only be injured and not killed. The other people from the giant spirit realm weren't as fortunate. They had seen the Hell King's ship being thrown away by the giant spirit treasure realm before, so they thought nothing of it. The other 2 giant spirit treasure ships suffered the same fate as Ba Li's ship. The other treasure ships were faced with 2 8 cyan imperial chariots each. Naturally, the chariots were in cooperation with Liquid Silver's version of the formation-breaking spirit Snake Needle. In one fell swoop, these treasure ships were also ruined. The giant spirit treasure ship were destroyed without the 28 cyan imperial chariots being able to catch up. In fact, the chariots were destroyed by the fake spirit snake needles. At this point, all the large artifacts of the giant spirit realm were destroyed. The people from the giant spirit realm were also severely injured. There were initially 8,000 people from the giant spirit realm. 2,000 were killed directly while nearly 3,000 were injured. The ones who remained intact numbered more or less 3,000. Following this, Muyu commanded his people to attack. At this time, Ba Li had just recovered and didn't have enough time to organize his people. As for the Hell King's ship, the 8 cyan imperial chariots and the fake spirit snake needles, they were already rampaging through the giant spirit realm's subordinate army. The giant spirit realm's subordinate army was currently in confusion. They didn't know what just happened. It must be known that the leaders of the army were in the giant spirit treasure ships along with Bali. This would give these people face and would also make commanding the troops much more convenient. However, who would have expected the Hell King's ship to cause such heavy casualties? For the subordinate army, they had just lost their commanders, and with the Hell King's ship and the other large artifacts causing chaos, the giant spirit realm's army formation was destroyed in no time. And now that Mu Yu and the others have joined the fray, things on the side of the giant spirit realm turned even more chaotic. They simply didn't have any means to organize an effective resistance. This simply couldn't be called a battle. The moment the giant spirit treasure ships were destroyed, it has turned into a one-sided slaughter. When Mu Yu and the others saw the giant spirit treasure ships and the 8 cyan imperial chariots being destroyed one after another, their morale exploded like a volcano. With great vigor, they killed their way into the enemy formation. Losing their commanders in the giant spirit treasure ship, the people from the subordinate realms of the giant spirit realm were in shatters. As soon as they clashed with Mu Yu and the others, they were defeated immediately. There was a hidden disadvantage in recruiting people from subordinate realms. These people were from different walks of life and were all violent in the battlefield. The people who could command them were only their own people. It would be impossible for Bali and the others to take control of them. This was also a custom in the 10,000 realm battlefield. With Bali injured and most of the commanders being killed, the command system of the giant spirit realm's alliance army was essentially destroyed. Bali was now standing firmly on the ground. However, his heavy injury as well as the chaotic state of the giant spirit realm's army made it impossible for him to think of a solution to the situation. Seeing this, Bali knew that he had lost. He didn't expect his 80,000-man army to be defeated this swiftly. He couldn't bear the feeling of defeat that he vomited blood once more, further worsening his injury. At this time, someone from the giant spirit realm arrived beside Bali. The giant spirit realm was still a high-grade realm in the end, so their experts were experienced enough in all kinds of situations. They were able to recover sooner than the people from lower-grade realms. Even so, the people that remained on Bali's side now numbered less 3,000. Moreover, the Hell King's ship was heading their way. The person from the giant spirit realm looked at Bali and asked, "My lord, what do we do now?" Seeing the Hell King's ship coming towards them, Bali clenched his teeth and said, "Disperse and regroup in the Imperial Spirit sect." After he said that, he turned around and flew away. Hearing this, the people from the giant spirit realm couldn't help but be stunned. But as the Hell King's ship got closer and closer, they also turned around and ran. It can be said that the departure of the people from the giant spirit realm represented the outcome of the fight. If the people from the giant spirit realm chose to run, then what of the other realms? Although it can be said that the 100 Treasures realm occupied the winning side, Mu Yu and the others still didn't dare make any reckless pursuit. He divided his men into 2,000 people and began to chase. Now that the giant spirit realm's army was routed, there was no longer any need for Zhao Hai's large artifacts, so he collected them all back. However, Zhao Hai didn't idle. Instead of chasing the enemy down, he collected the corpses of the defeated along with the remains of the giant spirit treasure ships and the 8 cyan imperial chariots. He was the one who defeated them, so he has the right to collect them. To be honest, Zhao Hai had set his eyes on the giant spirit treasure ship. This big was large and had powerful momentum. Once he sent it to the space and produced veins of its materials, he would be able to integrate the giant spirit treasure ship into liquid silver. But as for getting all 3 giant spirit treasure ships, Zhao Hai didn't hope for it. After repairing the treasure ships, he would hand it over to Mu Yu. After all, he couldn't be too greedy. However, in the meantime, Zhao Hai wouldn't hand the ship over to Mu Yu. After all, the ships were still heavily damaged. One of them had half of its hull destroyed. This was Bali's ship. As for the other 2, they had lighter damage in comparison. Zhao Hai plans to repair these 2 and hand them over to the 100 Treasures realm later on. The last treasure ship would be the one he would integrate to liquid silver. There was no need for Zhao Hai to join the chase. Because of this, after getting the corpses along with the undead, he proceeded to return to the island. Zhao Hai knew that Mu Yu would chase as far as the Imperial Spirit Sect. He wasn't that crazy. They would return before long. Once Mu Yu returns, they would proceed to plan what to attack next. After Zhao Hai returned to the Octopus Island, he immediately entered his cave residence and then sneaked into the space to look at the situation outside via the space's monitor. And just like what he thought, Zhu Wuzun and the other had already stopped chasing and were preparing to head back. The Zhu race had a jubilant expression on their faces, and after considering how much they lost in the battle, they became even happier. They didn't actually suffer any casualties, only some people who were severely injured. Moreover, the people from the Giant Spirit Realm's army who died in their hands have reached 10,000. Up until now, the Giant Spirit Realm already lost more than 20,000 people. They actually managed to kill a fourth of the enemy without suffering heavy losses. Moreover, only 3,000 people from the Giant Spirit Realm were left. This was an absolute win. Even considering the countless battles where they faced the Giant Spirit Realm, this was the most overwhelming victory that the 100 Treasures Realm experienced. After everyone retreated, Mu Yu looked around but wasn't able to see Zhao Hai. His expression changed as he asked, "Little Hai? Where is Little Hai? Did any one of you see him?" Nobody made any noise. Tangji and the others' complexion changed. They didn't want Zhao Hai to suffer and accidents. Then at this time, a person from the Giant Spirit Realm was approaching from a distance. Everyone stared. Then just as they were about to attack, Mu Yu waved his hands and said, "Are you all blind? Can't you see that it's an undead?" After Mu Yu said that, everyone stopped and discovered that it was indeed an undead. The person from the Giant Spirit Realm bowed to Mu Yu and said, "I have seen Mr. Mu Yu. The young master has tasked me to tell you that he has returned to the Octopus Islands. There's no need to worry about him." Chapter 1478, Everyone's Reaction. Mu Yu looked at the Giant Spirit Realm undead and then suddenly laughed. This caused Tangji and the others to be surprised. They also heard the undead saying that Zhao Hai was alright and that there was no need to worry. So why did Mu Yu suddenly laugh? Tangji looked at Mu Yu and said, "Big brother Mu, why are you laughing?" Mu Yu turned his head to Tangji as he laughed and said, "I just find it amusing for someone from the Giant Spirit Realm to salute to me. Although it's an undead, they still died in our hands." Upon hearing Mu Yu, Tangji stared for a moment before he laughed as well. Whether it be Zhao Hai or Kong Miao and the others, they had underestimated the hatred between the 100 Treasures Realm and the Giant Spirit Realm. The Giant Spirit Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm had fought for too long that their hatred has been ingrained deep into their bones. It wouldn't just disappear in a matter of months or years. In the past, because both sides knew that they didn't have the means to deal with the other, they could only bear with this feeling. Due to this enmity, none of them wanted to die before the other. Mu Yu and the others' present situation was the same. Although their souls haven't been burned by hatred, The fire within it has no doubt been lit. So when they saw someone from the giant spirit realm being respectful towards them, they couldn't help but feel extraordinarily happy. After laughing for some time, Miyu looked at the giant spirit realm undead and said, "Why did Little Hai return to the Octopus Islands so soon? Why didn't he come and kill a couple more enemies?" Miyu has a blaming tone in his voice. In his opinion, nothing was more important than killing the people from the giant spirit realm. Zhao Hai had formidable strength, enough to kill a lot more people. However, he actually went back, causing Miyu to be displeased. The giant spirit realm undead replied, "Master said that he went back in order to repair the acquired giant spirit treasure ships and 8 cyan imperial chariots." Upon hearing the undead, Miyu's displeasure immediately vanished. He nodded and said, "I see, then I guess everyone will have to withdraw as well." After he said that, he led everyone back to the Octopus Islands. Just as Zhao Hai thought, Miyu was planning on an assault against the giant spirit realm. So when he heard the undead saying that Zhao Hai was going to repair the giant spirit treasure ships, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai wanted to convey. Zhao Hai also wanted to attack the giant spirit realm. When he thought of this, Miyu couldn't help but feel embarrassed for being displeased at Zhao Hai. Without himself knowing, he flew quicker as he thought about seeing Zhao Hai. The group quickly returned to the Octopus Islands. However, they didn't see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was currently inside his cave residence. Undead were guarding the entrance, not letting anyone in. Seeing this, Miyu immediately gave the order forbidding people from approaching Zhao Hai's residence. At the same time, he made the refiners prepared just in case Zhao Hai needs assistance. After dealing with Zhao Hai's matters, Miyu and the others summarized the fight to write a combat report to be sent back to the realm. As Miyu and the others were busy making their combat results, the entire 10,000 realm battlefield was shaken. Fights between the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm were no longer news to the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was because every couple hundred years, these two realms would wage a huge war against each other. The people from other realms were already used to this. However, whenever these two realms go to war, other high-grade realms would still pay attention. This wasn't to say that they cared about the two realms. On the contrary, these people were harboring evil intentions. They wanted to see how each war ends and see if they can get easy pickings between the two of them. Because of this, almost every high-grade realm knew the results of the battles, but the result this time caused them to be shaken. This wasn't the result they expected. Not only the high-grade realms, even the lower-grade realms didn't expect this result. The subordinate realms under the giant spirit realm were now in confusion. Now they knew the reason why the world of cultivation defected to the 100 Treasures realm along with the Zoo race. This was because the giant spirit realm has given up on them. These smaller realms give tribute to high-grade realms in exchange for protection. However, the situation of the world of cultivation was different. Although they had been giving tribute, they weren't protected. What made these smaller realms despise the giant spirit realm was the fact that the world of cultivation was attacked by the 100 Treasures realm, the giant spirit realm's greatest enemy. But in the end, they still gave up on the world of cultivation. How can people not despise them for it? How can a high-grade realm do this? If it was just this, then it might not have been as impactful. The giant spirit realm was a strong realm. Even if they cannot deal with the 100 Treasures realm, they could still deal with smaller realms with no problem. If the giant spirit realm managed to trample the traders in the Octopus Islands, then nothing might have happened. They didn't even need to eliminate the traders, as long as they teach the world of cultivation and the Zoo race a lesson. then the message would have been received. These smaller realms wouldn't think badly of the giant spirit realm. However, the giant spirit realm lost. Moreover, their defeat was resounding. 3 giant spirit treasures ships were destroyed along with 28 Cyan imperial chariots. Of their 80,000 people army, 20,000 died, and tens of thousands more were injured. Nobody expected this result. Even the 100 Treasures realm. The higher-ups of the 100 Treasures realm sent Mu over in order to hold the giant spirit realm. The longer Mu delays the giant spirit realm, the more disadvantageous it would be for the giant spirit realm. Moreover, the 100 Treasures realm would be able to use this opportunity to make a move on the giant spirit realm's subordinate realms. Then they would amass an army and fight the giant spirit realm in a decisive battle. The higher-ups didn't expect Mu to win. In their minds, this was an impossible feat. After all, the Octopus Islands was too close to the giant spirit realm's territory. The giant spirit realm could easily amass a giant army. Although the 100 Treasures realm was connected to the Octopus Islands via the transmission formations, sending over a large army would still be very hard to do. An army needed a place to rest and the Octopus Islands area was limited. The islands could accommodate an army, but the number was limited. For this reason, the 100 Treasures realm didn't send out a lot of people to defend the Octopus Islands. But things have changed. Mu defeated the giant spirit realm. This was something that nobody expected. Therefore, the 100 Treasures realm immediately prepared troops in order to reinforce the Octopus Islands. Before the battle, the 100 Treasures realm already contacted the subordinate realms of the giant spirit realm and explained why the world of cultivation defected. They were hoping that these subordinate realms would follow, but during that time, these subordinate realms were hesitant. After all, things haven't reached a certain degree, so it's normal for them to hesitate in making the move. The 100 Treasures realm weren't worried that these lower-grade realms would report to the giant spirit realm. After all, the things they said about the world of cultivation was true, and these lower-grade realms would want to have a way out for themselves. They were also afraid that the 100 Treasures realm would destroy them if they told the giant spirit realm. By then, if the giant spirit realm abandons them like what they did to the world of cultivation, then they would be finished. This was completely possible in the minds of these lower-grade realms. Don't forget that the world of cultivation was battling the 100 Treasures realm. They even killed the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Even then, the giant spirit realm still abandoned them. If the 100 Treasures realm chose to deal with them because they told a secret, then the giant spirit realm might abandon them in a heartbeat. Now that Bali basically confirmed that they abandoned the world of cultivation, the minds of these lower-grade realms began to turn, and with the overwhelming defeat of the giant spirit realm, the thoughts of these smaller realms began to wander. As for the high-grade realms, they had even more thoughts in their minds. They didn't expect that a clear victor would appear between the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm after years of being in a stalemate. Although the 100 Treasures realm's victory was only a small one, its implication was huge. The people from high-grade realms were stunned for a while before they immediately studied how to deal with the situation. For these high-grade realms, keeping the current state of the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm would be the best situation. If one side swallows the other, then this would give the victor a huge leap in strength in a very short time. This would be troublesome to the other high-grade realms. In the past, they didn't think that something like this would happen, but when it really did happen, they would have to find a way to deal with it. But what made them feel troubled was the fact that they didn't know what to do in a short time. At this point, The high-grade realms couldn't help but get a headache. They didn't know whether they should help the giant spirit realm or the 100 treasures realm. Chapter 1479, Striking While the Iron is Hot. For these high-grade realms, it's possible to help the giant spirit realm and the 100 treasures realm. If they help the giant spirit realm, then they might not be able to get any advantages and might even offend the 100 treasures realm. Nevertheless, this also meant that they could maintain the balance between the giant spirit realm and the 100 treasures realm. And if they help the 100 treasures realm deal with the giant spirit realm, they will definitely get some benefits. Once the 100 treasures realm defeats the giant spirit realm, a lot of territory would be up for grabs. With how large the giant spirit realm's territory was, the 100 treasures realm would have a hard time swallowing everything. To be honest, this choice was very attractive. Faced with this dilemma, the people from the high-grade realms didn't know what to choose. While they were facing this problem, Mu was already considering their next action. Their target would be the Imperial Spirit Sect. However, Mu received an order to delay their action for a few days. The realm would be sending people over. This time, the reinforcements wouldn't be less than 50,000. And this was just the first batch. More people would be arriving later on. Mu knew that the realm wants to capitalize on this victory. Mu didn't oppose this decision. The morale of the troops was at an all-time high. Everyone was waiting for the next battle. If they don't use this opportunity, then they would be wasting the gift that heaven sent them. Mu knew that the reinforcements this time couldn't all be from the 100 treasures realm. It was impossible for the realm to send so many of their own people. Of the 50,000 people, only a fraction of them would be from the 100 treasures realm. The majority would be people from subordinate realms. In this case, things would get more complicated. The more people from subordinate realms, the harder it would be to command the army. One shouldn't look at the 50,000 people reinforcement as a huge boost in strength. In fact, the increase wasn't as great as one expects. Thinking of this, Mu couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned his head towards Zhao Hai's residence. It has already been 2 days since Zhao Hai closed up. Mu was beginning to worry. Mu wasn't worried that Zhao Hai would suffer a tragedy. Instead, he was worried that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to repair the giant spirit treasures ships. If he couldn't, then it would tremendously affect their next actions. While Mu was thinking about this, Tangji arrived at his side and said, "Big brother Mu, the first batch of reinforcements is here." Mu nodded and said, "Let's go and take a look." Have Zhu Wuzun arrange their accommodations. Since the Octopus Islands aren't too big, we can't give them one residence each person. Have them share a room. Tangji nodded and said, "Don't worry, Zhu Wuzun has taken care of it. I saw it myself. There's no problem." Mu nodded as he led Tangji towards the transmission formations. Although the 100 treasures realm sent a lot of people, they didn't send another commander. This meant that everyone would still be commanded by Mu. This also made Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun relax. The situation outside was clearly seen by Zhao Hai, who was inside the space. Not only Mu, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to Bali's current situation. Bali was aware that the people of the subordinate army had sent Jade Sword messages back to their realms. However, he didn't have the capabilities to stop them right now. Bali was truly injured this time. His wounds were very heavy. Generally, cultivators carry pills in order to heal their injuries. But strangely, Bali's injury could not be healed no matter how many pills he took. The giant spirit realm lost a lot of people this time, and many were also injured. Because of this, they didn't have any way to manage the people from the subordinate realms. But at the very least, Bali was able to send a message back to the giant spirit realm asking for reinforcements. Naturally, Bali knew that the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't just let them off easily. Bali wanted to get better soon, so he ate pills like they were his meals. However, his recovery wasn't doing very well. Although he has more or less restored his strength, he would still cough up blood from time to time. This was something that Bali didn't understand. Regardless, the giant spirit realm's response was even quicker than the 100 Treasures realm. A day before the reinforcements of the 100 Treasures realm arrived, the giant spirit realm's reinforcements came. Leading the giant spirit realm's reinforcements was a veteran severed soul expert, an elder of the giant spirit race. After this elder arrived, he immediately announced the demotion of Bali's position in the army. Now, the commander of the army was this elder named Batu. Not only did Batu bring 3,000 people from the giant spirit realm as reinforcement, he also brought 2 giant spirit treasure ships, 38 cyan imperial chariots, and 2 formation-breaking spirit snake needles. This time the giant spirit realm has truly put in great capital. It seems like they were still thinking that Mu would be waiting for them on the Octopus Islands. They didn't expect that Mu was planning an offensive a long time ago. One couldn't blame the giant spirit realm for having such thoughts. Although the 100 Treasures realm won against them, they didn't win because of numerical advantage. The giant spirit realm expects the 100 Treasures realm to be defending the island since their offense was insufficient. They never thought that Mu would attack them. Also, the giant spirit realm had another error in their judgment. They thought that the 100 Treasures realm would not increase their troops due to time constraints. Therefore, they thought about attacking the Octopus Islands once more. One could say that the giant spirit realm was acting stupidly for not thinking that the 100 Treasures realm would send reinforcements. It can be said that the giant spirit realm was too arrogant to think about this point. Now that the reinforcements of the 100 Treasures realm was arriving, Zhao Hai knew that it was time for him to head out, not only to give Mu the giant spirit treasure ship, but also to report about the giant spirit realm's situation. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that they wouldn't be able with the giant spirit realm. He found that the giant spirit realm army no longer had any substance right now. The people from their subordinate realms already made their army's foundation shaky. If they didn't stabilize the state of their army and still attacked the 100 Treasures realm, then that would be a very stupid decision on their part. Zhao Hai could almost guess what the giant spirit realm wanted to do. The giant spirit realm wanted to stabilize their army by increasing morale. However, this was basically gambling, and the odds were against them. Because of their 2 prior failures, the morale of the giant spirit realm army was very low. The subordinate realms were in disarray. They need to deal with this situation first before gambling on an attack. However, this wasn't Zhao Hai's problem to deal with. The giant spirit realm can do whatever it wants. The more stupid the giant spirit realm was, the better it was for him. Just as Zhao Hai left his residence, someone from the 100 Treasures realm bowed towards him and said, "Grandmaster, Master Mu wants you to see him as soon as you can." Zhao Hai nodded as he smiled and said, "You're Mu Ping, right? There's no need to call me Grandmaster. Where's Brother Mu right now?" Zhao Hai remembered Mu Ping because he was one of Mu Yu's confidants. Mu Ping was Mu Yu's junior brother. Mu Yu's master already stopped taking care of his disciples a long time ago and left everything to Mu Yu. Although Mu Yu and Mu Ping were disciple brothers in name, they actually had a master-disciple relationship. Zhao Hai had always been confused with the 100 Treasures realm's naming sense. Tangji and Tangwen were disciple brothers and not blood brothers, yet they had the same surname. Mu Yu and Mu Ping were the same. Zhao Hai doesn't understand. After asking Tangji about it later on, he discovered that disciples would take on the master's surname in the 100 Treasures realm. Tangji's master was surnamed Tang, so he was also surnamed Tang. The same was true for Mu Yu's master, he was also surnamed Mu. Zhao Hai was curious about the 100 Treasures realm's rules. However, he didn't ask too much. Although these rules were peculiar, they weren't strange. Hearing Zhao Hai's greeting, Mu Ping couldn't help but show a smile. Mu Ping learned cultivation from Mu Yu even since he was a child. He was smart and talented, so he made great progress. Now, he's at the transcending tribulation stage. He has admired Mu Yu ever since his childhood. In his heart, Mu Yu wasn't only his master, but also a father figure as well. Being Mu Yu's aide, Mu Ping also admired Zhao Hai. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was someone second only to Mu Yu. Being called by his own name by Zhao Hai was an honor for him. Mu Ping quickly replied, "Brother Zhao, Brother Mu Yu is currently welcoming the reinforcements. Please come with me." Zhao Hai nodded and immediately followed Mu Ping back to Mu Yu's residence. Mu Ping took Zhao Hai into the residence, but instead of going to the personal room, he was taken to the lounge. Zhao Hai didn't mind it. There were a lot of people this time. In addition to the people from the giant spirit realm, there's also the people from the 100 Treasures realm's subordinate realms. Before long, the sound of footsteps could be heard as Mu Yu entered the room. Seeing Zhao Hai, he laughed and said, "Little Hai, you're finally out. How is it? Has it been taken care of?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Mu, don't worry, it's done. However, because it's been heavily damaged, one of them has to be integrated to my liquid silver. The other two have been repaired along with 10 8 cyan imperial chariots." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and then handed it over to Mu Yu before saying, "The materials and methods used to create the giant spirit treasure ship are here. There shouldn't be any problems with it." Mu Yu received the jade slip with shining eyes. Then he said, "Good. This is fantastic. Let's see if the giant spirit realm would still be arrogant in the future." "Little Hai, I didn't expect you to repair the giant spirit treasure ship and the 8 cyan imperial chariots in a short time. With this, we have more confidence in dealing with the giant spirit realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The giant spirit realm sent over 3,000 people as reinforcements along with 2 giant spirit treasure ships, 2 formation-breaking spirit snake needles, and 38 cyan imperial chariots." Bali has also been removed from his position. Right now, the army commander position is held by an elder named Batu. Does Big Brother Mu know this person? Hearing Batu's name, Mu Yu's expression immediately changed. Batu actually came. It seems like the giant spirit realm is nervous this time. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yu and said, "Is Batu famous?" Mu Yu nodded and said, "He's very famous. Batu is the most decorated warrior of the giant spirit realm. He is different from average people of his race. Ordinary giant spirit realm experts would have more than 10 artifacts, even dozens of artifacts. On the other hand, Batu only had 2 artifacts, his 2 axes." Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Although it might seem silly that he only has 2 artifacts, these 2 artifacts are his life source weapons. Their offensive strength is formidable. Although he's only at the severed soul stage, he can escape from an immortal stage expert. In battles, he's not afraid to die and would go into the front lines. He's a very difficult person to deal with. Ever since he became an elder, he rarely went out. But now that he's sent here by the giant spirit realm, it seems like the giant spirit realm is already aware that things have gotten urgent. However, why did they send formation-breaking spirit snake needles? Do they still want to attack us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Big Brother Mew guessed right. He wants to take the offensive. They're currently getting their troops ready along with the 3,000 reinforcements in order to attack the Octopus Islands. Mew stared, then he laughed as he said, "They really want to attack? Ha ha ha. Good, that's fantastic, then let them come. We'll be waiting." Zhao Hai looked at Mew, then he said, "Does Brother Mew really want to just wait here?" Mew stared, he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, what do you mean? Aren't we going to exhaust the enemy here?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's good for us to wait here and be on the defensive." But after asking Mew Ping, he said that we have more reinforcements coming soon. "Wouldn't it be boring if we just wait here?" "Doesn't Big Brother I want to strike while the iron is hot?" As long as we defeat the giant spirit realm in a head-on battle, the lower grade realms would no longer have any reservations. Even if they don't get completely wiped out, they wouldn't have any will left to face us in the next battle. After all, they still need to consider a way of retreat. Our offensive wouldn't only show them our strength, but our ambitions as well. Chapter 1480. Far-sighted. Mew muttered, "Ambition?" Zhao Hai looked at Mew and said, "Right, ambition." "Big Brother Mew, I think it's important for a realm to show their ambition. These smaller realms want to grow. But how can they grow their power in the 10,000 realm battlefield? Naturally, they would need a high-grade realm to provide them with protection. Even if they can't grow, they still want to be safe from being bullied by others. We fought against the giant spirit realm twice and we won both times. Repelling the giant spirit realm was enough to show our strength. But even if we have strength, but we don't show ambition, these smaller realms wouldn't follow us. If we take the offense to the giant spirit realm, it would make these smaller realms think that we have ideas on the giant spirit realm's territory. When the time comes, they wouldn't be resistant to joining our side. If we don't attack, then they might think that we don't want the giant spirit realm's territory and so they won't join us. Mew's eyes shone, but he didn't reply immediately. Instead he walked back and forth a couple of times before saying, "All right, let's do that. Let's show the people the ambition of the 100 Treasures realm." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "As long as we defeat the giant spirit realm in a head-on battle, what we do later on would become easier. Moreover, Big Brother Mew, we've already made a huge wave here. The other high-grade realms being quiet is strange. Those guys aren't pacifists, so they would hope that the giant spirit realm and the 100 Treasures realm would lose a lot this time so that they would benefit. As long as we defeat the giant spirit realm, those people would no longer have any thoughts towards us. Some of them may help us, hoping to get benefits once we win. There would also be people who want the giant spirit realm and the 100 Treasures realm to continue tearing each other down. Once the giant spirit realm is about to perish, they would definitely send people to help. Therefore, we should be more careful and be more guarded against high-grade realms." Mew looked at Zhao Hai and then he suddenly laughed. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, good. The 100 Treasures realm is truly blessed to have you. The people high up have already thought about this. Let them handle these things. We just need to do our jobs." Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he was somewhat embarrassed. His analysis wasn't made because he obtained it from others, it was all made by himself. He didn't think that veterans of the 10,000 realm battlefield would have already thought about it. Zhao Hai embarrassingly replied, "I made Big Brother Mew laugh. I was just worried." Mew replied with a serious expression, "No, Little Hai. This isn't just you being worried. You've seen it coming. Even Little G and Little Win didn't see it. They still need some practice. You might not know this, But the Hundred Treasures realm has prepared for a long time in order to deal with the giant spirit realm. This includes our previous battles. We've been preparing for the right time to arrive. In the previous wards, whenever we get news about talents of the giant spirit realm, we would eliminate them no matter what the price is. Our goal is to eliminate all of the smart people in the giant spirit realm, leaving only the fools behind. After doing this for several years, we have finally achieved results. The elders of the giant spirit realm have become reckless and unwise, otherwise they wouldn't have made so many blunders. In addition to this, the Hundred Treasures realm also made an agreement with the realms that are adjacent to us. Once the giant spirit realm is destroyed, its territory would be divided. We will not swallow everything on our own. It's precisely because of this that we're able to deal with the giant spirit realm with a peace of mind. Upon hearing what Mu Yu said, Zhao Hai was actually startled. He didn't expect the Hundred Treasures realm to go to such means just to deal with the giant spirit realm. It might be a stupid method, but it was very effective, killing all the clever members of the giant spirit realms while leaving the fools behind. It was equivalent to weakening the foundation of the giant spirit realm. Looking at it, it seems like the giant spirit realm's lack of wise decisions was due to this plan. Zhao Hai now admired the Hundred Treasures realm. To deal with the giant spirit realm, they actually formulated a very long-ranged plan. This was what they call far-sighted. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Seniors are truly highly skilled, far-sighted. I admit being inferior. With people like this, the Hundred Treasures realm doesn't need to worry about dealing with the giant spirit realm." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh as he said, "All right, there's no need to be like this. Things have been going well according to plan, but this time, the giant spirit realm brought 2 formation-breaking spirit snake needles and they even sent Batu. Batu is a ruthless person. He would use the spirit snake needles to deal with the giant spirit treasure ships in our hands. If he did that, then our treasure ships would suffer." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, just leave the formation-breaking spirit snake needles to me." "Brother Mu, don't forget that my Hell King's ship and the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots have been integrated into my liquid silver. Even if they are destroyed, liquid silver's properties would repair them in an instant. There's nothing to worry about." Mu Yu pat his head as he laughed and said, "I forgot." "Good, then you'll take care of it. Ha ha ha. I want to see what Batu's face when the time comes." Zhao Hai heard that something wasn't right with Mu Yu's tone. He couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Mu, do you have a grudge with Batu?" Mu Yu snorted and said, "Years ago, Batu killed my master's wife. This hatred is something that cannot be forgiven. Unfortunately, my master is now at the immortal stage and couldn't kill Batu himself. So naturally, it's the disciple who will need to make a move." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I see, then we cannot let him off." "Big brother Mu, Batu will head off in 2 days. When do we leave?" Mu Yu thought about it and said, "We almost have enough reinforcements." "Tomorrow, we'll leave tomorrow. We have so many people, we'll have to move slowly." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Big brother Mu, don't forget that my Hell King's ship has its own internal space. Also, the 2 giant spirit treasure ships can hold 20,000 people. If there's more, they can enter my own ship." Mu Yu replied, "Can the giant spirit treasure ship carry that many people?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry, it can fit even if we have double the number of people." Mu Yu nodded and said, "All right, I'll go make the arrangements now. We'll take off tomorrow." After he said that, he turned around and left. Seeing Mu Yu, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. If he fought against the entire giant spirit realm army on his own, then he would have no chance of winning. But if Mu Yu and the others were there, the giant spirit realm would be finished. At this point, Zhao Hai was not afraid of severed soul experts. Even if Batu was half-step into the immortal stage, Zhao Hai was still not afraid. What he feared were those immortal experts. He still has not enough strength to face those immortal stage monsters. Zhao Hai was able to witness the strength of the immortal stage experts of the world of cultivation and knew that he had no strength to deal with them, not to mention high-grade realms like the giant spirit realm and the 100 treasures realm. Their immortal stage experts could only be much stronger than the ones in the world of cultivation. With his current strength, the best Zhao Hai could do was escape with his life. Actually, it would be impossible for these immortal stage experts to kill Zhao Hai. Even if he doesn't enter the space, they would still have a hard time. Zhao Hai may not be able to escape from them before, but this time it was different. After copying the energy collection formation from the formation breaking spirit snake needles, Zhao Hai's means has increased. Others might not see great use in these energy collection formations. In their eyes, it would be used in large battles where there were a lot of people to collect energy from. But to Zhao Hai, this formation was extremely useful. Since he has the space, he can get energy from the people inside it and concentrate it on liquid silver. With such enormous energy present, even immortal experts would need to get out of the way. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to show this strength. These should be reserved for life-threatening situations. They shouldn't be used when not necessary. Zhao Hai always had a sense of insecurity while in the 10,000 realm battlefield. He was afraid that the 10,000 realm battlefield was like the space, providing omniscience to its owner. If the maker of the 10,000 realm battlefield knew what happened in the battlefield, then it would be troublesome for Zhao Hai to expose too much about his ability. So he held back, and he would never do anything huge by himself if he could borrow the hands of other people. The reason Zhao Hai showed some of his strength was because he knew that the world of cultivation had already offended the giant spirit realm. The giant spirit realm should hate the world of cultivation to the bone. If they cannot deal with the giant spirit realm this time, then the giant spirit realm would be like maggots gnawing on the bones of the world of cultivation. The giant spirit realm might not be able to defeat the 100 treasures realm, but they had enough strength to deal with the world of cultivation. The 100 treasures realm might be protective towards the world of cultivation, but the giant spirit realm still had plenty of means to attack the world of cultivation behind the 100 treasures realm's back. The losses to the world of cultivation would be heavy. The world of cultivation was Zhao Hai's foundation, so it couldn't suffer any accidents. Therefore, Zhao Hai had to deal with the giant spirit realm. Moreover, the more he strived against the giant spirit realm, the more important he would look to the 100 treasures realm. Chapter 1481, Attack. Strictly speaking, Zhao Hai was now someone from the 100 treasures realm. However, he was still a stranger to the realm. Just because he was accepted by the realm, it doesn't mean that he was one of them. He has to obtain the approval of the people from the 100 treasures realm. So how could he make the people of the 100 treasures realm approve of him? Naturally, it would be dealing with the giant spirit realm. The giant spirit realm and the 100 treasures realm were longtime enemies. The more ruthless his attacks towards the giant spirit realm, the more the 100 treasures realm would treat him as their own. One of the main reasons why Zhao Hai wants to join the 100 treasures realm soon was because he wanted to confirm whether Laura and the others' analysis was correct. He wanted to see whether the 100 treasures realm was being led by someone to fight the giant spirit realm or not. Zhao Hai had just joined the 100 treasures realm, so it was still impossible for him to find out about the realm's secrets. Therefore, He needs to have the 100 Treasures realm accept him as soon as possible. Only then could he know the realm's secrets and make plans for later on. With other reasons added, Zhao Hai had to deal with the Giant Spirit Realm. Although the Giant Spirit Realm had immortal experts based in the 10,000 realm battlefield, the 100 Treasures Realm had immortal experts as well. And since the 100 Treasures Realm has prepared to deal with the Giant Spirit Realm for several years, they should have prepared against the Giant Spirit Realm's immortal experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have decided to make a move this time. To destroy a high-grade realm, the first thing one needs to think of shouldn't be the people of that realm nor the people of the subordinate realms. Instead, one needs to first think about the immortal stage experts. As long as you aren't sure about dealing with the immortal stage expert, then the conflict would die down sooner or later. After all, immortal stage experts were the ultimate weapons of a realm. Normally, immortal experts wouldn't make a move. However, nobody dared to look down on their strength. Immortal stage experts were like pillars supporting a realm. As long as they exist, the realm wouldn't be eliminated. The world of cultivation also had its own immortal experts. However, whether in quantity or strength, they all fell short compared to the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures Realm and the Giant Spirit Realm. If Zhao Hai hadn't joined the 100 Treasures Realm, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the Giant Spirit Realm. Then the world of cultivation would have to retreat from the 10,000 realm battlefield. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of his cave residence. As for Mo Sheng, he didn't follow behind. Zhao Hai didn't know why, but when he returned a couple of days ago, Mo Sheng experienced an insatiable hunger. He ate almost non-stop. After eating for 2 days straight, Mo Sheng might have eaten a pile of food as large as a whale. In the end, he fell asleep and hasn't woken up yet. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what happened to Mo Sheng, he didn't go and disturb his sleep. Zhao Hai taught Mo Sheng a body cultivation method of the Giant Spirit Realm. It must be said that Mo Sheng was indeed built for body cultivation. Because of his cultivation method, he needed to eat a lot of food. Currently, he is digesting what he has eaten. Zhao Hai also had the space look into Mo Sheng's situation. In the end, it showed that he was just asleep and wasn't sick. Zhao Hai felt relieved. As long as Mo Sheng is fine, he can eat and sleep whenever he wants. Upon leaving his residence, Zhao Hai saw the people from various subordinate realms of the 100 Treasures Realm. Mu Yu was currently talking to their respective commanders. Zhao Hai directly flew towards Mu Yu's side. The people present also knew Zhao Hai and were curious. They knew that he was a nascent soul expert of the world of cultivation that became a refining grandmaster of the 100 Treasures Realm. This was a lofty position. Regarding these legendary people, naturally they were very curious. However, they didn't dare ignore him and thus gave him a salute. Zhao Hai returned the greeting as he stood behind Mu Yu and kept silent. Mu Yu nodded towards Zhao Hai before turning his head towards the various commanders before saying, "As everyone already knows, once we attack the Giant Spirit Realm, the majority of the troops will stay inside Little Hai's large artifact. You need to listen to his instructions and not cause any trouble. Understood?" Everyone responded at the same time. Mu Yu turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, is everything prepared?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship appeared beside him. However, the 2 giant spirit treasure ships didn't appear. Zhao Hai already handed them over to Mu Yu. Mu Yu didn't release his giant spirit treasure ships right now. Instead he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, can everyone fit inside your ship?" Zhao Hai was tuned. Then he immediately understood what Mu Yu was thinking. Nobody knew that the giant spirit treasure ships and the 8 Cyan imperial chariots have been repaired. It seems like Mu Yu wanted to keep this fact a secret for now, so he smiled faintly and said, "Yes, Big Brother Mu." Mu Yu nodded. Then he turned his head and called Tangji and the others over, making them enter the Hell King's ship. Tangji didn't hesitate and immediately commanded everyone to enter the ship. Although the Hell King's ship didn't appear large, it didn't appear crowded at all after so many people entered, and this time, Zhao Hai expanded the space inside and divided it into partitions. Everyone has their own room, which was a surprising thing. After everyone embarked, Mu Yu and Zhao Hai got into the ship. Mu Yu first looked at the troops' cabins. Upon seeing that everyone has their own room, he couldn't help but be startled. But he didn't ask about it as he just gave a nod. Then he went with Zhao Hai to the pagoda on the top level. The pagoda also has its own internal space that can be expanded. At this time, the internal space of the pagoda was very big and has several rooms in it. Moreover, the pagoda had a flat roof that one could see the situation in all directions. Mu Yu looked around with a satisfied expression. Then he took Zhao Hai, Tangji, and Tang went to the roof as they looked into the distance. At this moment, the Hell King's ship left the octopus islands in a slow manner. Mu Yu looked at the scene ahead of him in silence. Zhao Hai and the others were the same. To be honest, besides Zhao Hai and Mu Yu, everyone else were quite anxious. They had no choice but to be nervous. Battles consisting of tens of thousands of people were quite rare even in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Mu Yu also noticed the mood of Tangji and the others, but he didn't say anything. Mu Yu wanted them to adapt. However, regarding Zhao Hai's calm demeanor, Mu Yu couldn't help but ask, "Little Hai, have you experienced a battle between tens of thousands of people before?" Hearing Mu Yu, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, "Big Brother Mu, don't forget that I'm from the lower realms. In the lower realms, people aren't as strong and couldn't even fly. Because of this, the battles in the lower realms are much more ruthless than here. Battles consisting of tens of thousands of people are very common. The largest fight I participated in the lower realms consisted of more than 3 million people." Mu Yu immediately replied, 3 million? Are you sure that it's 3 million? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'm sure. Otherwise, where does Big Brother Mu think my undead came from?" The wars on the lower realms are quite brutal. Tangji and the others were also attracted to Zhao Hai's words. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tangji curiously asked Little Hai, "How many undead do you have right now?" Zhao Hai gave a faint smile as he replied, "I have a lot. I haven't counted them all, but I'm confident that I have more undead than the number of people currently in the 10,000 realm battlefield." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tangji and the others couldn't help but be shocked. They let out a long breath. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you know how many people there are in the 10,000 realm battlefield?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I also don't know, but from what I can estimate, there's at least more than 1 billion people." When Mu Yu heard what Zhao Hai said, he smiled bitterly and said, "That's about right. Nobody really knows how many people there are in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But their 1 billion should be a safe estimate." "So you have more than 1 billion undead?" Disbelief could be heard from Mu Yu's voice. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "About that much." "Back in the lower realms, I was a ruined noble that was able to become a ruler. Then for some reason, 2 realms connected themselves to ours. The inhabitants of those realms are much more powerful than the ones in mine. I led my people to fight these realms and in the end we managed to subdue one. As for the other realm, Their inhabitants couldn't be subdued, so I killed them all. That genocide killed several billion people. Every single person who died during those wars have been turned into my undead. Because of this, I don't know how many undead I have." Mu Yu had a blank expression on his face. He didn't know if he should believe Zhao Hai or not. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, gathering tens of thousands of people was only something that a high-grade realm could do. A population of hundreds of millions was something unfathomable for them. Zhao Hai looked at them as he smiled and said, "Big brother Mu, there's no need to be startled. Do you know how many ascenders a lower realm have? In 10 billion people, it's already fortunate to have one ascender among them, and these ascenders could easily be wiped out by anyone here in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It simply couldn't be compared." Mu Yu nodded. People on his level rarely get in contact with ascenders, so Mu Yu didn't have much understanding about the lower realms. Only Zhao Hai was the ascender who was able to reach this level. After Zhao Hai said that, Tang Ji and the others were drawn to his past. They asked Zhao Hai more about the lower realms, and Zhao Hai also didn't hide too much. As the groups was talking, the ship was going farther and farther away from the Octopus Islands. Chapter 1482, Bitter Experience. Batu stood on the giant spirit treasure ship with a bitter mood. He had been attacking the immortal stage diligently before he was abruptly called over to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. This caused his mood to sour. Batu wasn't good at dealing with the higher-ups. He has no backing in the giant spirit realm since he came from an ordinary background, but because his talent was very good, he was able to reach his current strength. Originally, he had quite some popularity among his people, but ever since the higher-ups gave him an idle job, he slowly faded from everyone's sight. Batu was currently an elder, but the rank of elder was divided into various grades and ranks in the giant spirit realm. Batu was just an idle elder with no influence and importance. The ones holding the true power of the giant spirit realm were the great elders, but for someone with an ordinary background like Batu, it was practically impossible to be among them. A few years ago, Batu's momentum was very strong. When the giant spirit realm and the 100 Treasures realm were in deep conflict, he was able to kill a lot of powerful enemies. He was very popular among the people of the giant spirit realm. If he continued with his current state, he would no doubt enter the ranks of the great elders. Otherwise, the people of the giant spirit realm would cause trouble. Once that conflict sizzled down, the realm gave him a reward and promoted him into an elder. Batu was very happy at that time. Being an elder had been a dream for most people. Not only can he obtain resources, he can also cultivate in peace and take care of his family members. But later on, Batu discovered that he was only given an empty position. The resources he received weren't that much. Also, he was no longer given any opportunities to gain more merit in the battlefield. His dream of establishing his own clan was shattered. Batu was no fool. He knew that his post was a plot by some people, but even if he knew, it was already too late. Batu was aware that he had been played by the higher-ups. He wasn't strong enough to do anything to them. He wasn't influential enough either, so the only thing he could do was cultivation and reach the immortal stage. As long as he becomes an immortal expert, he would become a great elder and get more resources. He would then have no problem establishing his own base of power. Naturally, even if he has an empty status, he was still aware of what happened to the outside world. He knew that the realm was once again in conflict with the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, Bali, that clueless idiot, seems to have pushed 2 subordinate realms into the enemy's side. Hearing this information, Batu couldn't help but feel pleasure from Bali's misfortune. Originally, Batu should have Bali's position, but he was plotted against by the higher-ups. With the higher-ups sending Bali, his loss was surely damaging to their reputation. However, Batu believed that this matter had nothing to do with him. Because of his idle position, he wouldn't be given any chances to gain merit. Also, Batu didn't want to fight right now. He was now half-step into the immortal stage. It wouldn't be good for him to fight the 100 Treasures realm in this critical moment. But suddenly, there was news of Bali's great defeat. Just a few days after his first one, Bali asked the realm for help twice, causing the giant spirit realm to be shaken. At this time, a transfer order came, appointing Batu as the chief commander of the new army. Bali has been dismissed. Upon receiving this order, Batu's first reaction was that it was another plot by the higher-ups to stop him from reaching the immortal stage. Those old fogies really aren't planning to give him any peace. However, Batu still had to take this order. The entire realm had its eyes on this event. If he doesn't take the order, then he would be seen as a coward. When the time comes, even if he reaches the immortal stage, he still wouldn't be able to enter the ranks of the great elders. Batu knew that this had been arranged by those old fogies. They were indeed ruthless. He would suffer a loss if he accepted the order and would suffer even more if he didn't. In the end, Batu had to grit his teeth as he took the transfer order and brought reinforcements to the Imperial Spirit sect. Although Batu was angered, he was still someone from the giant spirit realm who hated the 100 Treasures realm. After reaching the Imperial Spirit sect, he immediately asked for information. He wanted to know how the battle went. He even asked Bali, who he looked down on. But after seeing Bali, Batu's anger dissipated a bit. This was because Bali's current state was indeed very bad. Bali's complexion was very pale and he had gotten thin. Moreover, he coughed continuously, sometimes even with blood. Seeing Bali, Batu knew that Bali's path forward had ended. He would no longer be able to progress. For a cultivator, this was the cruelest fate. Bali was also aware of his current situation. His head was now clear. If he can't progress further, then he might as well use his last bit of strength to help the realm. Therefore, he told Batu everything about the fight. He also added a few of his speculations. After hearing Bali, Batu couldn't help but frown. He quickly latched onto a key point in Bali's words. Someone named Zhao Hai. Batu also heard about Zhao Hai, but at that time he didn't care. In his opinion, ascenders weren't people worth looking into. However, upon hearing Bali, it's clear that Zhao Hai was someone that was hard to deal with. The large artifacts in Zhao Hai's hands as well as the needle-shaped artifacts were now in Batu's mind. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time, so Batu couldn't investigate much. Otherwise, he would have confidence in dealing with Zhao Hai and the others. Batu was no longer the youth that he used to be. He was very clear about the situation of the giant spirit realm. Because of the 2 losses, as well as the betrayal of the world of cultivation, the subordinate realms were feeling uneasy. It was due to this knowledge that Batu was eager to attack. He wanted to level the octopus islands and gain victory in order to stabilize the state of the giant spirit realm. Because of this, Batu had to go out and attack immediately. Batu was also afraid that the 100 Treasures realm would send a large number of reinforcements. When that time comes, they would be in trouble. The more this matter was dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the giant spirit realm. Batu came out with all the strength he had. He wanted to destroy the octopus islands in the shortest time, but he was still angry at those old fogies, thus explaining his current expression. He never thought that the 100 Treasures realm would take the initiative to attack. In his opinion, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't leave the octopus islands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so few reinforcements after the first attack. Batu expected the 100 Treasures realm to use the Octopus Island's strength in order to block the Giant Spirit realm. This way, they would be able to humiliate the Giant Spirit realm. Just as Batu was thinking about this, a whisper came from beside him. Batu immediately regained his senses. He glanced at the person next to him and then was suddenly attracted to something else. Batu saw dark spots ahead, but after using his spiritual force, Batu discovered that it was a huge flying artifact. Although it was smaller than a giant spirit treasure ship, it wasn't that much smaller. Most importantly, the flying artifact looked like Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. To be honest, Batu didn't like this name. Seeing the Hell King's ship, Batu frowned. He knew what the Hell King's ship appearance meant. The 100 Treasures realm has taken the initiative to attack. When he thought of this, Batu immediately said, passed the order to everyone, line up. Someone immediately passed Batu's order. The people from the Giant Spirit realm got on the treasure ships while the others formed up behind. Batu's army was more disciplined like Bali's. When he first arrived at the base of the Imperial Spirit sect, he killed a few people from the subordinate realms in order to make everyone obey. Zhao Hai also spotted Batu and the others. Unlike Zhao Hai, who only had one ship, Batu had 2 giant spirit treasure ships, 38 cyan imperial chariots, and tens of thousands of people. It was very easy to see them from far away. Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect to meet them this soon. Alright, passed the order. Get ready to meet the enemy. After that, Mu Yu waved his hand as 2 giant spirit treasure ships appeared right behind the Hell King's ship. After that, the 8 cyan imperial chariots appeared as well. Zhao Hai also handed over 3 8 cyan imperial chariots. The giant spirit treasure ships and the 8 cyan imperial chariots were all behind the Hell King's ship. Mu Yu was aware that Batu has 2 formation-breaking spirit snake needles in hand. Along with Mu Yu's command, people disembarked from the Hell King's ship and transferred to the giant spirit treasure ships. The 2 sides slowly advanced towards each other. Batu looked at the other side in apprehension. There had only been the Hell King's ship at first, but then more artifacts were taken out. After that, tens of thousands of people were seen. Batu didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to have a lot of troops. What surprised Batu even more was the fact that 2 giant spirit treasures ship appeared along with 28 cyan imperial chariots. Upon seeing these things, Batu's eyes almost flew out of their sockets. Only the giant spirit realm possessed the method to make the giant spirit treasure ships. Even the materials used to make it was a secret, much less its manufacturing method. Even more, the 100 Treasures realm wasn't good at making large artifacts. How could Batu just accept the 100 Treasures realm releasing so many large artifacts? There's even the unique large artifact of the giant spirit realm. While Batu was still surprised by the giant spirit treasure ships that Mu Yu took out, the 2 sides got closer to each other. Batu got back to his senses as he looked at Mu Yu, who was standing on top of the Hell King's ship. Batu didn't wait for Mu Yu to speak. He coldly snorted and said, Mu Yu, I didn't expect the cowards of the 100 Treasures realm to actually come out and fight. This is rare, rare. Mu Yu looked at Batu, then he smiled and said, I didn't expect the giant spirit realm to be this stupid. You're already defeated twice, yet here you are planning another attack. It just saves us more time. Batu, I didn't expect someone like you to come out again. It seems like the giant spirit realm has nobody else left to send. Batu coldly snorted and said, enough talking. Mu Yu, I'll make you meet your wife's master today. Hearing Batu, Mu Yu's complexion changed. He coldly snorted and said, "It depends if you have the skill." I really want to thank the giant spirit realm for giving us giant spirit treasure ships and 8 cyan imperial chariots. Batu, good news. The giant spirit realm aren't the only ones that have giant spirit treasure ships. The 100 treasures realm can now refine them. It's good news, right? Ha ha ha. When Batu heard Mu Yu, his expression changed. But he soon calmed down as he coldly snorted and said, "A mere bluff. If our giant spirit treasure ship is that easy to imitate, then the 100 treasures realm wouldn't be the ones making them." Mu Yu, you have killed my people, today I'll enact their revenge. Mu Yu left and said, "Batu, what are you so confident about? I thought we're finished talking." Later you will find that these giant spirit treasure ships are the same treasure ships that your realm has. Bali coldly snorted before waving his hand. The troops slowly drew back, obviously wanting to get a certain distance before charging. Unfortunately for them, Zhao Hai wouldn't give them this opportunity. As Batu and the others retreated, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship began its charge. Batu was startled. He expected that since the 100 Treasures realm has large ship artifacts, then they would also retreat before charging. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to actually make his ship charge immediately. Seeing this, Batu's eyes flashed a grim light. He waved his hand as a formation-breaking spirit snake needle appeared in his hand. Then he howled as he sent the needle over towards the Hell King's ship. Batu just howled but didn't increase his imposing aura. His howl was a command to the people behind him to input their energy into the spirit snake needles. This way, the needle can exert its greatest offensive power. This was arranged by Batu before they set off. He created 2,000-man teams from the giant spirit realm. These 1,000-man teams wouldn't do anything else other than concentrating their energy into the spirit snake needles the moment Batu gave the signal. Chapter 1483, Dare to Fight? The formation-breaking spirit snake flew like a meteor as it struck towards the Hell King's ship. Batu's action wasn't just noticed by Zhao Hai and Mu Yu. A lot of people were able to see it. Almost everyone's vision was on the flying spirit snake needle. Formation-breaking spirit snake needles are very useful in dealing with guardian formation. However, if it was used against large artifacts, even though it can cause significant damage, the action would damage the spirit snake needles. It can be said that spirit snake needles had its limitations when it came to dealing with large artifacts. After all, it wasn't really made to attack large artifacts. But Batu didn't care about this. He knew from Bali that Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship wasn't simple. That ship can act as a battering ram to attack. Moreover, its offense was incredibly powerful. Bali even suspected that the Hell King's ship frontside was hiding a formation-breaking spirit snake needle. It was precisely because of this that Batu decided to use the formation-breaking spirit snake needle in order to break the Hell King's ship in one go, eliminating the giant spirit realm's army's greatest threat. The spirit snake needle was very fast. And with how close Batu and the Hell King's ship was, the formation-breaking spirit snake needle collided with the Hell King's ship in a blink of an eye. Under everyone's gaze, the formation-breaking spirit snake needle jabbed itself into the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship turned into liquid momentarily. Then the spirit snake needle acted like a needle dropped into a pond. Nobody saw the spirit snake needle after that. Everyone stared at the Hell King's ship, unsure as to what just happened. Was the Hell King's ship just a mirage? While everyone's imaginations were running wild, a bang was heard as the Hell King's ship crashed into Batu's boat. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite as he rammed the giant spirit treasure ship that Batu was on, just like the last time with Bali. This time, Batu's ship fared better than Bali's. After all, they had been too close to each other from the beginning. The Hell King's ship wasn't able to pick up much speed, so its damage wasn't too strong. Although the impact wasn't great, the collision still shook Batu's ship. Moreover, it was clear that the ship was now ruined. Fortunately for Batu, he was prepared. When the Hell King's ship collided with his ship, he already flew up, so he wasn't injured. However, Batu's expression was still very ugly. This was because he felt his connection towards the spirit snake needle being cut off. He had completely lost control of the spirit snake needle. It had been taken away. In order to control artifacts, one needs to have a spiritual force connection to it, and this spiritual force was connected directly into the artifact's core. If one wanted to steal an artifact, then they would have to wipe out the spiritual force connection. However, cancelling out the enemy's spiritual force connection to their artifact wasn't easy. First, the core formation needed to be scanned. Then after that, one would need a stronger spiritual force in order to wipe out the opponents. In a way, it was a battle between spiritual forces. If one wasn't careful, they would be injured if they failed to win. Even if they weren't injured, the formation core of the artifact might be jeopardized. With two spiritual forces battling, it's possible for the formation core to be destroyed. If it does, then the artifact would be turned to trash. Besides wiping out the opponent's spiritual force, another way to cut out spiritual force connections was killing the other party outright. As long as the other party was killed, then naturally their spiritual force would disappear. The spiritual force connection on formation cores weren't like spiritual seals in jade slips. Spiritual seals on jade slips were permanent. It was like a lock. Besides the one holding the key, it wouldn't be easy to open it. A spiritual force connection was like a hand holding onto the artifact. Once this hand gets cut off, the artifact would no longer be under the control of its owner. Batu was now half-step into the immortal stage. This meant that he had extremely powerful spiritual force. His spiritual connection to the spirit snake needle was very firm. If one wanted to take control of the spirit snake needle, then they would need to erase Batu's spiritual force connection. There weren't a lot of people who could do this. Even immortal stage experts would have a hard time doing so. But now, Zhao Hai and the others were able to do it. Batu wasn't aware that Zhao Hai has a cheat weapon like the space. Although his spiritual force was formidable, once it enters the space, it would be classified as a threat and would thus be eliminated. Once the space makes a move, even Batu's spiritual force would be easily wiped out. Once the first giant spirit treasure ship was destroyed, Muyu and the others immediately dispersed to attack the other large artifacts of the giant spirit realm. This was also the plan that Zhao Hai and the others had come up with. Although the 100 Treasures realm has obtained a lot of large artifacts, they weren't proficient in using them. If they confronted an army, then they might suffer a loss. Therefore, Zhao Hai proposed that they might as well use their large artifacts in order to deal with the large artifacts of the giant spirit realm. Once the other party's large artifacts become useless, then the 100 Treasures realm would be able to deal with the army with ease. The plan might look simple, but this would target the giant spirit realm's core strength. In the battles between the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm, the latter was able to use their expertise of using large artifacts in order to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. But once their large artifacts were dealt with, the giant spirit realm's hands would be tied. Naturally, This would be the part where the 100 Treasures realm would take the upper hand. Batu also discovered the 100 Treasures realm's intentions. He felt regretful about making his army draw back. He thought that the 100 Treasures realm would retreat to gain momentum as well. He didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm charge in such close quarters. However, since Batu was also an experienced veteran, he immediately made adjustments to the army. There was no longer any use in making the army retreat. The only thing they could do right now was to meet the enemy's attack. Naturally, Muyu and the others wouldn't let this opportunity go. They immediately charged the enemy. Artifacts began flying in the sky, causing a magnificent scene. Zhao Hai and Muyu were still standing on top of the Hell King's ship. Although the Hell King's ship was also being attacked by enemy artifacts, the ship stayed undamaged. They weren't even enough to scratch the ship. At this time, Batu got onto another giant spirit treasure ship. He led the treasure ship towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai could also see Batu's movement. Zhao Hai turned his head to Muyu and said, "Big brother Mu, it seems like Batu really wants to deal with you." Muyu smiled faintly and said, "I also want to deal with him, little Hai. I'll block him while you take the Hell King's ship to battle. As long as we cause the giant spirit realm's army to turn chaotic, we will win." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Batu flew out of the giant spirit treasure ship. Then he called out, "Muyu, do you dare fight me?" Muyu laughed. Then he also flew up as he replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? I've been waiting for those words." He waved his hand as his 10,000 flower rain attacked Batu. Batu also waved his hand as 2 axes appeared beside him. After that, he charged towards Muyu. Muyu's artifact was like a flower that blossomed. It looked like a huge flower at first before it trembled and shook. After the flower blossomed, it became 2 flowers, and then 4, then 8. Before long, the skies were filled with flowers. One shouldn't underestimate these flowers. Each one of them had extraordinary offensive strength, and they were numerous enough to blot out the sky. Batu's attack was simpler. He waved his 2 axes as he sent an attack towards Muyu. The attacking style of the two were completely in contrast. Muyu's attack danced in the sky attractively, but at the same time, it could be seen that controlling these flowers was very complicated. Moreover, the attack flowed like water, seizing every opening it could find. On the other hand, Batu's attack was straightforward. Every gesture and motion was as basic as it could be. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that he doesn't have anything to do with this duel. He turned his head to Tang Ji and Tang Wen and said, "Brother Tang, go command the troops first. I'll have to fly around and deal with the other large artifacts of the giant spirit realm. With them present, it would be very hard to defeat the army." Just as he said that, the giant spirit treasure ship that Batu left continued advancing towards the Hell King's ship. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have enough distance to build the ship's momentum. This was Batu's plan, to tie down the Hell King's ship so that it wouldn't be able to cause chaos in the battlefield. But what Batu didn't know was that the Hell King's ship wasn't the same as the giant spirit treasure ship. The giant spirit treasure ship couldn't be controlled by just one person. Batu can store the treasure ship in his spatial equipment, but he would still need 100 people to control it once he takes it out. This was also the reason why it wasn't easy to move a giant spirit treasure ship. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship could be operated by Zhao Hai alone. Moreover, the distance that the Hell King's ship needs to gain momentum was much shorter than the giant spirit treasure ship. This allowed Zhao Hai to charge with ease. Tang Ji understood Zhao Hai, so he nodded and began to command the 100 Treasure Realm army. Once Tang Ji and the others disembarked, Zhao Hai received the Hell King's ship and disappeared. Chapter 1484 immortal experts make a move. Although Batu was currently fighting against Mu Yu, he was also paying attention to the Hell King's ship. He was aware that Zhao Hai and the Hell King's ship were huge threats to the giant spirit realm. From Bali's testimony, Batu became aware that the reason Bali lost miserably twice was because of this Zhao Hai. When Batu heard Bali's description of Zhao Hai, he could hear a trace of admiration in his tone. Batu knew that Bali was a proud person. Although he was defeated this time, his pride was still intact. However, he wasn't as arrogant as before. There weren't a lot of people that could awe Bali. This caused Batu to pay more attention to Zhao Hai. One shouldn't think that Batu was truly focused on his fight with Mu Yu. In fact, he wasn't going all out. If he really did, although he couldn't overwhelm Mu Yu, he could still exhaust him. Because of this, while he was fighting Mu Yu, Batu was also paying attention to Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai vanish, Batu began to feel unwell. He was also aware that Zhao Hai has a spatial divergent ability. Back then, he didn't care much about it. This just meant that Zhao Hai can travel much faster than other people. But now, Batu felt that if Zhao Hai were to appear somewhere else with the Hell King's ship, then the giant spirit realm army would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Batu immediately strengthened his attacks on Mu Yu. He wanted to get out of this engagement in order to stop Zhao Hai. However, he underestimated Mu Yu. Mu Yu knows what Zhao Hai plans to do, so he needs to prevent Batu. Mu Yu knew that Batu was stronger than him, with the latter being half-step into the immortal stage. Because of this, he didn't go all out. He was saving his strength to stop Batu when it's critical. When Batu strengthened his attacks, Mu Yu knew what needed to be done. He also began to get serious as he withstood the attacks. He wouldn't allow Batu to disentangle himself. As soon as Batu knew that he couldn't leave, he began to feel anxious. He began to intensify his attacks, but he still underestimated Zhao Hai's speed. Zhao Hai appeared about 5 li away from behind the giant spirit realm army. Then he took out the Hell King's ship, the pagoda, and a giant spirit treasure ship. Soon after, the 3 large artifacts began to charge towards the army. There were a lot of giant spirit realm people behind the army. Naturally, there were also a lot of people from other realms. Cultivators fight differently compared to other people. Artifacts were flying all over the sky. Moreover, with how many there were, even if one was blind, they can still feel the powerful turbulence of spiritual energy in the air. So this wasn't to say that the back was safer. Nowhere else was safe. The giant spirit realm people on the back were supervising the battle. If there were any deserters, they would kill them. Because of this, the people in the back were among the elite. Sensing Zhao Hai's actions, these people turned their heads only to see 3 large artifacts aggressively charging towards them. This time, in order to increase the impact, Zhao Hai separated the pagoda from the Hell King's ship. Then along with the giant spirit treasure ship, the 3 large artifacts charged towards the enemy. Actually, Zhao Hai can release more large artifacts. After all, liquid silver can transform into anything. However, he didn't do this. He already gave Mu Yu and the others the impression that liquid silver can only change into one piece of equipment. Even if he decided to expose his strength, he wouldn't expose all of it. It's already good that Mu Yu and the others understood that Zhao Hai was strong. There's no need to go extra. Seeing the 3 large artifacts, the expression of the people from the giant spirit realm immediately changed. They quickly turned around to defend. Since they didn't have large artifacts at the back, They could only use their own artifacts. They hoped that they could block Zhao Hai and give the giant spirit realm an opportunity to turn the tides of the battle. Zhao Hai didn't think so much as he just charged on at full power. Once these three large artifacts hit their target, their impact would certainly be very strong. Although one of the three was the giant spirit treasure ship, it was improved by the space. Therefore, it was very fast. It didn't hold back the pagoda and the Hell King's ship. Although the giant spirit realm army did their best to block the three large artifacts, they couldn't do anything to stop them. The moment the three large artifacts hit the formation, chaos occurred. When Batu saw this, he couldn't help but stop himself from spitting out blood. He now understood what Bali felt. From the beginning up to now, he was being led by the nose. This annoyed him so much. However, Batu has no way to command the army. Muyu completely locked him down. Batu was mad and angry that he couldn't do anything. Zhao Hai's three artifacts moved unhindered inside the giant spirit realm's formation. Nobody was able to stop them. The people from the subordinate realms were also left with nothing to do. These realms were like the world of cultivation. If they lose too many people, then they wouldn't be able to fare well in the future. Even if the giant spirit realm won, they would still have a hard time. Adding on to the multiple defeats that the giant spirit realm suffered against the 100 Treasures realm and the world of cultivation's defection to the 100 Treasures realm, the subordinate realms had a shadow cast on their heart. Because of this, it was impossible for them to go all out for the giant spirit realm this time. It was said that the first loss of the giant spirit realm was because of the 100 Treasures realm's luck. The second was because the 100 Treasures realm was prepared. Nobody knew how the 100 Treasures realm were able to get so many large artifacts, and that time, it was reasonable for the giant spirit realm to be forced to retreat. But what about this time? This time was a field battle. Two armies were pitted against each other, going head to head. In this case, if they were defeated, then this would consume the last shred of confidence that the subordinate realms had for the giant spirit realm. The hearts of the people from the subordinate realms were in tatters, and it became impossible for the giant spirit realm to keep them in line. The giant spirit realm tried to kill a few deserters in order to frighten them, but they didn't expect the people from the subordinate realms to rebel and kill people from the giant spirit realm. This caused the formation to be more chaotic. In the minds of the people from the subordinate realms, the giant spirit realm was finished. They wouldn't just accept the giant spirit realm commanding them to die, and because of the successive defeats of the giant spirit realm, the subordinate realms were no longer afraid of them. In this case, it became impossible for the giant spirit realm to kill some of them in order to strike fear on the others. Every single realm who managed to come to the 10,000 realm battlefield wasn't simple. These people fought hard to gain their current status. Naturally, they would fight back if they were forced into a corner. At this moment, an angry snort was heard. It was very resounding as it thundered in the ears of everyone present. Their minds couldn't help but shake. This snort froze the entire battlefield. Everyone stopped fighting. Then someone's words were heard. 100 Treasures realm bastards, you actually dared to make a move on the giant spirit realm. This old man will have to teach you a lesson. This voice wasn't too strong, but everyone in the battlefield were able to hear this. Moreover, an imposing aura could be heard in the voice. It was a resounding aura, making people give up any means of resistance. Everyone was horrified. The weakest of them were at the transcending tribulation stage. To overwhelm them in such a manner only meant that the owner of the voice was a person at the immortal stage. Only an immortal stage expert could have such overbearing aura. Thinking of this, everyone's heart sank. This was an immortal stage expert. the top existence in the 10,000 realm battlefield. These were people that couldn't be treated lightly, they simply couldn't resist against them. The people from the 100 treasures realm couldn't help but lose some courage. There were even some people who felt like giving up, not to say others. Even Mu Yu, a peak-severed soul expert, was shaken by this. His heart dropped. At this time, another voice was heard. What? An immortal expert of the giant spirit realm wants to make a move? Ha ha ha. It seems like we really pushed the giant spirit realm into a corner. The decision of the world of cultivation to defect towards us is truly a good choice. What hope is there to follow such a hopeless realm? With this voice, the battlefield was so quiet that one could hear a needle dropping. Everyone looked towards where the voice came from. Then they saw Zhao Hai standing on top of the Hell King's ship. The pagoda was back on the ship while the giant spirit treasure ship was nowhere to be found. Zhao Hai was standing on top of the ship looking at the people of the giant spirit realm with contempt. Everyone who saw this felt that there must be something wrong with their brains. Although Zhao Hai was looking at the people from the giant spirit realm, his message was actually directed at the immortal stage expert. Was Zhao Hai that courageous, or was he just too arrogant? Zhao Hai discovered in the beginning that the immortal stage expert didn't just use his spiritual force to overwhelm others. There was also a trace of spiritual attack in his voice. This kind of large-scale attack using sound can only be used by somebody at the immortal stage. However, such an attack wasn't effective on him. The enlightenment technique far surpassed any spiritual attack. As soon as the voice from the immortal stage expert came out, Zhao Hai knew that he wasn't planning on participating in the battle. He just wants to extinguish the spirit of the 100 treasures realm and let the giant spirit realm win. People who use this kind of method to gain victory was something Zhao Hai hated. Therefore, he decided to counter. Chapter 1485, Fierce Immortal Stage Expert. Zhao Hai didn't intend to annoy the immortal stage expert with what he said. He just wants to remove the spiritual attack that was affecting the 100 treasures realm's side. The spiritual attack of the immortal stage expert was very formidable. He just borrowed his cultivation base in order to oppress the enemy. Because of this, he was able to cause Mu Yu and the others to feel extreme pressure deep inside. Such an attack was very easy to get rid of. Mu Yu and the others were experts at the transcending tribulation and the severed soul stage, so their spirits were already strong to begin with. As long as they were given a gentle push, they could immediately erase this kind of spiritual attack. After all, the immortal stage expert couldn't exert real pressure on the battlefield. What Zhao Hai did was to remind Mu Yu and the others so that they would wake up and get rid of the immortal stage expert's attack. Zhao Hai's move was very useful. His words caused Mu Yu and the others' body and mind to shake. Then they discovered the state they were in. They couldn't help but feel that they were laughable. Mu Yu and the other severed soul experts understood that they had just been attacked by an immortal stage expert. This angered them. Mu Yu coldly snorted and said, "The giant spirit realm is truly despicable." An immortal stage expert actually used such an underhanded method. Just as his words fell, the immortal stage expert replied, "Kid, you're courting death." Along with this response, a cyan fist flew over from a distance. However, this fist wasn't aimed at Mu Yu. Instead, it was going towards Zhao Hai. Seeing this fist, Mu Yu's expression changed. Although this fist looked ordinary, one shouldn't underestimate the strength of a fist from an immortal stage expert. And this fist was heading towards Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai suffers an accident, then it would be a huge loss towards the 100 treasures realm. If he hadn't met Zhao Hai, then Mu Yu wouldn't have thought of this. But after meeting Zhao Hai and learning about his ability, he became aware of how powerful Zhao Hai was. If Zhao Hai was killed now, then the losses wouldn't be worth it even if the 100 Treasures realm won. If others knew what Mu Yu was thinking, they would certainly be startled. Mu Yu was now giving Zhao Hai more importance than his hatred towards the giant spirit realm. Actually, Mu Yu's thinking held some truth. If they defeat the giant spirit realm, what would they get? They would take the giant spirit realm's territory, and they wouldn't even be able to get all of it. They have to split the territory with other realms. Besides the territory, they would obtain the giant spirit realm's subordinate realms. This was important for the 100 Treasures realm, but not as important as Zhao Hai. Not to say anything else, Zhao Hai's ability to reconstruct an artifact and its components would infinitely benefit the 100 Treasures realm. The amount of materials the 100 Treasures realm uses every year for refining was astronomical, and most of these materials are wasted and become useless sludge. It can be said that the materials the 100 Treasures realm waste every year was much more than the tribute they receive from their subordinate realms. But if they had Zhao Hai, these materials can be recycled and reused. For the 100 Treasures realm, this was a source of massive profit. Additionally, they can acquire artifacts from other realms and have Zhao Hai reconstruct them and get the refining method. This was even more beneficial for the 100 Treasures realm. As long as they copy the artifacts of the other realms, they would be more confident fighting against them in the future. Because of this, Mu Yu was very worried about Zhao Hai. However, he was too far from Zhao Hai. He doesn't have any spatial abilities, so it was impossible for him to go to Zhao Hai. The only thing he could do right now was to wish for Zhao Hai's safety. Actually, Mu Yu's earlier words were meant to attract the attention of the immortal stage expert. He wanted the immortal expert to attack him instead of Zhao Hai. In Mu Yu's mind, the immortal stage expert should be attacking him. Although Zhao Hai destroyed the immortal expert's attack, Mu Yu was stronger and more famous. Moreover, Mu Yu was the commander of the entire 100 Treasures realm army. Killing him was much more efficient than killing Zhao Hai. Because of this, Mu Yu thought that the immortal expert would attack him, not Zhao Hai. Mu Yu didn't expect the immortal expert to ignore him and instead go for Zhao Hai. Seeing the fist going towards Zhao Hai, Mu Yu's heart was stuck in his throat. Zhao Hai also saw the fist attack coming for him. This fist wasn't fast, but Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't just hide this time. Firstly, the immortal expert was using their own spiritual force to control the fist. If he didn't use the space, it would be impossible for him to avoid it. Secondly, if he hid at this time, then it would affect the morale of the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, he couldn't hide. Actually, Zhao Hai wasn't thinking of hiding. He coldly snorted as he waved his hand. Then a spirit snake needle appeared in his hand. Then the dark mist-covered spirit snake needle charged towards the fist. The fist and the spirit snake needle met in the air. A loud bang was heard as the fist was broken. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the Hell King's ship retreated more than 1,000 steps before stopping. Zhao Hai was still standing on the Hell King's ship. His complexion was pale. However, his back was straight as he sneered and said, "Immortal stage, mediocre." His statement caused the entire battlefield to turn their eyes towards him. For many years, nobody dared to disrespect immortal stage experts. This even extended somewhat to half-step immortal stage experts like Batu. Immortal experts were much more powerful than severed soul experts. Offending them was basically courting death. Zhao Hai didn't only offend the immortal expert, he even mocked him as mediocre. Hitting the face of the giant spirit realm's immortal expert, how could this immortal expert let him off? Sure enough, hearing Zhao Hai, an angered shout was heard, "Brat, you're too arrogant, die." After this a sword chi cut through the sky, targeted towards Zhao Hai. This sword chi was very solid and exuded a golden light. It could be clearly seen that it was much more powerful than the fist chi. It seems like the immortal expert has been angered and wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly looked at the sword chi. He waved his hand and took out a large needle. The needle didn't charge immediately. Instead, it stayed in place as it got darker and darker. In the end, the needle was covered by a black sheen. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand, sending the needle towards the incoming sword chi. The aura brought by the long needle was astonishing. It caused waves along the path it took. The sword chi also caused ripples along its path. So when the two collided, a loud boom was heard. The area around the collision was leveled. Waves of spiritual energy could be felt from far away. The people present felt that their bodies were like leaves as they were swayed by the collision. They simply couldn't stand in place as they were blown away. As for Zhao Hai and the Hell King's ship, he was blown back by 1,000 steps before stopping. His complexion was even paler. However, his back was still straight. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Miu Yu's eyes shone. He felt his blood rushing as he shouted, "Good!" With this boost, Miu Yu commanded everyone to attack the giant spirit realm. The formation of the giant spirit realm army was already destroyed. They no longer have any means to resist, and with Zhao Hai blocking the immortal expert's two attacks, this caused the giant spirit realm's morale to drop even more. It didn't take long before the army scattered. At this time, the immortal expert attacked once more. "Brat, this old man will kill you today." Several sword chi went towards Zhao Hai one after another. It seems like the immortal expert was resolute in killing Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's current state wasn't good. He underestimated the strength of the immortal expert. Although he managed to receive the two attacks, they also caused him to be injured. Most importantly, the shock of the attack harmed his body, reducing the flow of spiritual energy. He could no longer block another attack from the immortal expert. Right now, he was thinking of hiding inside the space. Then at this moment, a cold snort was heard. "Bossy, why would a respected elder like you bully a kid? Aren't you ashamed? Did you really think that you can bully my 100 treasures realm?" Following this voice, several needle-shaped chi collided with the sword chi. This time, there was no sound from the collision. The chi just vanished as they cancelled each other out. After the collision, the previous voice was heard. "Bossy, if you want to play with this old man, then I'll keep you company. Doing it here will just make these juniors suffer. Let's find another place to play in." Bossy let out a cold snort before the two vanished. Although the people on the battlefield heard the dialogue between the two, their battle didn't stop. The giant spirit realm was now being suppressed and beaten by the 100 treasures realm. The subordinate realms of the giant spirit realm were already beginning to flee. Seeing the situation, Batu knew that he couldn't do anything, so he ordered everyone to retreat. Batu was better than Bali. At least he can gather the people from the giant spirit realm and then slowly retreat. He was able to minimize their losses. Although Miu Yu wanted to give chase, he noticed a problem with Zhao Hai. After blocking the attacks of the immortal expert twice, Zhao Hai stood there without moving. Normally, Zhao Hai would use his Hell King's ship to attack Batu's group, but now, he didn't. It's clear that something was wrong. Thinking of this, Miu Yu stopped pursuing the giant spirit realm and instead headed towards the Hell King's ship. When he arrived, he saw Zhao Hai standing still with his eyes closed. Miu Yu's heart jumped and he panicked for a while, but he quickly felt that Zhao Hai's breath was fine. But he was injured and in the process of recovery. Knowing this, Miu Yu relaxed. But he was still worried. He knew that if it was only a small injury, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have stood in place to heal. It's certain that Zhao Hai was heavily injured this time. With Zhao Hai's strength, he wouldn't be easily injured. But if he did, then it should be serious. Even if the injury was treated with a pill, he wouldn't be able to recover quickly. Mu Yu was worried that Zhao Hai's injuries would affect his future cultivation. Tang Ji and the others kept chasing the giant spirit realm. Meanwhile, Mu Yu stood behind as he waited beside Zhao Hai. Mu Yu knew that Zhao Hai shouldn't be disturbed right now. If Zhao Hai was disturbed, then it might worsen his injury. An hour passed by, 2 hours, 3 hours. Zhao Hai was still in place. At this time, Tang Ji and the others went back after chasing the giant spirit realm for 1,000 li. Upon returning, Mu Yu smiled and welcomed them. Little Ji, have everyone surround the Hell King's ship. Little Hai shouldn't be disturbed. We need to protect him. Tang Ji stared, then his complexion changed as he asked, Big Brother Mu, how is Little Hai? Is he alright? Mu Yu sighed and said, he's injured and currently recovering. He cannot be disturbed. Tang Ji nodded and immediately arranged the army to surround the Hell King's ship. Moreover, the enclosure was watertight. Even mosquitoes wouldn't be able to enter. Seeing Tang Ji's arrangement, Mu Yu let out a long breath. Then he recounted their victory. They dispatched about 80,000 people against the giant spirit realm who had the same number of troops. Altogether, they managed to kill 30,000 people, 2,000 of which were from the giant spirit realm. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm suffered 10,000 casualties. About 1,000 people from the 100 Treasures realm died. But this was already a good result. Although they weren't able to kill a lot of people from the giant spirit realm, the result was still very good. They managed to defeat the giant spirit realm once more. For the 100 Treasures realm, this was an exceptional outcome. Chapter 1486. Transcending Tribulation. Zhao Hai was trying hard to rout the qi inside his body. The immortal expert was indeed very strong. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention when the qi of the immortal expert entered his body. He thought that it could be easily resolved. But now it seems like this wasn't the case at all. The qi of an immortal expert wasn't easy to deal with. The qi of an immortal stage expert wasn't the same as those from the lower stages. Most qi that Zhao Hai met were like an iron rod. As long as it was grinded down, it would sooner or later vanish. On the other hand, the qi of an immortal stage expert was like an onion. It had layers upon layers. Each layer is more formidable than the last. Once you grind one layer down, another would show up. Because of this, it was very difficult for Zhao Hai to get rid of the invasive qi inside his body. He needs to digest it bit by bit. However, Zhao Hai soon came upon an issue. There seems to be something that was layered on top of the immortal expert's qi. It was like a law or some sort. Zhao Hai felt more and more curious about the immortal stage. In the end, he had to use faith power in coordination with his own qi in order to surround the immortal expert's qi and grind it down bit by bit. Upon using faith power, Zhao Hai discovered that the process had become much easier. Not only that, before this, when Zhao Hai used only his spiritual qi, he would need to consume energy corresponding to the amount of energy he erased. In other words, Zhao Hai needs to spend the same amount of energy in order to remove the immortal expert's qi. But now, after using faith power, things became different. Zhao Hai discovered that as the immortal expert's qi vanished, some of it was added to Zhao Hai's own. This caused Zhao Hai to be somewhat puzzled. He carefully observed the qi that he absorbed and discovered that it was solidified energy. Although it was still spiritual qi, It actually gave a feeling of a steady mountain. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, but he immediately thought about the sword qi that was released by the immortal expert. It was golden yellow, so its attribute should be earth. The feeling of a stable mountain should be part of the laws of the earth. Zhao Hai still had little experience regarding these things. He might not know what laws were, but this still didn't prevent him from comprehending them. Laws weren't very difficult. After all, Zhao Hai already had the 5 attributes, with earth being one of them. This allowed him to comprehend the qi inside his body. Zhao Hai controlled his spiritual force towards the foreign qi. This qi was much more dense compared to Zhao Hai's spiritual qi. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force touched it, it felt like climbing a huge mountain, a mountain that was present since ancient times. Winds cannot move it, lightning can't shake it, earthquakes can't destroy it. It was an eternally standing mountain. Zhao Hai immersed himself in this feeling. He felt himself become a mountain. He just stood there indifferently, almost sensing the passage of millions of years. As Zhao Hai's comprehension deepened, the immortal expert's qi also began to sizzle away from his body. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop from feeling the law of this mountain. Meanwhile, as they defended the Hell King's ship, Miu began to worry. Zhao Hai has stood motionless for 2 days. They didn't make a move in these 2 days. Miu wasn't worried that the army would be held back. He feared that something wrong had happened to Zhao Hai. At this moment, Miu discovered Zhao Hai's body glowing with yellow light. It got brighter and brighter before Zhao Hai's entire figure turned into yellow light. Although this yellow light was bright, it wasn't dazzling. Conversely, it gave off a solemn feeling. Miu tried to scan Zhao Hai with his spiritual force but found out that he couldn't. Instead, what he saw was a mountain. Zhao Hai turned into a mountain. This caused Miu to be stunned. Then he immediately understood that Zhao Hai was about to break through. He quickly shouted, "Everyone, distance yourselves from the Hell King's ship." Miu knew that if Zhao Hai were to break through, then he would be facing tribulation thunder. Miu didn't want everyone to be pulled into Zhao Hai's tribulation. The power of this tribulation lightning couldn't be underestimated. If these people were to stand alongside the Hell King's ship, then they would be hit by this lightning. Although these people were all experts, this didn't mean that they weren't afraid of tribulation lightning. If they cause any changes to the tribulation lightning, then Zhao Hai would be in danger. Recalling a matter that happened in a small realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield, a severed soul expert wanted to help his nephew during his tribulation. He took it upon himself to sit and guard his nephew. However, nobody expected the tribulation to be very strong. Additionally, the nephew has been spoiled since he was a child. Seeing such a powerful tribulation lightning, he panicked and didn't know what to do. Because of his affection towards his nephew, the severed soul expert personally shielded his nephew from the tribulation. However, something surprising occurred. The tribulation somehow felt the severed soul expert's meddling and increased the power of the tribulation lightning. Not only was the nephew turned into ash, the severed soul expert was also injured. Because of this lesson, people became aware that they shouldn't help someone during their tribulation. This was the reason why Miu had everyone vacate the area. He was afraid that they would affect Zhao Hai's tribulation. If they were caught in the tribulation, their instinct would make them resist it, which would in turn cause the tribulation to be more powerful. When the time comes, the one who would suffer would be Zhao Hai. Everyone also understood Miu's command. After all, they were all who went through their tribulations. When they saw Zhao Hai's state, they knew what was going on. They immediately retreated. Before long, a black cloud appeared above Zhao Hai. More and more clouds grouped up until it became a thick black cloud. Then the clouds began to rumble as if there was a dragon lurking inside it. Among the dark clouds, silvery lightning could be seen snaking through. Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but frown. This was because he could feel that Zhao Hai's tribulation was much stronger than most people. At this time, Tangji arrived beside Yu as he whispered, "Big brother Mu, something feels wrong." Zhao Hai's tribulation looks several times stronger than mine. Little Hai will be fine, right? Yu shook his head and replied, "I don't know. From what I heard, the power of tribulation lightning is directly related to the cultivation of the person who will receive it." Although Zhao Hai is just a nascent soul expert, he was able to block 2 attacks from an immortal stage expert. This strength already exceeds the transcending tribulation stage. Because of this, his tribulation lightning should be very strong, but I believe Zhao Hai will be able to take it. As they were talking, a thick lightning bolt came down from the dark clouds as though it wanted to chop Zhao Hai in half. But at the same time, a group of yellow light flew out from Zhao Hai's body and met the lightning. What strange was that when the group of yellow lights hit the lightning, it began to fizzle out. It was as though the yellow lights were the bane of the tribulation lightning. Before long, the lightning vanished. Yu and the others were stunned. They didn't know what happened. Then they saw the group of yellow lights flying upwards into the dark clouds. The clouds surged fiercely, no longer having any lightning to pour down onto Zhao Hai. After some time, Yu discovered that the dark clouds were beginning to shrink. As Yu was doubting his eyes, the clouds vanished at a rapid rate. Before long, the clouds shrunk into less than 10 mu in size. Everyone was stunned as they saw the dark clouds completely vanish, and in the place where the clouds were was a group of yellow lights. The yellow lights seemed to have eaten their full as they shook for a moment before returning to Zhao Hai's body. It was also at this time that Zhao Hai opened his eyes. When Yu saw this, his eyes couldn't help but shine. He immediately flew back to the Hell King's ship. Seeing Yu arrive, Zhao Hai immediately gave a salute and said, "Big brother Mu, I've worried you. I didn't think I'd be able to break through this time." Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, as long as you're well." "How is it? Are you feeling great after breaking through?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Fantastic. I'm not at the transcending tribulation stage. Before this, I was struggling to dissolve the immortal expert's chi inside my body, but now I was finally able to remove it." Yu laughed, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, that's good. While you recuperate, we'll head towards the Imperial Spirit Sect." Zhao Hai nodded. Then they went back to the pagoda. When everyone got back on the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai and Yu sat on the top of the pagoda. But instead of going to the roof, Yu took Zhao Hai to his room while Tangji and Tangwen remained outside. Seeing this, Zhao Hai looked confused. Yu went straight to the point. "Little Hai, tell me the truth. Do you have faith power?" When Zhao Hai heard Yu, his body couldn't help but shake. He looked at Yu in amazement. Seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Yu sighed and said, "Sure enough, you're really a lucky kid. You even have faith power, something other people could only dream of. Where did you get your faith power from?" Zhao Hai didn't reply to Yu's question. Instead, he asked, "Big brother Mu, how did you find out that I have faith power? Do you cultivate it as well?" Chapter 1487, Lightning Pool. Yu looked at Zhao Hai in annoyance as he said, "What do you think faith power is? Can anyone just get it? I know some methods of cultivating faith power, but I don't have any means to get it." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Then Big brother Mu, how did you find out that I have faith power?" Yu smiled faintly and said, It's because of your tribulation. One of the advantages of faith power is removing the obstacles in the way of its user. This means that those with faith power have no bottlenecks whatsoever. When the tribulation lightning went after you, it was blocked by faith power. Apart from faith power, there's no other power that can do this. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He didn't think that it was because of this, but he was helpless against it. When the tribulation lightning came down, he was prepared to resist it. He was just waiting to make a move. However, his faith power just flew out on its own and attacked the dark cloud. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, where did you get faith power?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and replied, "It's a long story. I got it by accident. Back in the world of cultivation, I belonged to the machine field. I had some scuffles with the cultivation realm and later on with the devil realm. At that time, I became enemies with someone named the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. I killed his underling, so he looked for me for revenge. In the end, he failed to kill me and was killed instead. That fellow had a lot of evil artifacts, but one of them was an iron token. This iron token was actually an item that can collect faith power from a lower realm. Later on, when I turned him into an undead, I asked him about faith power and learned a simple method to use it. That iron token wasn't made with great materials, so I was only able to collect a little bit of faith power. I was impatient at that time that I threw it back into the lower realm, but I didn't expect the iron token to actually disappear. In the end, I was only able to get a small amount. I didn't expect it to be used today." Zhao Hai's story was a mix of truth and lies. He truly obtained the iron token from the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Moreover, he really lost it in the underworld. But now, the underworld has been unified with the space. Also, the underworld wasn't the only place he can get faith power from. Mu Yu didn't suspect Zhao Hai's story. He was from the 100 Treasures realm, so he was aware of items that held control over a lower realm. The attitude of the 100 Treasures realm towards this token was quite calm. Whoever gets these tokens would own it. Nobody would snatch it from them. Mu Yu shook his head and said, "You're really a lucky kid. With faith power, your future progress would be smoother." "This is good. But Little Hai, you need to remember that faith power is only a tool to help your cultivation. In the end, your cultivation base is the most important, right? What method did you use to control your faith power?" Zhao Hai told Mu Yu about the method he got from the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Mu Yu shook his head and said, "Your method is too primitive. Wait a while. I'll write to Master so that he can help you find a better method. This way, you can use your faith power better." Zhao Hai nodded and thanked Mu Yu. To be honest, he didn't expect Mu Yu to be calm upon hearing about his faith power. Moreover, it seems like he sees faith power as a supportive thing. In Zhao Hai's view, faith power was infinitely useful for cultivation. Take the Buddhist techniques for example. Without faith power, one couldn't practice them at all. How can this be just a supportive thing to Mu Yu? What's this about? What Zhao Hai didn't know was that tokens that connected to lower realms were also rare in the 100 Treasures realm. It was very difficult to obtain faith power from lower realms. Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor can't go to the lower realms and perform miracles, so the people from the lower realms weren't too connected to them. This caused their faith to be weak. Since this was the case, it was impossible for these token owners to realize the terrifying ability of faith power. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand what happened, he didn't ask. He knew that the more he asked, the more he would reveal. Therefore, he'd rather not take the risk. Mu Yu led Zhao Hai to the terrace of the pagoda. Tang Ji and the others were already waiting there. Mu Yu nodded and said, "Now that Little Hai has successfully entered the transcending tribulation stage, we should think about our next action. We'll march towards the Imperial Spirit Sect." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he controlled the Hell King's ship to head towards the Imperial Spirit Sect. Once the Hell King's ship was on the way, Zhao Hai turned to Mu Yu and said, "Big brother Mu, what happened to the immortal expert that attacked me?" Mu Yu smiled and said, "Just as the immortal expert attacked the third time, an immortal expert of the 100 Treasures realm blocked it. After that, they fought somewhere else. We don't know where they fought, but we can only do what we can at this time." Actually, Zhao Hai knew about this, he just pretended to be clueless. Therefore, as soon as he heard Mu Yu, he feigned a fearful expression as he replied, "If it weren't for the 100 Treasures realm's immortal expert, I would have been finished. I used the energy of my undead to power the spirit snake needles in order to block the first 2 attacks. I really didn't expect the immortal stage to be this powerful." The last sentence was what Zhao Hai really thought deep inside. He truly didn't expect the immortal expert to be this powerful. There was even a trace of domain in this attack. Zhao Hai knew about laws before, but after comprehending the immortal expert's chi, he discovered that it wasn't just a law, but instead a comprehension of domain. At that time, he transformed himself into a mountain. Domains could increase someone's offensive power. Before reaching transcending tribulation, Zhao Hai didn't think that the stage would be useful for himself. This was because his current strength was already on par with severed soul experts. But after going through his tribulation, Zhao Hai understood that the stage wasn't so simple. It tempered one's spiritual chi and removes impurities, making spiritual chi denser. Because he practiced the yin-yang stellar transformations art, the density of Zhao Hai's spiritual chi already far exceeded those on the same level. This was the reason why he can fight severed soul experts while in the nascent soul stage. Zhao Hai thought that the tempering that was provided by the transcending tribulation stage wouldn't have any effect on him. Unexpectedly, although the tribulation lightning has been dissolved, its strength was absorbed by the faith power and added to Zhao Hai's body. This immediately caused a transformation in Zhao Hai's body. Needless to say, since Zhao Hai's body was already formidable, there's no longer any need to temper it. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai's spiritual chi was upgraded. Right now, Zhao Hai's spiritual chi was 20 times denser than before. All of this was because the tribulation lightning has been absorbed by faith power. When ordinary people undergo their tribulation, the tribulation lightning would become an aid to temper their spiritual chi. This type of tempering was very formidable, but also extremely painful. Because of this, plenty of people fail and perish during their tribulation. Zhao Hai's situation was different. His faith power absorbed the tribulation lightning and then brought it directly to Zhao Hai's body, tempering it in the process. The power of the lightning has already been subdued by faith power, so it was no longer violent. This was the reason why Zhao Hai's spiritual chi became 20 times denser. Besides a more condensed spiritual chi, Zhao Hai's chi also has the power of lightning. His offensive strength became even more powerful. The power of the tribulation lightning was different from a domain. The lightning was an additive property to attacks. Because Zhao Hai's faith power absorbed the tribulation lightning, he can now extract its power and use it. This kind of lightning was yang lightning, a complete opposite of yin lightning. The moment the space extracted the yang lightning, it immediately tried combining it with the yin lightning. Now, Zhao Hai's space has developed something called the lightning pool. This lightning pool looked like a yin-yang fish, but it spewed out lightning from time to time. Once the lightning pool was created, the space immediately gave a prompt informing Zhao Hai that the pools can be used to increase his combat power. The yin-yang pond in Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship was now replaced by a lightning pond. Because it has formidable offensive strength, it was much better to use the lightning pond for the Hell King's ship. Chapter 1488, The 10,000 Realm Battlefields Big Five. In the past, Zhao Hai thought about how to use the yin-yang pond into the other weapons that liquid silver can transform to. This way, his overall strength would increase. However, since the yin-yang pond would need to shrink in order to fit these artifacts, its benefit would be affected. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't do it. But now Zhao Hai could do it because of the lightning pools. The lightning pool was different from the yin-yang pond. The yin-yang pond absorbs outside energy for utilization. On the other hand, the lightning pool generated its own strength. The yin and yang lightning exist with each other. Without beginning or end, they can naturally produce their own energy. Zhao Hai installed lightning pools into all of his artifacts. Now, the strength of his magic artifacts has increased. At this time, Kair was thinking about combining the lightning pool with the yin-yang pond. This way, the power of the lightning pools would increase. After reaching the transcending tribulation stage, Zhao Hai's spiritual chi became more condensed. He also has a new lightning attack along with a hint of a domain. Moreover, the two can be superimposed into each other. The strength of the domain was very formidable. His new understanding about domains informed Zhao Hai how powerful immortal experts really were. At the same time, it allowed Zhao Hai to understand the immortal stage even more. Although he just reached transcending tribulation, he now understood that in addition to their cultivation, immortal experts were also powerful due to their comprehension of domain. People said that after reaching transcending tribulation, cultivation would be smooth sailing to the severed soul stage and the immortal stage. There were no barriers between these realms. In fact, this wasn't true. There were stages between the transcending tribulation stage and the severed soul stage. However, the division wasn't as clear as the barrier between nascent soul and transcending tribulation. In order to reach the severed soul stage, the hurdle was the severed soul. From its name, severed soul means the division of one's divine soul, making another soul from the original one. This carried a huge risk. If one's spiritual chi and spiritual force was insufficient, it would be impossible to reach the severed soul stage. In a way, it was a barrier. Then another barrier appeared between the severed soul stage and the immortal stage. This barrier was the comprehension of a domain. Now that he entered the transcending tribulation stage, because of the lightning pool and his minor understanding of domains, Zhao Hai was certain that if the immortal expert came back, the other party could no longer attack his body using their chi. Despite that, Zhao Hai still admired the strength of the immortal stage expert. The first two attacks that he received caused him to think about retreating to the space. One could see how powerful they were from this. Moreover, nobody can guarantee that this was the only ability of the immortal stage. Even with his transcending tribulation stage, Zhao Hai still couldn't compete against immortal stage experts. Because he understood this point, Zhao Hai could say that immortal experts are extremely powerful. Hearing Zhao Hai, Miu Yu couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Little Hai, you succeeded in going through your tribulation. With your aptitude, I'm certain that it wouldn't be difficult for you to enter the severed soul stage. Then sooner or later, you will reach the immortal stage. There's no need to be anxious." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm not anxious." But now that the giant spirit realm's immortal expert has made a move, other immortal experts will come out as well. If the other immortal experts of the giant spirit realm make a move, then will the 100 Treasures realm have enough time to save us? Miu Yu stared. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be worried about this. To be honest, he hasn't considered this issue before. Now that Zhao Hai brought it up, he couldn't help but think about it. After thinking for a moment, Miu Yu replied, "Rest assured, We will make some preparations. Now that the giant spirit realm's immortal expert has made a move, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be idle. They will find a way to deal with the immortal experts. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that would be best. But there's still no need to be afraid of a few immortal experts. I was able to block their attacks before reaching transcending tribulation. Now that I have become stronger, I should be able to hold off more attacks. Hearing what Zhao Hai said, Miu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder as he said, "Kid, you're really reckless. That time, the immortal expert released a casual attack. Do you really think that you can block an attack with their full strength?" Zhao Hai just smiled. At this time, a jade sword message stopped in front of Miu Yu. Upon catching the sword, Miu Yu searched it using his spiritual force. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, stop the ship." Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly stopped the Hell King's ship. He looked at Miu Yu and said, "Big brother Miu, what happened?" Miu Yu's expression was ugly as he said, "We can't go to the Imperial Spirit Sect in the meantime. Immortal experts have stationed themselves there. They are also authorized to make a move if we attack." Zhao Hai, Tang Ji, and Tang Wen stared, then their expressions changed. Zhao Hai looked at Miu Yu and said, "Big brother Miu, are you telling the truth? Immortal experts can make a move? How is this possible? Do they want to cause chaos to the 10,000 realm battlefield?" Miu Yu replied, "This is information that the realm just sent over. Those giant spirit realm bastards asked the Fire Weaver race for help. With the Fire Weaver race on their side, they're confident in dealing with us. Therefore, immortal experts are now allowed to make a move. The realm is now trying to find a solution." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Fire Weaver race? What race is this? Are they very strong?" Miu Yu's expression was ugly as he replied, "They're very strong. The Fire Weaver race is one of the strongest groups of people in the 10,000 realm battlefield." "Little Hai, you've just come to the battlefield recently, so you don't have much understanding about the people here. Although the world of cultivation has some materials about the 10,000 realm battlefield, it is still a medium-grade realm in the end. There's still plenty of things that they don't know." After he said this, Miu Yu let out a long breath. Tang Ji and Tang Wen's expressions weren't great either. However, they didn't make any noise. Miu Yu continued, "In the 10,000 realm battlefield, high-grade realms are seen as powerful and prestigious. Actually, high-grade realms are also classified into groups. The 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm can only be classified into medium-level high-grade realms. As for those at the high level, there are only 5. There's the Primal Chaos realm, the Fireweave realm, the Sword realm, the Buddhist realm, and the Divergent realm." Miu Yu sighed and said, "These 5 powers are the strongest groups in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Nobody dares to touch their territories." They had large swaths of land as well as innumerable subordinates, but lower-grade realms under them don't get in contact with them most of the time. These realms just live inside these 5 realms' territory. This is the reason why only a few people are aware of their existence. Of the 5 realms, the Primal Chaos realm is the most complex and also the most mysterious. They rarely come in contact with others. One could identify their people in just a glance. People from the Primal Chaos realm always have some mutation in their bodies, like a tentacle for a hand. Not only could these mutations elongate and shorten, it's also very powerful and can be used as weapons. There's also people whose feet are different, along with other parts of their bodies. However, these mutations only happen in the men of the realm. Women of the Primal Chaos realm were generally mages that use special staffs that are connected to their spatial items. Once they cast their spells, potions from their spatial items would aid to reinforce the spell. Their offensive strength is formidable. Once one enters the primal chaos realm, it would be very hard for them to survive. As for the Fireweaver race, they're also known as the Hunter race in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They carry rifles along with them and also have at least 2 beasts that they tamed. Their rifles aren't like the usual rifles that we see. These rifles can launch powerful chi attacks for long range. Additionally, their tamed beasts not only help them during battle, they can also track people. The Fireweaver race can also borrow the strength of their beasts in order to increase their own strength. The Divergent realm consists of people with divergent abilities. They had all kinds of abilities, just like Little High's spatial ability or material reconstruction ability. These people are very proficient in using their divergent abilities. They're the most difficult to deal with. There's nothing more to say about the Sword realm. They're all sword cultivators. Some rumors even state that all the sword cultivation methods present in the 10,000 realm battlefield come from the Sword realm. However, these sword cultivation methods are inferior ones compared to the methods used by the Sword realm. The Sword realm's true cultivation methods cannot be learned by an outsider, and even if someone did, they would be hunted down by the realm. The Buddhist realm is almost like the Sword realm. Everyone there practices Buddhist methods. Most importantly, the Buddhist realm specialize in faith power. Their methods use a lot of faith power, but they also provide a large boost in strength. Hearing Mu, Zhao Hai's eyes shrank. This was the first time he heard about faith power techniques from other people. Moreover, there's a Buddhist realm that has Buddhists that practice these techniques. Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about his 18 Arhat techniques. At this time, Mu continued, nobody knows about the relationship between these 5 realms. However, these realms rarely participate in any conflicts. The giant spirit realm pulling the Fireweaver race to their side isn't good news. With the Fireweaver race in the mix, things have become more complicated. Let's return to the Octopus Islands first and wait for orders. Zhao Hai didn't ask anything as he nodded and turned the ship's direction towards the Octopus Islands. Meanwhile, Mu went to the cabins and informed everyone about the situation. Naturally, Mu would tell them about the Fireweaver race. Only very few people from lower grade realms know about the Fireweaver race, so it was useless to tell them. Mu just informed everyone that the situation has changed and that they need to return to the Octopus Islands. Although they felt that it was strange, everyone didn't say anything to them. Returning to the Octopus Islands was good news. It was much better than going to the Imperial Spirit Sect to fight. However, some people began to ponder about the matter. They felt that the situation wasn't as simple as Mu made it out to be, but they still didn't open their mouths. After telling everyone the news, Mu returned to the top of the pagoda. His expression was still gloomy. Zhao Hai looked at Mu and said, "Big brother Mu, does the 100 Treasures realm have no connections to the 5 realms?" Actually, Zhao Hai's question was a probe. He guessed that the 100 Treasures realm's conflict with the giant spirit realm was instigated by someone else. He wanted to know which of the 5 it was. Disappointingly, Mu shook his head and said, "We don't. Our 100 Treasures realm don't have any connections with the 5 realms. It's precisely because of this that the realm made us go back. The Fireweaver race isn't just any high-grade realm. The rules for the immortal stage don't apply to them. This is the reason why the giant spirit realm is allowed to use their immortal experts." The Jade Sword message revealed that the immortal expert who attacked you has been killed by our immortal expert. Because of this, the Fireweaver race began to appear. Now, the 100 Treasures realm is trying to solve this problem. This is the best opportunity for the 100 Treasures realm. and we're not prepared to let it go. Zhao Hai knew what opportunity Mu Yu was talking about. This is the opportune moment for the 100 Treasures realm to get rid of the giant spirit realm. If they missed this opportunity, the giant spirit realm would be able to recover and the stalemate between the two realms would continue. The 100 Treasures realm doesn't want this to happen. They had prepared for a long time, so they didn't want to give this chance up. The giant spirit realm wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Chapter 1489, Revealing Cards. The grudge between the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm run deep. Their conflict has been going on for a millennia. Most grudges would sizzle out throughout that period of time. It has been too long, and the 100 Treasures realm has paid too much. Now that they have forced the giant spirit realm into a dead end, how can they just cower before the Fireweaver race and retreat? The Fireweaver race was a strong group even compared to the 100 Treasures realm. However, the 100 Treasures realm's hatred towards the giant spirit realm was much bigger than their fear. The Hell King's ship returned to the Octopus Islands. Once they arrived, Mu Yu told everyone to take a rest. Then he led Tang Ji, Tang Wen, and Zhao Hai towards his residence. Once the group had sat down, Mu Yu gloomily said, "Our 100 Treasures realm doesn't have a backer like the Fireweaver race. I didn't expect the giant spirit realm to use this card." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Big brother Mu, go back and inquire about the situation. With us here, defending the island wouldn't be a problem." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu stared for a moment before he nodded. "Right, I should go back and see what we can do. If we just retreat, then it would be a huge blow to the subordinate realms. Moreover, all of our previous efforts would be wasted." Zhao Hai replied, "Big brother Mu can go back. I'll guarantee that no matter who comes over, the Octopus Islands will be ours. Even if they manage to steal the island, I'll take care of the people we have here." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Little Hai, did you discover something?" Zhao Hai bitterly smiled. He didn't expect Mu Yu to see through his words. He nodded and said, "It seems like people from the Fireweaver race has reached the Imperial Spirit sect." Mu Yu couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "Are you sure?" "If that's the case, then the giant spirit realm will certainly come over to attack. This time, the Fireweaver race will be involved. This is becoming a huge problem." Zhao Hai replied, "Big brother Mu, you need to head back. Leave this place to us. The Octopus Islands have 60,000 people. We should be able to hold on for some time. What's most important right now is to deal with the Fireweaver race. If we can't deal with them, then we'll have to retreat." Mu Yu nodded. He sighed and said, "The problem is that we don't even know what the giant spirit realm offered to the Fireweaver race. It's difficult to have the Fireweaver race exit this war. I think the realm would find one of the 5 to be allied with, but in this case, we wouldn't have enough time to deal with the giant spirit realm." Mu Yu's emotions were very heavy, but he has calmed down now. He knew that the presence of the Fireweaver race has made the situation more complicated. The Fireweaver race weren't known to be charitable. They certainly received benefits in order to participate in this war. Without this, they simply wouldn't make a move. These powerful realms were innately greedy. Mu Yu was a key person trained by the 100 Treasures realm, so he knew things regarding these realms. The reason these 5 realms don't reveal themselves in the 10,000 realm battlefield was because they were surrounded by realms like the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm. Although the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm were bitter enemies and wanted to get rid of each other, things became different when it came to these 5 realms. These 5 realms shouldn't participate in any battles in the battlefield. Otherwise, Sooner or later the realm would be divided amongst the 5 of them. Therefore, the other high-grade realms reached an agreement. As long as one of the 5 realms interfere, then the other high-grade realms would work against them. But the situation now became different. This time, the giant spirit realm asked the Fireweaver race to come. Otherwise, the Fireweaver race wouldn't have arrived lest they incur the anger of the other realms. As long as it was the giant spirit realm that asked for help, then the Fireweaver race can use this as a pretext to participate in the battle. This was a troublesome matter. This meant that the giant spirit realm had let a wolf into their house. When he thought of this, Muyu couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Those idiots from the giant spirit realm didn't know what they just did. Now that the Fireweaver realm has come out, it wouldn't be long before the giant spirit realm gets swallowed. Muyu didn't hide the truth from Zhao Hai and the others and told them about this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai's eyes shone as he said, "Big brother Mu, if that's the case, then things would be easier." Since the Fireweaver race inserted themselves into this battle, we can call upon the other high-grade realms for help. This would not only increase the enemies of the giant spirit realm, we can also teach the Fireweaver race a lesson. They need to learn that they cannot just insert their claws wherever they want. When he heard Zhao Hai, Muyu froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. He forgot about this. He nodded and said, "Good, then I'll leave things here to you." Little G. Little Wen, although you're good commanders, you still fall short compared to Little Hai. I'll leave the Octopus Islands to him while you two help him manage things. Remember, this matter is important for the 100 Treasures realm. Tangji and Tangwen had no objections. The two had already spent some time with Zhao Hai. Naturally, they know Zhao Hai's skill. Hearing Muyu, Tangji smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Mu, don't worry, I'll help Little Hai. Nothing will go wrong here." But Big brother Mu needs to find a solution as soon as possible. I reckon the Fireweaver race would want to attack us as soon as possible. As long as we hold them back, our discussion with the other high-grade realms and even the rest of the 5 great realms might become easier. Muyu nodded. Then he stood up and said, "Little Hai, we can't lose the Octopus Islands. I don't care what other trump cards you have, but you need to hold the island. If I find out that you're still holding back, let's see how I deal with you." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like things won't work out this time if I don't work hard a bit. Big brother Mu, don't worry. I'll make sure to keep the Octopus Islands before you come back." Muyu nodded, then turned around and left. The 3 sent Muyu off at the transmission formation before returning to Tangji's residence. After entering the residence, Tangji turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you plan to do right now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Tang, let's call the commanders of the subordinates first and tell them about the situation and make some arrangements. I think the Fireweaver race will arrive in a couple of days." Tangji stared, his expression changed as he asked, "They're coming?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They're coming. There's 2,000 Fireweavers along with 30,000 subordinates. With the giant spirit realm and its 60,000 subordinates, the total number of people coming over is over 90,000. Tangji's expression became difficult as he said, "How many people do we have right now?" They suffered losses in the last battle, and some people were also injured. These injuries were quite major, making the afflicted unable to fight. Zhao Hai replied, "We have about 58,000 people. 5,000 of which are from the 100 Treasures realm." Tangji's brows turned tighter. He discovered that things had taken a huge turn. Although they had never been defeated, once they were, the 100 Treasures realm would be in danger. Thinking of this, Tangji couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and ask, "Little Hai, what do you think we should do?" Zhao Hai replied, "We defend. Put all of our power in defending. As long as we keep the octopus islands, we win. We need to let the others see that the Fire Weaver race isn't to be feared. They can also be defeated." Tangji nodded and said, "All right, Little Wen, immediately call every commander here." Tang Wen nodded, then he took off to call everyone over. After Tangji and Zhao Hai sat down, Tangji sighed and said, "I haven't seen someone from the Fireweave race before, but I heard about them. They have three main methods of attack: their tamed beasts, their rifles, and their fire techniques. They are called Fire Weavers because of their innate ability to control fire. Their control over fire is so terrifying that they can form fire into a solid thread and weave it into a net. This is also the origin of their Fire Weaver name. In addition to their control over fire, their rifles are also terrifying. Their rifles might look ordinary, but they are inscribed with formations. Most artifacts would be destroyed by these rifles. As long as it hits someone, the target's body would immediately burn. No matter what method is used, it would be impossible to put out the fire. Even severed soul experts cannot save themselves. Then there's their tamed beasts. They had been trained since they were young. The Fire Weaver race seem to have pills that can make their beasts stronger without turning them into demons. Any one of these three attacking methods is a headache to deal with, let alone all three of them at once. Zhao Hai nodded. The Fire Weavers didn't bring any large artifacts this time. However, they have an enormous beast that can contend with large artifacts. It would be hard to deal with them. It seems like we can only use the fake spirit snake needles to deal with them. Tangji replied, "The fake spirit snake needles? But we only have very few. What do we do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This time, I won't let everyone go out on their own. I want everyone to be inside the Hell King's ship, the pagoda, and the giant Sparrow treasure ship. With the defensive strength of these three artifacts, we should be able to protect ourselves. Then we can slowly deal with the attackers." Chapter 1490, Fire Weaver Army. Zhu Gifeng stood on the back of his jade flame toad. He looked in front as his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. He had no reason to be unhappy. After all, they were the vanguard sent out by the Fire Weaver race. The Fire Weavers, like other realms, always wanted to conquer other territories in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But because of the contradictions between the 5 realms, they weren't able to work together. They also couldn't stop the combined force of the other lower-grade realms. In the end, they can only look at the big fat meat that is the 10,000 realm battlefield and drool. They couldn't do anything. They didn't expect the giant spirit realm to look for them for help, and they even promised half their territory just so that the Fire Weaver race could eradicate the 100 treasures realm. Moreover, after dealing with the 100 treasures realm, the Fire Weaver race would get all of the spoils of war. Actually, the giant spirit realm doesn't need to give them all these things. This was because the giant spirit realm has already given the Fire Weaver race their most important possession. The territory agreement was just an excuse. They wanted to make a move on the other territories in the 10,000 realm battlefield before, but realms like the 100 treasures realm and the giant spirit realm, which were quite strong, were united against them. If they sent troops, these realms would unite and push them back. They need a pretext to attack. However, this excuse wasn't easy to find. This time, they didn't expect things to take a favorable turn. The giant spirit realm basically invited them into the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, They even handed over a bunch of benefits. This allowed them to send their troops and annex territories. The five realms always called their territories the Great Lands, while the territories outside the Land of Chaos, they always thought that the other realms couldn't control their own territories. That was why they had been fighting all these years. The five realms were much more peaceful compared to the other realms, thus the name the Great Lands. Annexing the Land of Chaos was the dream of the five realms. However, doing so wasn't easy. The five realms weren't peaceful with each other and had small conflicts between themselves. None of them could make a large move without the others interfering. Since the five realms couldn't just conquer each other's territories, their goal was the Land of Chaos. In their opinion, it was the best place to expand. However, the giant spirit race, the Hundred Treasures realm, and all other realms wouldn't allow them. Once these realms unite, even the five great realms together couldn't stop them. But at the same time, these realms were killing each other. Unless they were pushed into a corner, they wouldn't unite. Therefore, the five realms behaved themselves and waited for any opportunity. Now, this equilibrium has vanished, and it was broken by the other realms. When he thought of this, Zhu Gifeng couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement. The blood in his body was boiling. His jade flame toad probably felt his emotions as it opened its mouth and roared. Zhu Gifeng couldn't help but smile as he sat down. He touched the head of the toad as he chuckled and said, "Old fellow, you're excited too? This rare achievement will be in our hands." The jade flame toad roared once more as though responding to him. Zhu Gifeng couldn't help but laugh. He raised this jade flame toad ever since he was a child. He spent a lot of effort in order to nurture it. The jade flame toad was a fire attribute beast. Once it reached adulthood, its body length would exceed 20 meters. Its skin was like red jade and its eyes were like fine sapphire. It could also fly incredibly fast. Just as Zhu Gifeng was laughing loudly, an eagle's cry could be heard above him. Zhu Gifeng looked up and saw a huge golden eagle with a wingspan of over 100 meters. Zhu Gifeng smiled and said, "You're also excited? Ha ha ha. Don't waste your energy now. We still have to play later." This golden eagle was also something he raised. It was named Goldfeather Thunderhawk. Its defensive strength was formidable. It has a body length of 30 meters and a wingspan of over 100 meters. It had a hooked beak and two sharp red talons. One could see how extraordinary it was. This Goldfeather Thunderhawk can fly extremely fast, and with its lightning attribute, its offensive strength isn't ordinary. A grown-up Goldfeather Thunderhawk can reach transcending tribulation level strength. However, Goldfeather Thunderhawks raised by the Fireweaver race can resist attacks from severed soul experts. Zhu Gifeng was wearing a robe that resembled a Buddhist's. He had a scarf on his head and strips of cloth on his body. He wore leather boots and had two golden chains across his chest. He carried his spear on his back. The spear was more than a meter long and had a wooden handle. It looked like an old-fashioned spear. Behind Zhu Gifeng were people with the same outfit as him. Some of these people stood on top of their tamed beasts, some rode on them, and some flew side by side. They looked like an army of men and beasts. And further behind were two giant spirit treasure ships. Alongside it were numerous flying cultivators. Batu stood on the giant spirit ship as he looked at the Fireweavers flaunting their strength. His heart couldn't help but feel bitter and unwilling. He knew how easy it was to bring the Fireweavers out. The real problem was how to make them return. The Fireweaver race was known to covet the lands of others. Batu also knew how greedy the five realms were. It was precisely because of this that he thought badly about inviting the Fireweavers. This was practically inviting a wolf into their home. Batu also understood why the giant spirit realm did this. They had been forced into a corner by the Hundred Treasures realm. Now, the giant spirit realm is unable to control their subordinate realms. If things went on like this, then those subordinates would certainly rebel and attack the giant spirit realm, and with the attack of the Hundred Treasures realm, the giant spirit realm would be finished. Those old fogies certainly understood the situation. Therefore, they invited the Fireweaver race over. To put it bluntly, the giant spirit realm wanted to take everyone down with them. For the giant spirit realm, inviting the Fireweavers and giving away their lands was practically suicide. Right now, the Fireweavers still need the giant spirit realm to give them an excuse to go out. But once the Hundred Treasures realm has been dealt with, the giant spirit realm would be the ones suffering next. But for the giant spirit realm, they were already satisfied if they could see the Hundred Treasures realm perish before their eyes. Hatred can make people patient. Similarly, hatred can also cause people to go crazy and do stupid decisions. The giant spirit realm was now making a stupid decision. Zhao Hai was now calmly sitting inside his residence. They had already made the situation clear to the people from the subordinate realms. Although they didn't know about the Fireweaver race, they also knew that the enemy would be hard to deal with. Would someone that made the Hundred Treasures realm retreat easy to deal with? Certainly not. The Octopus Island was now making its arrangements. Everyone needs to be at their peak when the battle happens. It was already planned that they would settle themselves inside the Hell King's ship, giant spirit treasure ship, and the pagoda. All of these artifacts belong to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and Tangji planned to meet the other party head-on. However, everyone needs to stay inside the three large artifacts. Nobody was allowed to venture out on their own. Although these people didn't understand why Zhao Hai did this, they didn't say anything. On the contrary, they were happy to stay in the Hell King's ship. This meant that only the large artifacts would get in contact with the enemies and they wouldn't need to defend themselves. Large artifacts were much more defensive compared to other artifacts. Despite staying in his residence, Zhao Hai was actually waiting for Kair to integrate the yin-yang bond to the lightning pool in order to form the yin-yang lightning pool. This yin-yang lightning pool couldn't only absorb energy from outside, it could also make its own energy. It could also transform the energy it produced into lightning energy and release it. It was now much more formidable than before. As long as the yin-yang lightning pool was made, Zhao Hai would immediately install them into his large artifacts to prepare for the incoming attack. This was because the Fireweavers and the giant spirit realm were now quite close to the Octopus Islands. After 1 hour, Zhao Hai opened his eyes. His face couldn't hide his flee. Finally, yin-yang lighting pools have been installed into his large artifacts. Not only would this enhance the large artifacts' abilities, it could also improve their defense. Moreover, the yin-yang lightning pool can be used on smaller artifacts, even liquid silver's needle. With the yin-yang lightning pool, the silver needles are now much more potent. But in the end, the larger the yin-yang lightning pool, the bigger benefits it could bestow. So larger artifacts benefited more from them. At this time, Zhao Hai was thinking of visiting the Primal Chaos realm. This was because the realm has something that's very attractive to him. It had something to do with the space. Zhao Hai remembered Miu Yu's introduction of the Primal Chaos realm. The women from the Primal Chaos realm were mages whose staffs can directly connect to their spatial equipment. This allows them to use potions that could improve their spells. Inside their spatial equipment should be a large supply of potions, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to use it for battle. What Zhao Hai wanted was the technology used by these people in order to have this kind of access into their spatial equipment. This technology might not look special at first glance, but when you think about it deeper, it becomes more complicated. The space inside spatial equipment is an expanded space. If one makes a direct connection to it that's open all the time, then this connection will be broken by the discrepancy between the inside and outside space. Being able to access the space inside the equipment all the time was something that Zhao Hai wanted. Chapter 1491, Eyeing the Rifles. Zhao Hai wanted to acquire this technology for his artifacts. As long as he has this technology, he can make a subspace for each of his artifacts and then place a full-sized yin-yang lightning pool inside. With a bigger yin-yang lightning pool, the more energy these artifacts would have. Although he had the relevant information regarding this technology, the universal scanner couldn't make any analysis about it because he still lacked levels. This caused Zhao Hai to understand that he was still quite behind. He needed to get stronger, and that needs leveling the space up. However, the current problem was that the space couldn't be easily upgraded. Even the root of the heavens and earth increased its level by 10. If he wanted to increase the level of the space, then he would need to get items of extraordinary origin. Zhao Hai sent countless materials from the 10,000 realm battlefield into the space, but it had yet to level up. This disappointed Zhao Hai. He was now stuck on how to increase the level of the space. Whenever he thought that the space was at a high enough level, the scanner would prompt him that his level was still too low. This opened Zhao Hai's eyes. Although he couldn't obtain this technology as of yet, the yin-yang lightning pool was still formidable enough for his current level. Even small-scale yin-yang lightning pools provided great strength to the Silver Needles. With the yin-yang lightning pool inside the Hell King's ship, it was no longer any worse than the attack of the immortal expert before. Because of the yin-yang lightning pool, Zhao Hai was more confident in dealing with the fire weavers. Zhao Hai knew that he needed to pass this hurdle without exposing the space. It was time for him to reveal some of his cards. At this point, outsiders know that Zhao Hai has a spatial divergent ability, but he hardly used his ability in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They're also aware that he has a transforming artifact that can also swallow other artifacts. There's also his undead and the fact that nobody knows how many he has. However, nobody knew about his Buddhist techniques as well as the fact that his undead can keep their original strength from when they were alive. Mu knew that Zhao Hai still had cards that he hid. This was the reason why he told Zhao Hai to make sure to defend the octopus islands, or else he would deal with him. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't care about the Fireweaver race army's tamed beasts. The space has a lot of astral wind beasts. These beasts were all at the transcending tribulation stage and were caught by Laura and the others using the undead. Although these beasts were powerful, they still fell short compared to the transcending tribulation and severed soul undead that Zhao Hai had. And after being caught into the space, these beasts became stronger. Their offensive and defensive strength far surpassed other beasts. It can be said that the astral wind beasts were another powerful group that Zhao Hai had. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to take them out right now. His undead should be enough. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai stood up and walked out. After arriving outside, Zhao Hai could see people waiting. These people understood that they would be fighting soon. Nobody cultivated as they prepared for the upcoming battle. These people weren't fools, so there's no need for intensive organization. Tang Ji and Tang Wen were now arranging people according to their strengths and then assigning them a place. When Zhao Hai came out, people quickly noticed him. It must be said that Zhao Hai was currently the star of the 100 Treasures realm. Not long after arriving at the 10,000 realm battlefield, he quickly moved from the world of cultivation to the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, he was able to become a refining grandmaster. While the others envied him, he also had their admiration. These people knew that Zhao Hai had true strength. If he didn't, then why would the 100 Treasures realm snatch him from the world of cultivation? And with the past few battles as proof, they already had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. This allowed them to respect Zhao Hai even more. In the end, this was a world where the strong are respected. When they saw Zhao Hai, everyone immediately gave him a salute. Zhao Hai politely returned the greeting. At this time, Zhu Wuzun and Kong Miao arrived beside Zhao Hai. Seeing the two, Zhao Hai immediately gave a salute as he said, "Grandmaster Kong Miao, Mr. Zhu Wuzun, why are you here? Is there a problem?" Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun returned the salute. Then Kong Miao said, "Little Hai, we want to ask you for something. During the fight, can the people from the world of cultivation and the Zhu race stay in your ship?" Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun now looked at Zhao Hai in a different manner. This was because Zhao Hai now has a great status in the 100 Treasures realm. The world of cultivation and the Zhu race were nothing in the front of the 100 Treasures realm. Meanwhile, Kong Miao and the others discovered that Mu Yu and Tang Ji favored Zhao Hai. Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun didn't know what to feel at this point, but they were happy overall. With Zhao Hai's new status, they can ask him to look after the two realms. No matter what, they were Zhao Hai's comrades. He was more familiar with them than the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Hearing Kong Miao's request, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No problem. In fact, no matter where you are, the only thing you need to do is to send attacks. The large artifacts will take care of defending." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun relaxed. To be honest, the main reason why they made this request was because they were confident in Zhao Hai. They knew deep inside that Zhao Hai wouldn't lose. Where did this confidence come from? Zhao Hai can withstand 2 attacks from an immortal stage expert. Moreover, he was able to turn the misfortune into a blessing, breaking through to transcending tribulation. With such a person on their side, how could they lose? Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun knew that their opponents this time wouldn't be easy to deal with. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have made everyone hide inside the large artifacts. Even when they were fighting against the giant spirit realm, this situation didn't happen. Because they were clear about this point, their hearts couldn't be settled. They were afraid that they were facing a very powerful realm. Therefore, they wanted to be inside Zhao Hai's ship. This time, Tang Ji and Tang Wen walked over. Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun hastily gave the two a salute. Tang Ji returned the greeting and asked, "Grandmaster Kong, Mr. Zhu, why are you looking for Little Hai?" Kong Miao hastily replied, "It's nothing big. We're just asking Little Hai to have the people from the world of cultivation and the Zhu race stay inside the ship he'll be in." Hearing Kong Miao, Tang Ji nodded. He couldn't blame them for doing so. He smiled faintly and said, "So it's this. There's no need to worry. It doesn't matter which artifact you're in since all of them have the same defensive capabilities. Moreover, nobody is allowed to go out on their own." The two nodded. Then they gave the three another salute before leaving. Tang Ji looked at the two and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like they feel safer with you. Did you agree to their request?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I already gave my word. Actually, it's the same whether they go with me or not, right? How is everyone? Are they ready?" Tang Ji nodded and said, "There's ready." "What are your plans?" Zhao Hai replied, "You, me, and brother Tang Wen will take charge of a large artifact. You don't need to control the artifact, just make sure to command the people in them. The Fire Weaver race isn't simple. Moreover, they came with more people this time. If we count their tamed beasts as well, their numbers reach 100,000. This attack will not be the same as before. The only way we can survive this is if we counter them with an overwhelming offensive power." Tang Ji nodded and said, Alright, we've already categorized everyone's abilities. This will make it more convenient to command them. Zhao Hai gave a nod. That's good. The enemies are fast approaching. It's time we move as well. He waved his hand as his 3 large artifacts appeared. The Hell King's ship and the pagoda were no longer attached to each other. Adding on the giant spirit treasure ship, the 3 large artifacts stood menacingly together. Tang Ji and Tang Wen immediately ordered everyone to get on the 3 large artifacts. Naturally, they didn't group everyone according to weapon type. They need to balance everyone. Some people are good at frontal attacks while some were good at sneak attacks. They need to be coordinated in order to exert their greatest offensive potential. These people weren't strangers to large artifacts. Before long, everyone was settled in. Zhao Hai, Tang Ji, and Tang Wen also got into their respective large artifacts. Zhao Hai was on the Hell King's ship, Tang Ji was in the giant spirit treasure ship, and Tang Wen on the pagoda. Zhao Hai gave the 2 wrist computers in order to communicate with them easier. The wrist computers that Zhao Hai gave them weren't simple, they were the space's products. Normal wrist computers would get destroyed amidst the chaos of the battlefield. But the ones from the space didn't have this weakness. After the 3 got on the large artifacts, they left the island. Under Zhao Hai's command, they would meet the Fireweaver and Giant Spirit Realm army. As the group was traveling, Zhao Hai communicated with Laura. Laura, I'll have to leave the 3 large artifacts to you all. Right. Kill people from the Fireweaver race first. I want their rifles and bullets. Once we copy them, we can hand them over to the undead. I believe it would increase our strength tremendously. Laura smiled and said, don't worry, leave it to us. In fact, you don't need to care about this first batch. This is just the start. Once the Fireweavers discover that we defeated their vanguard, they would certainly send more troops. That would be the real battle. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, right, that would be the real battle. So we need to get the Fireweaver rifles as soon as possible. Get their tamed beasts as well so that the space's beasts would become stronger. Laura nodded. Rest assured, we'll take care of it. Right, Brother Hai. There's something I want to tell you. We want to send some undead to Fabio planet in order to get some high-level bug race. What do you think? Zhao Hai stared. To be honest, due to the recent events he forgot about this matter. The idea to get astral wind beasts was Laura and the others' idea as well. He immediately nodded and said, all right. Go capture a few. I've been busy recently and I forgot about this. The bug race's evolution ability might be useful for us. Laura nodded and no longer said anything. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered an increasing number of black spots in the distance. They have encountered the enemy. In order for everyone to attack more efficiently, Zhao Hai modified the giant spirit treasure ship and the Hell King's ship to have more decks. It was planned that everyone would perform succeeding attacks deck by deck. This way, attacks become more uniform. As for the pagoda, it's already a structure with several layers, so there's no need to worry about it. When Zhao Hai told Tang Ji and Tang Wen about this, the 2 were naturally glad to oblige. The 3 now had serious expressions. The enemy was right in front of them, continuously increasing in number. Before long, the 2 sides met. They stopped a kilometer away from each other. On one side was Zhao Hai's group with only 3 large artifacts. On the other side was a group of Fireweavers along with their tamed beasts. Naturally, the latter had a much more imposing manner. However, it seems like Zhao Hai wasn't fazed at all. The Hell King's ship was in the middle while the giant spirit treasure ship and the pagoda were at his sides. Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship as he looked at the Fireweavers on the opposite side. Standing opposite Zhao Hai on the Fireweaver side was Zhu Giffen. Although he spotted Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts, he didn't seem to be worried. Instead, He looked at Zhao Hai with interest. Chapter 1492, Bullet. While Zhao Hai was sizing Zhu Gifeng up, Zhu Gifeng was doing the same. Zhu Gifeng had a curious look on his face at first, but then it was replaced with disappointment. Zhao Hai looked extremely ordinary. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was even more curious about the rifle on Zhu Gifeng's back. Zhao Hai was a casual fan of military-related things back on Earth, but at that time, he was only obsessed with cold weapons and weren't very familiar with guns. However, for a while, he liked to read military novels, so he dug up some information related to it. From what he could see, Zhu Gifeng's rifle was about 38 inches long and it looked like a classic Mosin rifle. It was a long rifle and that's nearly 1.4 meters long without a bayonet. Additionally, the shape of its butt was a little special, so Zhao Hai was able to remember this gun. A Mosin rifle was a bolt-action rifle that has been modified several times across history. It has been used as a cavalry rifle or even a sniper rifle. It's precisely because of these modifications that the rifle was able to become famous all over the world. The rifle behind Zhu Gifeng was very similar to a Mosin rifle. The rifle was long and there was no bayonet on it. It had a wooden butt and designed to look ancient. There were 2 chains of bullets across Zhu Gifeng's chest which gave Zhao Hai a sense that he was watching an old movie. Zhu Gifeng's observation of Zhao Hai was that he was a cultivator with black clothing, ordinary appearance, ordinary temperament, and didn't have anything special on him at all. Zhu Gifeng couldn't understand why Batu placed great importance on this person. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't speak, Zhu Gifeng opened his mouth and said, "You're Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai replied in a calm manner, "Correct, I am." "Are you from the Fireweaver race?" "I thought the Fireweaver race is forbidden from participating in the fights between other realms. Why are you here?" Zhu Gifeng looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed as he said, "We're here because the giant spirit realm invited us over. Now, since you know that we're the Fireweaver race, why resist? As long as you obediently surrender, I can guarantee that you can stay here and live as you did before." Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Gifeng and laughed as well. "We aren't fools who let wolves into our house." The 100 Treasures realm is used to being people and has no interest in becoming dogs. Zhao Hai's voice was low, so it was heard by the entire battlefield. What he said made the people from the giant spirit realm army somewhat flustered. Zhu Gifeng's expression sank and his eyes flashed a cold light. He knew how lethal Zhao Hai's words were. It was possible for the subordinate realms to have some ideas upon hearing Zhao Hai's words. Zhu Gifeng's attention was now captured by Zhao Hai. One statement from him can stir the emotion of these cultivators, and these people aren't simple characters. Zhu Gifeng coldly snorted and said, "Compared to pride, isn't surviving more important?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Wrong. That might be the case for ordinary people, but who are we? We are cultivators, and cultivators have pride. Without pride, we cannot progress. Also, the Fireweavers aren't the strongest people in the 10,000 realm battlefield. What gives you the authority to decide who survives?" Zhu Gifeng's expression turned even more unsightly. He coldly snorted and said, "It seems like the Fireweaver race has been out of the light for so long. People actually had the courage to go against us. Good, good. Then I'll make sure to make an example out of you today." Despite this, Zhao Hai still laughed as he replied, "You want to make me an example, just you?" Now that the giant spirit realm invited a wolf in here, they are now the enemy of the entire battlefield. You think you can just enter the war because of the giant spirit realm's invitation? Stop dreaming. Let me tell you, the 100 Treasures realm will be a stone that blocks you. If you want to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield, you will have to kick this stone away. But you need to be careful. lest you break your toes." Zhu Jifeng also laughed. "Kid, you're extremely arrogant. For so many years, you're the first one to belittle our fire weaver race. Let me put some clarity into that head of yours." Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Kill!" Behind him, the fire weavers could no longer hold back as they loudly shouted and charged towards Zhao Hai. All fire weavers used tamed beasts. These tamed beasts weren't the same as large artifacts that needed a short time to begin. These tamed beasts were extremely obedient and quick. As soon as they heard their orders, they immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "They really think that the 100 Treasures realm is a soft persimmon that everyone can just pinch." After he said that, he waved his hand. Seeing Zhao Hai's hand, the people on the 3 large artifacts made a move. In an instant, 200 huge needle-shaped artifacts shot towards the approaching beasts. The beast attacked quickly, but they didn't expect Zhao Hai to respond as fast. Moreover, the fire weavers were too confident in the defenses of their beasts. Sometimes, confidence was a good thing, but being overconfident wasn't. There were more than 200 fake spirit snake needles. Their offensive strength couldn't be underestimated. Although these things were made by Zhao Hai in order to fool Mu Yu and the others, they were still items made by the space. Even if they are fake, they still pack quite a punch. In an instant, more than 200 fake spirit snake needles killed about 100 tame beasts. At the same time, it seems like Zhao Hai 3 large artifacts had retreated. In the beginning, Zhu Gifeng didn't care about Zhao Hai's attack, but after it killed more than 100 tame beasts, his expression couldn't help but change. These beasts were nurtured by the fire weaver race ever since they were little. They treated these beasts as though they were their siblings. Now that more than 100 had died, Zhu Gifeng couldn't help but grieve. Zhu Gifeng's complexion was pale as he shouted, "Kill them, rip them to shreds. I want the entire 100 Treasures realm army to die without graves." Zhu Gifeng was truly angry. In his mind, once the fire weaver race appears, the only thing that the 100 Treasures realm should do is retreat. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to ridicule him and even kill the fire weaver's tame beasts. Zhu Gifeng felt his temper rise up. He was enraged by Zhao Hai. After giving his order, Zhu Gifeng reached out and took the long rifle on his back. Then he aimed towards Zhao Hai. After Zhu Gifeng took out his rifle, Zhao Hai saw that it was a bit different from rifles on Earth. Mosin rifles back on Earth had bolt handles that the gunman would pull before shooting. Zhu Gifeng's rifle didn't have that kind of mechanism. He was able to fire it right after taking it out. It was much more convenient. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that after Zhu Gifeng's rifle fired its bullet, the projectile speed was extremely fast. As soon as the rifle's bang was heard, the bullet was already in front of Zhao Hai. But before the bullet could hit Zhao Hai, it was stopped by an invisible barrier. The bullet just stopped in midair. Zhao Hai inspected the bullet in front of him. It seems to be built from brass and it didn't have a pointy head. Instead it was round. It's also larger than most bullets that Zhao Hai had seen back on Earth. Zhao Hai reached out and took the bullet to inspect it more carefully. Meanwhile, Zhu Gifeng didn't expect his own rifle shot to be blocked that easily. It must be known that his bullets could pierce all types of barriers as though they were paper. But now, this bullet was actually stopped by Zhao Hai's barrier. This outcome stunned Zhu Gifeng. Upon seeing Zhao Hai grasp the bullet with his hand, Zhu Gifeng's eyes lit up. Then he coldly snorted as he controlled the bullet to fly straight into Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care as he just smiled faintly. Then like a stringless kite, the bullet fell into his hand. Zhu Gifeng's expression changed. Naturally, he was aware that the bullets had a small formation inside it. When the bullet was on its way to the target, he wouldn't be able to control it because of its speed. But when the bullet hit its target, it could then be controlled. A lot of people who fought the fire weavers didn't die to the bullet's impact but to the controlled bullets instead. Zhu Gifeng wanted to use this trick to deal with Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect his spiritual force to be erased by Zhao Hai with ease. Naturally, he could no longer control the bullet. Outsiders were only aware that the bullets of the fire weaver race were very fierce. They didn't know that these bullets had small formations that were extremely difficult to build. Therefore, after each battle, if possible, the fire weavers would recover these bullets. If people from their side died, they would also recover their rifles. In many cases, these small formations inside the bullets made the recovery easy. In a real battle, not only were these bullets powerful on their own, they could also be controlled in order to inflict more damage to the enemy. Nobody can accomplish this besides people with formidable spiritual force. Just because Zhu Gifeng was in a daze, this didn't mean that the fight stopped. Conversely, the battle became more intense. Zhao Hai's large artifacts no longer retreated and instead began making coordinated attacks. While Zhao Hai was conducting the battle, he paid attention to the rifles of the Fireweaver race. Their rifles needed reloading after 5 shots. However, these reloads weren't done by hand but instead by spiritual force. The Fireweavers used their spiritual force to load the rifles with 5 bullets before continuing to fire. Chapter 1493, Flames. Although this method of reloading was easy, Zhao Hai didn't like it. In his view, magazines were still king. Right now, he wants to get his hands on these rifles in order to research their secrets. However, acquiring these rifles wouldn't be easy. The Fireweavers were very strong. Moreover, they excel in long-ranged attacks. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to attack them, the Fireweavers could still react in time and avoid him. Therefore, besides killing the tamed beasts, Zhao Hai and the others weren't able to make great progress. Moreover, killing the other party's tamed beasts became harder. These beasts weren't stupid. After taking the attacks from the fake spirit snake needles, the beasts became careful against them. Even so, the Fireweavers and the giant spirit realm weren't able to gain an advantage. This was because Zhao Hai's large artifacts were extremely agile. Amidst the attacks from the tamed beasts, the large artifacts were like fishes swimming in water. It was impossible to surround them. Hence, both sides were stuck in a stalemate. Zhao Hai's attacks were concentrated as well as flexible. More than 50,000 people were stacked inside 3 large artifacts. Naturally, this made their attacks more powerful. Moreover, the large artifacts weren't cumbersome to control. They were still able to advance and retreat with ease under the attacks made by the enemies. Zhu Gifeng began to worry. The Fireweavers only had 3 powerful offensive methods. First was their tamed beasts, which was rendered useless against Zhao Hai's spirit snake needles. Second were the bullets, but they couldn't break through the defenses of the large artifacts. 2 of their 3 attacks were cancelled by Zhao Hai. Only one offensive method was left. It was their flame attacks. The Fireweaver race's flame attacks are very special. Their flames can be upgraded. This upgrade was just like the space. It wasn't based on the strength of the Fireweavers, but instead on what kind of flame they're able to consume. Some lucky Fireweavers may find yin fire or earth fire and turn them into their own flames using a secret technique. The benefits of the flame would affect their body and they would be able to use these flames as their innate abilities. Yin fire or earth fire produced through this ability couldn't be underestimated. As he thought of this, Zhu Gifeng stored his rifle and began to wave his hand. Then he threw a green flame towards the Hell King's ship. Seeing this flame, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He hadn't seen a flame like this before. but he couldn't help but be alert against it. Zhao Hai's instincts weren't wrong. Zhu Gifeng's flame was named the Poisoned Dragon Flame. This Poisoned Dragon Flame was a very formidable flame. According to legend, it was the flame produced when a five-clawed dragon dies. The toxicity of this poison was beyond lethal. If it touches a human, even a transcending tribulation expert wouldn't be able to get rid of it. Moreover, this flame was very difficult to extinguish. No matter what material it attaches to, it would continue burning. It was hard to completely destroy it. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a barrier of lightning surrounded his three large artifacts. The reason why Zhao Hai used lightning barriers was because there were only two things in the world that can counter all evils. One of them was lightning and the other was pure Yang Flame. Pure Yang Flame only existed in legends. Nobody has seen it. According to legend, this flame can never be extinguished and can burn all evils under the heavens, whether it was poison or darkness. As long as they encounter this pure Yang fire, they would be burned by it. Although Zhao Hai wanted the space to eat up Zhu Gifeng's flame, he knew that the time wasn't right. Before long, the Poisoned Dragon Flame came in contact with the lightning barrier. Lightning flashed, yet the Poisoned Dragon Flame kept burning, albeit a little smaller than before. Zhao Hai frowned. He didn't expect this flame to be this difficult to deal with. He waved his wand as a drop of water appeared. Naturally, this drop of water was Bubble. When he came out, Bubble immediately knew what needed to be done. It spun and covered the Hell King's ship with a layer of water. To his surprise, the Poisoned Dragon Flame only sizzled a little even after coming in contact with Bubble. Seeing that the flame kept burning, Zhao Hai frowned once more. Upon seeing that Zhao Hai was having a hard time dealing with his flame, Zhu Gifeng couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Brothers, use your fire to deal with them." He knew that his fellow men also obtained good fire seeds. If all of these flames attack, Zhao Hai would certainly have a hard time. When they heard this command, the other fire weavers stored their rifles and began to use their flames to attack the three large artifacts. Seeing this, Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then he received Bubble and then covered the large artifacts with his own innate yin fire. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to use fire to fight fire. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. When the barrier made from innate yin fire surrounded the Hell King's ship, the green flame seems to have met its nemesis. The pale white flame directly swallowed the green flame. Right. It swallowed the green flame. When Zhao Hai's innate yin fire met the Poisoned Dragon Flame, it looked like fire that was being poured with gasoline. Before long, the green flame vanished, leaving the pale white flame in its place. As Zhao Hai was stunned at what happened, a prompt came from the space. Innate yin fire has successfully swallowed a mutated flame. Ability has been strengthened with poison. It is now harder to extinguish the flame. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the innate yin fire to have this ability. As he was thinking about doing research on it, another prompt was heard. Innate yin fire has successfully swallowed a mutant flame. Ability has been strengthened. Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. Then several more prompts were heard as the innate yin fire swallowed more flames. It was able to strengthen itself multiple times. Amidst his confusion, Zhao Hai immediately called Care. Care, what's happening? I don't remember the innate yin fire having this ability. Care smiled and said, the innate yin fire doesn't have this ability in the beginning. But after the space leveled up, and after joining with the primordial root of the universe, the innate yin fire was able to obtain this ability. Now, it can swallow other flames to strengthen itself. Zhao Hai nodded. He felt happy. Any increase in his ability was good. Most importantly, This ability allowed him to be fearless against the abilities of the Fire Weaver race. Zhu Gifeng was also able to see the abnormality. He saw that instead of being engulfed with the Fire Weaver race's flames, Zhao Hai's 3 artifacts were surrounded by a pale white flame that was becoming more powerful as it extinguished other flames. What's more terrifying about this pale white flame was that it immediately burned any beast that came in contact with it. These tamed beasts would cry pitifully before they died. This caused Zhu Gifeng's heart to turn cold. These tamed beasts were important aspects of the Fire Weaver race's strength. If they died, then the Fire Weaver army would be heavily affected. Zhu Gifeng immediately ordered the flame attacks to stop. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai didn't let this opportunity go as he waved his hand and released his 12 metal beasts and 8 cyan imperial chariots. Then these new additions began to charge towards the Fire Weaver race and the giant Spirit Realm's army. These 12 metal beasts and imperial chariots were all covered with pale white flames. Everyone who bumped into this flame would be turned to ash. Moreover, the flames seemed to have negative effects on artifacts. The flames might not destroy these artifacts, but they damaged the spiritual force connections to the owners. This greatly surprised the Fire Weavers, people from the giant spirit realm, and those of the subordinate realms. They immediately retrieved their artifacts and switched them out for another. Fortunately, the pale white flame didn't cause too much damage to the artifacts. After using their own spiritual chi, the artifacts could be used once more. However, this didn't change the fact that the 12 metal beasts were causing great damage to the tamed beasts. These tamed beasts simply didn't dare touch the metal beasts and the imperial chariots. As long as they touched these flaming artifacts, they would certainly be stained by the flames, and once the flames stick to them, they would either die horrible or be heavily injured. In the end, the tamed beasts could only use spells to fight against the metal beasts and the imperial chariots. Although spells were strong, they still couldn't do anything against the 12 metal beasts and the imperial chariots. In the end, the metal beasts and the imperial chariots were able to move unhindered amidst the tamed beast army. At this time, Zhao Hai led the 3 large artifacts to begin their own rampage. The large artifacts had fake spirit snake needles as ammunition. Their attacking method also changed from before. Now the spirit snake needles were used like a net. They only target a small group of people at once. But once these people were targeted, it was very hard for them to get out. Seeing the large artifacts, 12 metal beasts, and imperial chariots, Zhu Gifeng's expression paled. He discovered that they no longer had any means to deal with Zhao Hai. All 3 main methods of attack that the Fire Weaver race had were useless against Zhao Hai. For Zhu Gifeng, who came from one of the 5 great realms, this was a huge embarrassment. Chapter 1494 Rifle Technique. Zhao Hai didn't care about what Zhu Gifeng was thinking as he continued to attack the enemies. Small groups of people from the Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm army were being dealt with one by one. Casualties began to increase. Zhao Hai was paying close attention to the Fire Weavers. Although it seems like they were at their wits' end, being able to run rampant in the 10,000 realm battlefield for many years meant that they still had more cards to play. The consequences of underestimating them would be very heavy. Seeing Zhao Hai and the others behaving like this, Zhu Gifeng felt anxious. He wasn't a token commander who didn't understand anything. In fact, the 5 great realms weren't peaceful with each other. Conflict was inevitable between them. Zhu Gifeng was a hardened warrior. Seeing Zhao Hai's group going unhindered in the battlefield, Zhu Gifeng needed to take control of the situation. Zhu Gifeng knew that they needed to break Zhao Hai's large artifacts. The tamed beasts were useless in this aspect, so he waved his hand and ordered the beasts to retreat. Then Zhu Gifeng turned to Batu and said, Batu, that Zhao Hai depends on their large artifacts. As long as you use your giant spirit treasure ships to destroy them, everything else will be dealt with. Batu looked at Zhu Gifeng, then he forced a smile and said, Mr. Zhu, we can't do that even if we want to. Our giant spirit treasure ships couldn't match their large artifacts. Hearing Batu, Zhu Gifeng couldn't help but stare. Then he said, not a match? Are you joking? If the giant spirit realm claims that they are second in large artifacts in the 10,000 realm battlefield, then nobody will dare say that they're first. Batu smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Zhu, if our giant spirit treasure ships can block their large artifacts, then the 100 treasures realm wouldn't have been able to drive us back multiple times. We wouldn't have invited you over. Can you see their giant spirit treasure ship? It wasn't made by the 100 treasures realm. It's something they repaired after destroying one of ours. Hearing Batu, Zhu Gifeng couldn't help but let out a breath of cold air. He knew how formidable the giant spirit realm was when it came to large artifacts. He never imagined them struggling against the large artifacts of the 100 treasures realm. If this was the case, then how can they proceed with this battle? Batu looked at Zhu Gifeng and couldn't help but be disappointed. Initially, he thought that the Fireweavers would be able to help them take revenge and deal with the 100 treasures realm. But now, it seems like Zhu Gifeng and the others were also having a hard time. Zhu Gifeng looked at Zhao Hai, who was still rampaging. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Then he loudly ordered, assemble. As soon as they heard Zhu Gifeng, the other Fireweavers gathered around and looked at him. Zhu Gifeng looked at everyone and said, brothers, this is the first time we fought against the 100 treasures realm. We cannot just retreat here, or else where will the Fireweaver race's face go? Make preparations. We'll use our rifling techniques this time. Hearing Zhu Gifeng, everyone stared, then their complexion changed. Their eyes flashed a cold light as they loudly replied, Roger. Then they immediately began to take positions. The Fireweavers called their tamed beasts over before reading incantations and slitting their wrists. When their blood flowed to the heads of their tamed beasts, they were surrounded with red light along with their tamed beasts. After 10 breaths of time, the red light vanished. In place of the beasts and the Fireweavers were half-man half-beast monsters. After combining with his blood jade toad, Zhu Gifeng's upper body increased in size to 4 meters tall. He had the same color as his blood jade toad, while his lower half was embedded on the head of the blood jade toad. The blood jade toad didn't vanish as well. It was as if Zhu Gifeng's upper body had become bigger and fused with the blood jade toad's forehead. At this time, Zhu Gifeng took his rifle. Because of his transformation, the rifle appeared very small. Zhu Gifeng roared as his rifle was covered with red light, increasing its size. Moreover, the barrel of the gun increased in size. It could no longer be described as a rifle anymore. It looked more like a cannon. The other Fireweavers were also in a similar state. They took out giant bullets the size of a mortar back on Earth. Then they loaded their rifles with the bullets before aiming towards Zhao Hai's large artifacts. However, the Fireweavers didn't open fire immediately. Seeing what was happening, Zhao Hai stopped his artifacts and lined them up in the shape of the character. At this time, the transformed Zhu Gifeng loudly said, "Fire!" As his orders came down, more than 2,000 large rifles were fired. A loud bang was heard as blinding lights came out of the muzzles and fiery projectiles headed towards Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts. The speed of these projectiles was very fast. Zhao Hai went on guard. He felt that if these bullets hit his barriers, they wouldn't be able to block them. Therefore, as soon as Zhu Gifeng gave the command to fire, Zhao Hai immediately transformed his 3 artifacts. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts erected metal plates to protect themselves. At the same time, layers of shields appeared outside the artifacts. The outermost layer had an earthen yellow hue, then next was watery blue, then a fiery red layer, and the innermost was a lightning shield. The bullets arrived as soon as the shields appeared. The earthen yellow shield was penetrated, then the watery blue shield, then the fiery red shield. Although the lightning shield sparkled intensely, it also failed to block the bullets. The only barrier left was the layer of metal plates. When the bullets hit the metal plates, countless clang sounds were heard. However, the bullets were successfully stopped. Zhu Gifeng's expression changed, but he didn't stop his assault as he commanded, "Reload." Then he took another bullet and reloaded his large rifle. The other fireweavers followed his instructions. After that, everyone raised their rifles once more before Zhu Gifeng ordered, "Fire." The sound of gunfire was heard once more. But the same thing happened. Zhu Gifeng's expression changed, but he continued to order, "Reload." Then he reloaded his rifle once more and ordered everyone to fire. But in the end, the result was the same. Although the bullets weren't able to destroy Zhao Hai's large artifacts, they still managed to push Zhao Hai and the others back by about 10 kilometers. But no matter what, the giant artifacts were able to resist the attack of the fireweavers. After 3 successive attacks, Zhu Gifeng's complexion finally paled. It must be known that this rifle technique was the strongest attack of the fireweavers. Even severed soul experts would be annihilated by it. Immortal experts would have to watch out for it. However, this technique had a weak point. It couldn't be used for a long time. This rifle technique drew its power from the life force of the tamed beasts. It might be powerful, but it also caused damage to the vitality of the tamed beasts. It couldn't be used too many times, otherwise it would kill the beasts. Moreover, this technique also had negative effects on the user. After using this technique, the strength of the user would drop by 1 level for 7 days. Because of this, the fireweavers won't use this technique unless it was a life and death situation. Naturally, the power of this technique couldn't be underestimated. The fireweavers depended on this technique in order to win otherwise unwinnable battles. However, Zhu Gifeng didn't expect this effective technique to be rendered useless today. His complexion was very ugly to look at. This rifle technique shouldn't be used more than 3 times. Otherwise, the damage to the tame beasts would be very difficult to recover from. Now, 3 shots had passed and Zhao Hai's large artifacts were still standing. If Zhu Gifeng kept firing, then it would be difficult for the tamed beasts to return to their peak state in the future. Actually, those 3 shots were already pushing too far. This was because the tame beasts had already been somewhat injured when they fought against Zhao Hai. At this point, after using the rifle technique, it was almost impossible for these tamed beasts to reach their peak state. Because he knew about this, Zhu Gifeng's expression was ugly. He looked behind him at his people and discovered that they had similar expressions. Zhu Gifeng felt bitter in his heart. Then he turned his head to the 3 large artifacts. He steeled his heart as he said, "Brothers, no matter what, we cannot damage the prestige of our realm today. Everyone, continue firing." Upon hearing Zhu Gifeng's command, the complexion of the other fireweavers paled. They couldn't believe what they heard. Determined, Zhu Gifeng waved his hand as huge red bullets flew up and lined up in a row next to his rifle like a chain. Zhu Gifeng used his spiritual force to load the bullet into his rifle as he aimed once more towards Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhu Gifeng, everyone knew that he was planning on going all out. Usually, they would keep firing until they ran out of bullets, but this time, they would keep firing until their tamed beasts die. However, nobody said anything. It must be known that the fireweavers follow a strict military discipline. If they're ordered to attack, they would attack. If they were ordered to retreat, then they would retreat. Those who didn't follow will be punished. The other fur weavers also lifted their rifles and aimed towards Zhao Hai's artifacts. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Zhu Gifeng immediately ordered, "Fire!" Then all of them pulled the trigger. A flurry of bangs were heard as giant red projectiles sped towards the three large artifacts. The large artifacts looked like castles under siege. They swayed as they were hit by the bullets, but the bullets still couldn't penetrate through. By this point, Zhu Gifeng no longer had any other thoughts than to keep firing. The only thing in his eyes were the large artifacts. He no longer cared about his tamed beast. Just keep firing. Don't think. They didn't think about how many shots they made, nor what happens when they defeat the three large artifacts. They all just kept pulling the trigger. Zhao Hai stood calmly on top of the Hell King's ship. Although the fire weavers were able to shake the large artifacts, it was impossible for them to cause any injuries. Therefore, he was very calm. But even if Zhao Hai was calm, this didn't mean that the same was true for the other cultivators in the three large artifacts. These cultivators used their spiritual force in order to see what was happening outside. After seeing the fire weaver attacks, they couldn't help but pale. This was because the attacks coming after them were too powerful. They reckoned that they wouldn't be able to face these attacks on their own, but seeing Zhao Hai's artifacts blocking these attacks, they couldn't help but get curious about him. Zhao Hai didn't lower his guard and kept his attention towards the fire weavers to see if there were any changes happening to the half-beast half-human forms. Zhao Hai didn't believe that they could keep attacking like this for a long time. Before long, Zhao Hai discovered that their expressions turned worse and worse as they fired their shots. Some of them were already out of breath. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately understood how these fire weavers became so fierce. He sneered as he waved his hand and said, "Change." After he said that, the three artifacts transformed and became three 1-meter-long constructs. Such transformation wasn't felt by the people inside the artifacts. However, they still felt strange since the bullets coming after them were beginning to miss. The fire weavers also discovered this transformation and couldn't help but stare. However, they didn't stop attacking. Shot after shot were released. Nobody can blame them since the change happened so abruptly. Because of their continual shooting, their bodies were already on autopilot. They just kept reloading, aiming, and shooting. In the end, Zhu Gifeng shouted, "Stop! Stop firing immediately!" But he was still a little late. Of the 2,000 fire weavers, several hundred tamed beasts could no longer hold on as the rifle technique stopped and they died. As these beasts died, the fire weavers also began to transform back to their normal form. Moreover, their expressions showed their exhaustion. But this wasn't the end. Just as they turned back to their original forms, they suddenly yelled out pitifully. They saw bloodstains on their chests that were becoming bigger and bigger. Chapter 1495, Annihilated. The fire weavers died under Zhao Hai's silver needles. When he shrunk his large artifacts, Zhao Hai also secretly released silver needles. He saw that the enemy couldn't continue firing for a long time. Their beasts would die soon, and as soon as the beasts die, their transformation would naturally end. And just as he thought, when the beasts died, the transformation was cancelled. Not only was the transformation cancelled, the fire weavers seemed to have been weakened. Zhao Hai saw this as a good opportunity, and Zhao Hai wouldn't let this good opportunity go. The silver needles immediately attacked. This time, Zhao Hai didn't attack their throats. Once the needles come in contact with their skin, the fire weavers would immediately notice. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose to directly attack their hearts this time. Once the fire weavers died, their rifles also returned to their usual form. Only the bullets remained large. Then soon after that, The corpses of the fire weavers as well as their rifles disappeared. Zhu Gifeng also saw what happened. This was the first time since the start of the battle that the fire weavers suffered any losses. Zhu Gifeng was enraged as he shouted, "You dared kill my people!" Although they had exchanged blows with Zhao Hai, none of the fire weavers died. Those who died were beasts. But this time, it was the fire weavers who were killed. Moreover, hundreds of them died at once. How could Zhu Gifeng just accept it? Zhu Gifeng was stunned by his anger. Then he fired one shot after another. But after the three large artifacts had shrunk, they became more agile. Zhu Gifeng and the others couldn't hit them. After a few more shots, more fire weavers transformed back because their beasts had also died. At this time, Zhu Gifeng knew that the situation had gone wrong, but it was now too late for regret. The tamed beasts were not far from death. Then at this moment, Zhao Hai's three large artifacts returned to their normal size and then began charging over. Zhu Gifeng gritted his teeth and began shooting once more. But after the fifth shot, his blood jade toad died. Just as Zhu Gifeng returned to his normal form, he immediately felt a painful sensation on his chest. He lowered his head only to see a small wound near his heart. Then after a moment, he felt his heart being crushed. Zhu Gifeng gave out a deprecating smile as he spurted a mouthful of blood. He looked at Zhao Hai and then said, "You actually dared to kill fire weavers. You will die without a grave." Before he could finish speaking, his body lost its strength and fell down. But soon after that, his body disappeared. Zhu Gifeng was the strongest among the fire weavers, and here, even he was killed by Zhao Hai, let alone the others. The fire weavers who looked aggressive before were now dead in an instant. With the fire weavers dead, Zhao Hai and the others immediately rushed towards the giant spirit realm army. At this moment, the people from the subordinate realms already ran away. The others from the giant spirit realm also ran away. Batu knew that he couldn't stop the enemy on his own, so he can only command his giant spirit treasure ship to turn around and run away. Zhao Hai didn't chase them down. This was because he already gained a lot of good things. He still needs to digest what he obtained. He wanted to equip people with rifles as soon as possible, and the ones Zhao Hai wants to equip with the rifles were the undead. Naturally, it wasn't for the strong undead. The rifles would be given to the average undead at Foundation establishment stage or less. They would be much more useful if they had rifles. Most importantly, besides the rifle, Zhao Hai also thought about his cannons. Before this, the magic cannons on his ship had already faltered in their usefulness. When he ascended, the magic cannons could no longer deal great damage to enemies. They could no longer injure core formation experts, much less those in the transcending tribulation stage. Now that the fire weavers had come, Zhao Hai was able to see a ray of hope. Although the rifles of the fire weavers looked obsolete, their range was very far, and once they transform, their lethality would be even bigger. Naturally, Zhao Hai can't use rifle techniques with his undead, but he can at least make cannons referencing the fireweaver rifles. Once he succeeds, with the enormous quantity of his undead, who would be his opponent in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Because of this, Zhao Hai no longer chased the enemy. After cleaning the scene, Zhao Hai led everyone to return to the Octopus Islands. When they were heading back, Tang Ji and Tang Wen got on to the Hell King's ship. When they embarked, Tang Ji laughed as he greeted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also gave a happy smile as he greeted the two. After some time, the three calmed down. Tang Ji looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, little Hai. You're really something else. I really didn't expect us to win against the fire weavers. Why didn't we chase?" Now that those fire weavers are dead, the subordinate realms of the giant spirit realm would no longer have any thoughts of fighting back. If we pursue, We might even get control of the Imperial Spirit Sect." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he shook his head and said, "Don't worry about that." "And what can we do if we get the Imperial Spirit Sect? We're already having a hard time defending the Octopus Islands, and we can invade the Imperial Spirit Sect another time. Moreover, it would be bad for us if we go into the Giant Spirit Realm's territory at this time. The Fire Weaver race just lost 2,000 of their people. They definitely wouldn't let us off. It's better for us if we stay here." Tang Ji didn't say anything more. He also knew that the Fire Weaver race has now become their enemy. The Fire Weaver realm was known as one of the 10,000 realm battlefield's 5 great realms. Now, Tang Ji thought that what he said was a bit crude. Tang Ji nodded and said, "All right, then let's return to the Octopus Islands first. After that, we'll send a letter to Big Brother Mu so that he wouldn't be worried about us." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as the 3 large artifacts sped towards the Octopus Islands. As Tang Ji stood on the Hell King's ship, he sighed and said, "I must say, without these 3 large artifacts, we would have lost the battle." The rifles of the Fire Weavers aren't easy to avoid. Their transformed versions are terrifying as well. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "In addition to my 3 large artifacts, I also have a set of treasures I obtained back in the lower realms. This set of artifacts has been integrated into my liquid silver. They are the 12 metal beasts. Also, I obtained a cultivation method that includes a sword formation. Brother Tang should also see how flexible and powerful my 12 metal beasts were. With liquid silver in my hands, the Fire Weavers would not be able to get through my defenses." Tang Ji nodded and said, "No wonder you're able to rapidly advance after ascending. You actually managed to get such good benefits in the lower realm. Ha ha ha. That's good. As long as the Fire Weavers can't go through your artifacts, they would not be able to defeat us." Zhao Hai shook his head as he sighed and said, "Things aren't that simple. It's said that a monk can't run away from his temple. Our method can be used to guard the Octopus Islands. But if the Fire Weavers go after the 100 Treasures realm, this would no longer work. The 100 Treasures realm has a large territory. If the Fire Weavers ignore us and go into the 100 Treasures realm's domain, then we can only face them the conventional way. When the time comes, my 3 large artifacts would not be able to fit everyone." Hearing what Zhao Hai said, Tang Ji's mood turned heavy. He knew that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. If the Fire Weavers really intend to wage war, then they would attack the 100 Treasures realm's territory. And if the territory is lost, the prestige of the 100 Treasures realm would disappear. When that happens, they would be like the Giant Spirit realm, no longer able to hold on to their subordinate realms. The reason why they were able to fight the Fire Weavers very well was because the Fire Weavers underestimated them. Also, they relied on the large artifacts in order to deal with the Fire Weaver attacks. But if the Fire Weavers attack the 100 Treasures realm's territory, the battle would be stretched out into a large swath of land. Therefore, this strategy would no longer be suitable. With 2 sides battling each other over a large area, 3 large artifacts couldn't do anything significant. Although Zhao Hai's large artifacts were strong, if the Fire Weavers sent tens of thousands of riflemen, it would be difficult for the large artifacts to make a move. Don't forget that the 2,000 Fire Weavers were able to drive Zhao Hai back for 10,000 meters. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ji and said, "Brother Tang, it's best if you inform the realm that we need a large number of materials sent as soon as possible. I have obtained the Fire Weaver's rifle and I want to make copies. If I succeed, then our fighting strength would be a step closer to the Fire Weaver race." Tang Ji's eyes shone. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, can you really copy the Fire Weaver's rifles?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, I think so. I was able to copy the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, let alone a rifle. So I want to give it a try. It would be good if I'm able to copy it. Tang Ji laughed as he patted Zhao Hai on the shoulder. Then he said, "Alright, then leave this matter to me. Focus on your research." I reckon the realm would immediately agree. Before this, Tang Ji was still puzzled about why Mu Yu cared too much about Zhao Hai, but now he understood. Zhao Hai's ability to reconstruct an artifact was indeed very important for the 100 Treasures realm. Chapter 1496, Making the Rifles. After returning to the Octopus Islands, Tang Ji immediately ordered everyone to get off the large artifacts and return to their residences. But he didn't expect the people to be somewhat unwilling to do so. In the end, Tang Ji was able to know the reason after asking around. The Octopus Islands weren't large to begin with, and with tens of thousands of people present, the residences were cramped. Although it was very lively, it wasn't an environment that cultivators would want to stay in. But the Hell King's ship was different. In the Hell King's ship and the other large artifacts, everyone had their own room. Although it wasn't big, they all had their own door and space. Moreover, it was soundproof. It was essentially their own personal space. These people wanted a place to peacefully cultivate in, and this would in turn affect their future performance. Because of this, nobody was willing to get off the ship. Hearing this, Tang Ji immediately went to Zhao Hai and asked him to let the people stay inside the large artifacts. When he